everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel. It means everything.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 553 to 600, Chapter 553, Night Talk, Jean. 1163 words. Artoria's musings were unknown to Shinji. After lying on the sofa for a bit longer to regain some strength, he returned to his desk to continue working intensely. Just as he sketched a couple of lines, he heard footsteps again. Shinji didn't think much of it and casually spoke up. "What's up, Artoria? Did you forget something?" "No, it's not that." "Huh?" The paintbrush in his hand paused. The voice behind him was just as familiar, but it didn't belong to Artoria. Instead, it belonged to someone very similar to her. "Oh, it's Jean. What's going on tonight?" "Everyone's coming one after another." Shinji sighed as he got up from the chair he had barely warmed and returned to the still warm sofa. Jean curiously asked, "Has anyone else come by besides me?" "Yeah, first Jack and Reika came by to bring me a late-night snack, and then Artoria. She left just a few minutes before you arrived. Because they're worried about you, afraid you'll overwork yourself." "So, are you here because you're worried about me too?" "I am concerned about you, but that's not the only reason, Black Assassin. No, Matou Shinji, I want to talk with you." Seeing Jean's serious expression and earnest eyes, Shinji set aside his relaxed demeanor and sat up properly. "What do you want to talk about?" "About your very existence." "Is there a problem with my existence?" "Yes. To be honest, I'm very confused. Your existence, your actions, and your participation in the Holy Grail War, all of it. Does it count as a violation? You're still hung up on this even now." "I was summoned in this way because of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, but as a ruler, I have to fulfill my duties as an adjudicator." A helpless smile appeared on Shinji's face. "I see, that's so like you. Tell me, what about me makes you think I'm in violation?" "It's that Saint of Winter. You're not a heroic spirit, yet you became a servant. This must be her doing, right?" "Yes. The summoning of heroic spirits and their role as servants is a necessary part of the Holy Grail War. Your presence means the heroic spirit, who should have manifested as an assassin, didn't get that role. The position you occupy should belong to Jack. Although your goal is to resolve the distortions of this Holy Grail War, the act itself is a distortion. Using a distortion to solve a distortion." With wide eyes and a stern expression, the righteous saint expressed her convictions. "I believe this is wrong. However, the entire Holy Grail system was constructed by Justice, who sacrificed herself to become the core of the Greater Grail. This gave her the authority to interfere with the system. That's precisely what confuses me." Jean's previously strong voice gradually softened. "The Saint of Winter has the legitimate authority, but the exercise of this legitimate authority has resulted in a distortion. As an adjudicator, I should uphold the rules and resolve this distortion. It's akin to an unsolvable paradox. So what do you plan to do?" "I don't know, which is why I'm hoping you can give me an answer." "Me?" Shinji scratched his head and looked at Jean without blinking. She nodded firmly. "Yes." "Are you serious?" Shinji was both amused and exasperated. "You're asking me, the person involved, aren't you afraid I'll intentionally skew the answer in my favor?" Jean replied calmly. "Because I trust you, I trust my companions, and the final judgment will be made by me. So, no matter the outcome, I'll accept it." The determination in her eyes, as clear as the washed sky, made Shinji feel both admiration and a hint of astonishment. "I really can't handle you, but that's also what makes you so lovable." "Low lovable? Please don't tease me." "How is that teasing?" "I'm just stating a fact. If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask anyone. Even if not 100%, 90% of people would say you're lovable." I could never ask such a question." A blush spread across Jean's cheeks, making her look like a young girl for the first time. Then I'll have to ask for you. Black Assassin. Seeing Jean getting upset, Shinji quickly stopped. All right, I'll stop. Let's get back to the topic. Before I give you my answer, there are two things I need to tell you. First, this answer is just my personal opinion. You'll have to judge for yourself whether it's right. Second, if your judgment interferes with my subsequent actions, I will decide whether to resist with force depending on the situation. You have your principles and I have mine. I respect your principles, but that doesn't mean I'll accept them. Understood. The issue you're struggling with is a matter of process versus result. In the process and result, Justice and I value the result more. As long as the result is good, the process can have flaws. Regarding the Holy Grail War, my existence not only doesn't hinder its progress, but also ensures it proceeds smoothly, which is a good result. Given the current situation, my presence can better help you resolve the larger distortion. Although you don't agree with using distortion to resolve a greater distortion, when two distortions have already occurred, the priority must be to resolve the greater one, and then deal with the smaller one like me. Who knows, maybe this smaller distortion will be eliminated by the larger one, and you won't have to worry about it anymore. Shinji gave a self-deprecating smile and winked at Jean, who shook her head seriously. That's not acceptable. Perhaps as you said, I value the process more because I believe that a good process leads to a good result. And the process of just dying is not a good one. Black Assassin, I don't want you to die irresponsibly and without clarity. Then what do you want me to do? Defeat Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, then survive. After that, I will make my judgment about you, even if it leads to conflict between us. Postpone judgment. Is that your decision as a ruler? Not just as a ruler but also as Jean Dark. Matou Shinji, I want you to survive. Shinji looked at Jean, and Jean looked back at him. Their blue eyes met, unblinking. Can you promise me something? Don't use that noble phantasm that comes from the culmination of your life. I'm sorry. Although Shinji didn't know how he learned about her hidden second noble phantasm, she couldn't promise this. So I can't guarantee anything either. I can only say we'll try our best. Everything we're doing now is for the best possible outcome. Let me help then. You? Can you draw? I can't, but Laetitia can. Wait, who did you say? Shinji found the name familiar but couldn't recall who it was. Laetitia, the owner of this body. Jean pressed her hand to her chest, awakening the girl deeply hidden in her consciousness. Chapter 554, Chapter 554, Night Talk. Laetitia. 2,167 words. When the topic of Laetitia came up, Jean's face lit up with joy. She's a very good girl. Even if you hadn't said so, I already knew. Although somewhat reckless and brash, for an ordinary girl to hand over her body to you without hesitation, that kind of courage is truly admirable. Shinji didn't hold back his words of praise for Jean's host. In a way, you two are very similar. You received a revelation from the Lord and threw yourself into the battlefield. She heard your voice and resolutely came here. Now that you mention it, that's true. And we were both attracted by different things. At this point, Jean couldn't help but laugh. What attracted Jean were undoubtedly the modern foods, means of transportation, and various pieces of knowledge she had never encountered before, especially mathematics. As for Laetitia, it wasn't hard to guess: the Holy Grail War, magic, and the fantastical existence of servants, none of which were things an ordinary person would ever encounter. Wait a moment, I'll call her out. Is that okay? With a stranger at this time. Although he couldn't quite remember what kind of personality this girl had, being alone with a strange man near midnight didn't seem appropriate for a girl, especially one from a church school. Shinji considered Laetitia's standpoint. It's fine. The girl's voice responded. It was the same voice but noticeably weaker. She looked the same, but there was a hint of timidity. I also want to help you and Lady Saint. Laetitia. Shinji blinked. Yes, that's right. You were correct, I am Laetitia. Being stared at by an unfamiliar man, the girl nervously clenched her fists. Nice to meet you, though it sounds strange to say so now. I'm glad to finally get to know you. Shinji tried to appear as friendly as possible, not wanting to scare the girl in front of him. I am also glad to be able to speak to you like this, Mr. Shinji, because before, I could only watch. Just being able to watch is already impressive. Those earth-shattering scenes could easily leave a psychological scar. A person living a normal life in the world, suddenly has a saint possess her body, and getting caught up in a war over the Holy Grail. Although her consciousness was dormant inside and she didn't need to fight personally, there were times when she would inadvertently witness some unbearable scenes. Laetitia gave a slightly different gentle smile than Jean's. In the same appearance, the atmosphere was distinctly different. I'm fine now. Lady Saint has always been very caring. And everyone is very kind, Mr. Shinji, Miss Artoria, Miss Reika, and Jack-chan. I knew nothing about magic until now. I'm completely ignorant. The girl spoke while bringing her hands together in a prayer gesture. If Lady Saint hadn't descended, I would probably have lived my life in ignorance. But now, I know these things in this way, and I've met heroes who were only celebrated in myths and legends. I am not a hero, you know. Did I disappoint you? No, not at all. Laetitia shook her head repeatedly. Shinji is strong, handsome, and smart. You're not inferior to those heroes at all. Thank you for such high praise. But I know I'm still far from their level, really far. Shinji squinted, looking a bit dejected. Seeing his expression, Laetitia became very anxious. No, that's not true. Shinji is really, really amazing, because I've been watching you, always. For Laetitia, this was truly a fantastical time. Before that, her lifestyle was very simple and suffocatingly tight. Morning prayers, noon prayers, evening prayers, prayers before meals, prayers before sleeping. Her friends in the dormitory would often take a break appropriately. She didn't plan to blame them, she even thought it would be better to relax a bit herself. Even though she thought so, for some reason, she had no intention of doing so, perhaps because she feared things that would stir her heart. It was like spending every day in the deep sea. No particularly great joys or sorrows, just living life. The academy she lived in had no particularly distinctive features either. Her friends complained that it felt like a prison. On the other hand, since it wasn't completely cut off from the outside world, some easily fell into degradation, while others regretted it. In such an environment, people often said it was impressive how she could strictly discipline herself. She neither fell into depravity through external interaction nor turned it into excessive pride. Both teachers and friends praised her for some reason. Everyone said her way of living was beautiful and correct. She could only accept these compliments with an ambiguous smile while feeling troubled inside. It wasn't like that at all. She was just afraid of change. She knew her personality very well. She had no self-control. Her brakes had long been broken. Once she started running, she would only accelerate, unable to slow down. Even if there was a cliff ahead, she would jump right off. She couldn't stop until she fell into the abyss and died. So she didn't get involved with the outside world, but she didn't feel great joy in the prison either. After all, her parents were outside, so completely cutting off contact was impossible. She felt like she was stuck in the middle. She wanted to mock herself. She didn't want to connect with others and get tainted by the mundane world, becoming an extremely ordinary person. But she also didn't dare to devote herself to a world ruled solely by taboos, cut off from the outside. In summary, she didn't know what her goal should be, and couldn't find the path she should take. She was just walking forward fearfully, along a vaguely visible road. Well, at this point, it didn't matter what happened next, she walked forward with a semi-desperate attitude. No matter what awaited her on the path. After all, she knew nothing, and that couldn't be helped. Even if she fell into depravity, even if she became a criminal, even if she wanted to regret it, she would dismiss it all with "it can't be helped." Just at such a time, she had a dream and saw a road. Saint Jeanne d'Arc requested her assistance. With the knowledge implanted in her mind, she instantly understood everything and accepted it all. Of course, she experienced fear. The fierce battles between heroes centered around the Holy Grail were not something an ordinary person like her should be involved in. However, in the end, she agreed and solemnly declined the suggestion. "It's fine if I just stay asleep, witnessing everything through the saint's vision." She saw everything, from battles beyond imagination to horrific scenes that filled her with revulsion. Perhaps being within a safety zone served as a mental shield, allowing her to see things that no one else could see in their entire lifetime. She witnessed heroes charging across the battlefield, warriors shattering giant statues with mysterious weapons, mages using bizarre spells, and even indestructible monsters and floating fortresses. Amid these legendary scenes becoming reality, she felt her insignificance, stupidity, and ignorance. Indeed, it was like heaven and earth. She thought she should just treat it all as a dream, return to her world once it was over, bury all the secrets in her heart, and recall them occasionally. After all, it was a world she could not reach. She thought this more than once, but whenever she was about to make up her mind, that person would appear, telling her that the distance between the two worlds wasn't so great, and that there was still a place for her here. Although he also possessed extraordinary power, he did not exude an atmosphere incompatible with the modern world like the other heroes. He would hitchhike using the universal gesture, had received a complete modern education, and his way of speaking and handling things was much like an ordinary person's. He would get carried away, show off deliberately, and even throw tantrums. Honestly, compared to the saint, he had many flaws. But it was these flaws that made Laetitia feel he was real, and her eyes were unconsciously drawn to him, making her want to cheer him on. After all, common heroes and elites always receive extra attention from ordinary people. When she saw him seriously injured, she was very anxious. When she saw him recover, she was so happy. When she heard he was drawing, she felt she could do something for him. For the first time, she urged the saint to come over and took the initiative to intervene in a world that didn't belong to her. Although she felt a bit sorry for the diligent saint, she hoped he could achieve the final victory. "Shinji, you'll be fine, believe in yourself. I will do my best to help you too." Seeing Laetitia like this, working so hard to cheer him up, brought a few more smiles to Shinji's face. "How will you help me?" Miss Reika said you're drawing the layout of the hanging gardens." Lacking confidence, Laetitia took a deep breath and mustered all her courage. "I have some knowledge of drawing. When the saint ascended the gardens, I was watching the whole time. I think I can help." "Is that so? Then could you help draw a general layout, and the route Jean took?" "I'll do my best." "Great, that's the spirit. First, take a look at what I've drawn and see if there are any problems." "Okay." So the two of them moved the papers and pens from the desk to the coffee table, each taking a side, and started working through the night. Outside the slightly ajar door, Fiore watched quietly. Her expression changed several times, finally turning into a barely audible sigh as she silently left. Shinji wasn't the only one pulling all-nighters. His enemies, whom he needed to defeat, were doing the same. Due to 2 consecutive broken phantasm, the palace where the Great Holy Grail was originally stored could no longer be used. As the master of the gardens, Semiramis temporarily established a new altar. Though it was a temporary setup, the altar still maintained the grandeur and luxury characteristic of the gardens. The altar and the surrounding space were distorted and isolated by magic, creating a sense of vastness that stretched endlessly. Although it appeared bowl-shaped from an overall perspective, only the central part was flat. Descending the wide, brick-paved steps to the central area, one could see the greater Holy Grail of Fuyuki, forcibly taken, floating there. Its blue-white radiance made it appear like a moon summoned into this space. However, what was even more astonishing was the ceiling of the altar. The ceiling was made of transparent crystal, filled with water above it. It was like an inverted lake. Blue, red, yellow and other brightly colored water lilies bloomed on the lake's surface, like a sky painted with rainbows. This was a miraculous sight that could only be achieved in the Hanging Gardens, a place with inverse concepts, where water flowed high and people walked low. Unfortunately, this fantastical and magnificent scene was utterly ruined by the altar's owner, a white-haired youth in priestly garb. The outer space of the altar was tainted by large patches of black, resembling ashes left after a fierce fire, or like the dark, eerie works of an expressionist artist. As the youth moved on the altar, the blackened ground rose irregularly, like bubbles, or as if something was gathering and churning within the darkness. Soon, these blackened rises merged, growing larger and taller, eventually forming black human shapes. Apart from their overall color, these figures were almost indistinguishable from real people, with clothing details and facial features well reproduced. The only difference was that these figures remained just that, figures with lifeless, expressionless faces. When the last figure was completed, the youth retracted the red and blue magic power from his arms, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, it's done. Using the souls of servants contained within the Lesser Grail as the foundation, I connected and summoned their spiritual cores with my noble phantasm, and finally used the garden's illusory properties to create shadow servants. Although the principles differ from the originals, their performance is no different, though they inevitably suffer from intelligence and noble phantasm limitations. However, even with restricted noble phantasms, these shadow servants are still powerful. After all, this is the largest Holy Grail war in the Middle East, with 5 top-tier servants participating. Now, it's up to you, Shadow Archer Arash, Shadow Lancer Romulus, Shadow Caster Paracelsus, Shadow Assassin Yanqing, and Shadow Berserker Beowulf. Don't think that I've run out of cards just because I played them all. Using the existing deck is second-rate, creating your cards is the true path. I am the legendary king of games, the so-called numerical disadvantage never existed from the start, ha 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 ha. Chapter 555, Chapter 555, Unable to Betray. 1,479 words. It's truly hideous. In the shadow of the altar's entrance, Semiramis crossed her arms, her slender eyebrows tightly furrowed, seemingly expressing her dissatisfaction in this manner. Shadow servants. They are nothing but puppets with power. Servant shadows would be a more fitting name. I see, indeed a more appropriate term. Golden spiritual particles dispersed, adding a bit of brightness to the dark space. Upon hearing this voice and seeing this shimmer, a clear look of mockery appeared on the Empress's face. It's quite rare to see you leave that room. The room Semiramis referred to was where the former 5 masters of the Red faction rested. Before the servants were summoned, they had been poisoned. While retaining normal thought, they were lured and manipulated into a world of madness by Shiro and Semiramis until Shiro seized the command spells from them. They were all top-tier modern magi with ample mental defenses. However, these defenses were like paper armor to the world's oldest poisoner. As a result, they were neither killed nor granted freedom, merely kept alive in a state no better than waste. Despite this, Karna continued to guard them. When not receiving orders, he stayed in the room, silently accompanying and protecting them, as he had promised earlier. From the beginning, he never regarded Shiro as his master. He followed Shiro's orders solely because it allowed him to better protect the master. While the outcome might not differ, this situation posed a hidden danger. Should his master awaken and issue orders, Karna would undoubtedly betray, regardless of the circumstances. Before the command spells and contracts were stripped, any direct harm was prohibited to avoid arousing the servant's suspicion. Even the poison's dosage was reduced repeatedly. Even Semiramis, the world's oldest poisoner, couldn't achieve satisfactory results under such harsh conditions. Thus, they never knew when the masters might awaken. If they awoke after everything settled, it would be fine. But if they awoke before then... To eliminate this hidden danger, Semiramis had considered more than once dealing with those 5. But she had to consider Karna's feelings, as he was their last strong combatant. This dilemma greatly displeased Semiramis, making her naturally unfriendly towards Karna. Give it up, Lancer. They won't wake up during this battle, and you're not obligated to follow their orders. The master-servant relationship is not an obligation but a contract, a bond. Assassin, you probably don't assist Shiro Kotomine out of obligation either. Of course not. My relationship with him is based on a master-servant contract. But Lancer, your master should be Shiro, not these guys. It was a provocative smile that would be intolerable for most heroes. However, facing Semiramis's smile, Karna showed no sign of anger. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, "You are correct, assassin. The legitimate master-servant relationship exists only between you two in this camp. The master uses you, and you use the master. However, there is mutual dedication and trust. You cannot betray him, at most, you might think about it." These words left Semiramis speechless. Did this heroic spirit just directly point out something hidden deep within her? After a period of silence, the Empress slowly spoke. "What did you just say?" "I didn't say anything. You can't betray your master, and your master fully trusts you, so I was just praising you for having the ideal master-servant relationship." Semiramis glared fiercely at Karna. Karna, however, looked puzzled, as if he found the situation inexplicable. He was indeed praising her, at least from his perspective. But such words. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. As master and servant, you are in the ideal state. You won't betray him, and he won't betray you either. It's not because you would exact the greatest punishment on a betrayer, but because he understands that not betraying is the most important and proper method. He won't betray. These words sounded incredibly noble. Ignoring Semiramis's agitation, Karna continued. I won't ask you to understand me because of this, but at least you can accept my actions, right, assassin? The law of the jungle is the rule of the world, though we are not beasts. Beyond instinct, we should have a layer of human ethics, and that varies for everyone. Currently, it is this layer of ethics that prevents me from betraying my master, because that's how my existence is constituted. I will protect them here, that's all I can say. Is that so? Fine, suit yourself. Thank you, assassin. Karna bowed deeply. Semiramis snorted and activated her spatial transfer magic. Just before her body disappeared, she asked again. Do you think I won't betray? Of course not. Assassin, are you the kind of obsessive who would kill their beloved? Upon hearing this response, Semiramis showed unprecedented panic and disappeared as if fleeing. Karna stood alone, exhaling lightly. Well, this way, assassin won't have the urge to kill my master and the others. Unlike his relieved state, Semiramis, who had returned to her throne, looked bewildered. You cannot betray him, at most, you can only think about it. What an absurd statement. Up until now, some emotion akin to anger began to surge intensely in her heart. Her blood felt like it was boiling. He said I couldn't betray. I am Semiramis, the empress who controlled the Assyrian Empire through betrayal and poisoning. It was utterly ridiculous. The reason she hadn't betrayed Shiro was simply that being on the same side as him was interesting. If he became uninteresting, she could betray him at any time. That Lancer guy was truly laughable. Of course I can betray, just that there's no need to for now. Should I betray him now to show him, take everything he's attached to and turn it into nothingness? Yes, I don't need to cater to that servant's whimsical thoughts. I can just take it all. Just like I've done more than once in the past, using words, fingertips, and sweet poison to make everything mine. I can imagine his expression when betrayed. Shocked as if in a daze, and as he gradually realizes the truth before him, his face would surely twist in anger. Then, he would surely cry out in agony. No, that's not right. That guy wouldn't show such an expression. There's no way he'd let himself end up like that. Please, wait a moment. I am not your enemy. The voice in her mind grew more anxious. I won't take much of your time. Please, you must believe me. Semiramis felt a bit confused. As someone adept at weaving intrigues, she was used to assuming the worst intentions in others. However, this time, she truly sensed no malice. There were many ways to lower one's guard, and there was no need to humble oneself to such an extent. This didn't feel like someone trying to harm her, but rather someone pleading. Fine, let's see what you're up to. Thinking this, Semiramis dispelled the communication spell in her hand. Speak, what do you want to discuss with me? Let's talk about him. Him? Yes, Shiro Koto mine, your master. Shiro. Semiramis's heart skipped a beat. What about him? It's not about him, it's about you. Earlier, you said you wouldn't fall for him. So what if I did? That wasn't your true feelings, was it? What are you trying to say? That I like him. Semiramis's voice turned sharp. Don't joke with me. All people are just my playthings. I can turn them into heartless puppets anytime I wish. Including him. The Empress wanted to say yes, but she knew she couldn't. She could only sit back on her throne, feeling frustrated. I just haven't found his weakness yet. One day, I will. Hee, is that so? The laughter in the voice made Semiramis feel a bit uneasy. Seemed to know him very well. Yes, very well. There's probably no one in this world who knows him better than I do. Hearing this, Semiramis inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. So you are an old acquaintance of his. I'll call him right now to see if what you say is true. Please don't. Why? Are you deceiving me? I'm not deceiving you. If he finds out that I secretly projected my thoughts here, we might not have another chance to communicate like this. Even if you don't want to trust me, at least let me finish speaking. I don't want you to regret it in the future. Regret? Quite bold of you to say that. Do you think you know me well? I don't know if it counts as knowing, but I've been watching you all since this garden, which exists between illusion and reality, appeared. You. Semiramis felt both a chilling fear and an uncontrollable curiosity. Who exactly are you? I am his. What? Upon hearing that barely audible word, Semiramis's empress-like demeanor collapsed. Chapter 556, Chapter 556, Departure. 2,262 words. In the evening, a spell preset at the head of the bed forcibly woke Shinji from his sleep, dispelling the remnants of his drowsiness within seconds. It's time. Uttering this phrase, laden with special significance, in a voice so calm it surprised even himself, the man who had been working tirelessly, and then slept like a log began to stretch and move his limbs. At the same time, he materialized a pure white robe woven by the third magic. As expected, a knock on the door sounded, followed by Jack's voice. Papa, it's time. Wake up. Coming. Shinji straightened his hair in the mirror and opened the door. Papa. Jack, as usual, leaped into his arms. Shinji skillfully caught her, and they rubbed their foreheads together. Do your best. Yeah. Do your best, Shinji. Reika also opened her arms, embracing both father and daughter. Jack and I will be waiting for you to come back. Shinji said nothing, silently holding Jack and Reika for a moment. Then he turned to the last person waiting outside the door, the knight who would always head into battle with him, no matter what happened, the king among knights. The increasingly tacit understanding between the master and servant required no words. A single exchange of glances conveyed everything. Departure. As you command, master. The detailed battle plan had been issued in the morning. At this time, everyone should gather at the plaza of Millennia Castle, take a vehicle to the capital, Bucharest, and then transfer to the large transport golem prepared in advance by Vespron, heading straight for the hanging gardens hovering offshore. When Shinji arrived at the parking lot, many people were already there. Listen up, your task is to drive to Bucharest and then return here. Do not do anything unnecessary. Gord sternly instructed the two homunculi assigned to menial tasks. If you are seen by the Mages Association, you won't be coming back. Even though you are just inferior products, wasting you meaninglessly would still affect my reputation. You don't have much of a reputation to begin with, said Tool bluntly, who had accompanied them. Please don't say that, Miss Tool, Siegfried, standing on the other side, interjected. Master is also concerned for you. What? How could I be concerned about them? Gords went into a frenzy, leading to a familiar bout of bickering that everyone was used to. Not far from them, by the flower bed, Kyrie squatted, smoking, one cigarette after another, seemingly intent on finishing the entire pack in one go. Before long, only 2 cigarettes remained in the box. Kyrie carefully lit one with the treasured lighter he kept in his pocket, and the freshly dissipated smoke once again filled the air. Master. Here, take it. Noticing Mordred's keen interest, Kyrie pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. Oh, I've wanted to try this for a long time. The rebellious knight, dressed in her usual provocative attire, held the cigarette between her fingers and then mimicked Kyrie by putting it in her mouth. Kyrie helped her light it. The moment Mordred took a deep drag, she made a hard-to-describe face. Cough, cough, what is this? Kyrie had been waiting for that expression and laughed unabashedly. Tastes awful, doesn't it? Master, do you think this tastes good? Of course, the first time is terrible, but you get used to it. Why would anyone want to get used to something like this? Idiots. I forgot that a long time ago. This is just awful, just like this thing. Mordred coughed a few more times, but didn't throw away the annoying cigarette. Instead, she handled it more and more carefully. When you think about it, isn't this just like our lives? Yeah. They both understood what the other was talking about. He had seen her dreams, and she had seen his past. The more desperately you crave something, the more unattainable it becomes. In the end, you are left with nothing but to swallow the bitter fruit alone, much like this choking cigarette. Master, I no longer dream of the sword selection because my dream has already been fulfilled. But you? I'm fine because I've already found something I want to do. Something you want to do? What is it? That's a secret. Tell me, Master. Mordred habitually tried to pat Kyrie on the shoulder. Kyrie, anticipating this, dodged and ran off. I can't tell you means I can't tell you. Don't think you can escape. Mordred wasn't about to give up and chased after him with fierce determination. After a few steps, she saw Artoria, in full battle gear, standing quietly nearby. Immediately, she froze, like a mouse caught by a cat, standing there helplessly. Father. It's okay to relax a bit before battle, but don't go overboard. I got it. Wait, what? She had expected her stern father to scold her, but was instead gently reminded. And the cigarette? I'll put it out immediately. Forget it. While it's not a good thing, there's no need to waste it. Just this one. Artoria's reaction once again exceeded Mordred's expectations, and she couldn't help but beam with joy, nodding repeatedly. Father is the best. He. Seeing Mordred's silly smile, like a child, Kyrie took a deep drag on his cigarette. If that child were still here, she'd probably be as old as Mordred by now. Would she be playing around with me like this? Probably not. That child was quiet by nature and likely wouldn't be so lively. I wouldn't have let her become like this either. But no matter which one, they are both so dazzling, both people I cherish. That child is gone, and even wishing upon the Holy Grail can't bring her back. So at least, let Mordred. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze grew resolute. Although half of him had died with that child's passing, the remaining half could still do something. In the end, he could still recover something he had lost before. That is the most fundamental thing for a human, the emotion necessary for humans to dominate this world. This battle must be won, and it will be won. His free hand unconsciously reached into his pocket, gripping the newly completed syringe. It was his greatest contribution, and an indispensable item for the Black Faction's assault on the Hanging Gardens. On the other side, Achilles and Chiron stood side by side, the former holding his spear aimed at the distant sky. Acting together with my teacher like this, it's been a long time. Chiron's lips curled into a nostalgic smile. Yes, back then, you were only this tall and always making mistakes. Atlanta glanced at Achilles with slight surprise, and he responded somewhat awkwardly. Back then, I didn't understand things, but now it's different. My wish is to exist as a hero. I must live up to the title of hero. How about a competition? Big sis, teacher, let's see who can defeat more enemies. I have no problem with that. I'm just not sure what tactics that wicked woman and the strange priest will use to counter us. A hint of worry appeared on Atlanta's face, but Achilles swung his spear confidently. No matter their tactics, we must not let their schemes succeed. You've truly grown into an outstanding hero, Achilles, Chiron sighed softly. Very well, I accept this challenge. Achilles was instantly filled with fighting spirit. Then watch closely. Big sis, I will surpass my father. Teacher, I will surpass you too. Don't get too cocky. I've never lost a competition to a student. I'll be your first loss. It's good to be determined, but don't rush too much and burden the master unnecessarily. Hearing Chiron's reminder, Calls quickly waved his hand. No need to worry about me. This is not just your battle, it's mine too. Even though I'm not an excellent magus, I'll do my best not to hold you back. Whether you run at full speed or use your noble phantasms, I won't limit you. The goal is singular, victory. Well said, master. Let's create some havoc. Don't push yourself too hard, master. Achilles laughed heartily, while Chiron shook his head slightly, a bit helpless. Witnessing this scene, Atlanta thought of her own master. She turned and quietly asked another man who shared the same affiliation. Master, is Fiore still locked in her room? Shinji sighed. Artoria went to see her, but she didn't respond at all. I guess she's still mad at me and Calls. It's only natural for her to be angry. What you did was cruel to her. Yeah, but I don't regret it. Someone had to stay behind and she, as the clan head, was the most suitable person. Besides, her personality isn't suited for the cruelty of war. This is a good opportunity to fulfill my promise to her. After all, who knows if I'll come back alive. As the current head of the Ig Millennia clan, Fiore was naturally prepared to lead by example and head to the front lines. She had been actively preparing for this. However, this morning, when Chiron issued the battle plan, Fiore wasn't included. At first, Fiore thought it was a mistake. But when she asked, she found out that they had no intention of taking her along. Fiore strongly opposed this but was forcibly subdued by Shinji and Calls. Ignoring her authority as clan head, sister, and master, they knocked her out and took her to the operating table to remove and reconstruct the deformed parts of her magic circuits. Although the surgery wasn't long or extensive, the changes to her magic circuits left Fiore extremely weak. Not only was she unable to fight, but even moving became very difficult. In such a physical state, she couldn't go to the front lines. Because of this, Fiore hated the two instigators, not speaking a word to them or seeing them off. You don't need to worry about magic supply. During the surgery, I linked most of the magic circuits to myself, so you can draw freely from me. I know, I'm just a bit envious of them. Sorry. Catching the look of disappointment in Atlanta's eyes, Shinji apologized. It's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. As long as we survive, there will still be opportunities. Yeah, let's both do our best for ourselves, for the world, and for Fiore. As they spoke, Roche and Avisbron arrived at the gathering point, followed by a bronze golem. On the golem's shoulder was a dark object, resembling a huge lump of earth. One end of the lump had an opening, through which a pale face, filled with hateful eyes and a constantly moving mouth, could be seen. Judging by the mouth movements, she must be cursing continuously, but due to the magic seal, no one could hear her. Soon, her former servant Astolfo and her most hated homunculus Sieg arrived, as noisy as ever. Astolfo ran ahead, with Sieg chasing behind. "Hurry up, master, we're going to be late." "Don't run so fast, Ryder, I can't keep up." "Ah, everyone is already here. Sorry for making everyone wait so long. It's all my fault. I accidentally overslept." As usual, an absurd reason. Fellow rider Achilles couldn't help but retort. "A servant oversleeping? No, to be precise, servants shouldn't need to sleep. But sleeping feels so good, especially when I'm cuddling with master. I'm an idiot for even talking to you about this." Achilles showed an exasperated expression, and the others weren't any different. "I say, Ryder's master, can't you control him a bit as his master?" I really can't." Sieg scratched his cheek with some distress. Although he had only been born recently, he wasn't lacking in common sense. He intended to do as other masters did, allowing his servant to either stay in spirit form or freely roam the castle. But when he mentioned this, Astolfo cried out, "Are you saying you'd be happier if I wasn't around, and only when I sleep with master do I feel fully energized?" In the end, Sieg had to compromise. As a homunculus designed to supply magical energy, his magic circuits were of extremely high quality. Even keeping Astolfo materialized all the time didn't pose much of a burden. Well, don't sweat the details. Thanks to master, I'm in top form right now. Let's smash those villains who want to destroy the world to pieces." Seeing Astolfo so full of fighting spirit, the others couldn't say much more. Saving the world was the priority now. Jean, who had been reviewing the battle plan in the passenger seat, stepped out of the car and addressed everyone. "For this operation, there are no strict rules or conditions. Even if you achieve your wishes with the Greater Grail first, that's fine. The sole objective is to defeat Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, and prevent him from using the Greater Grail's power to destroy the world. Is everyone ready?" Some responded loudly, some nodded quietly, and some hefted their weapons. Though their responses varied, they all conveyed the same resolve. "Let's move out." The roar of engines echoed throughout the Millennia Castle, causing a nearby curtain to lift slightly. A pair of beautiful eyes hid in the darkness, filled with shimmering moisture, unclear whether it was the natural color of the pupils or the mist spreading from the corners. "You traitors! I will get my revenge on you, definitely. So you must come back. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." Shinji calls. Chapter 557, Chapter 557, ready. 1421 words. The night grew deeper. In the floating hanging garden, small springs could be found everywhere, and Karna had always been accustomed to bathing in such places. For a servant, there was no need to do this, but habits from one's lifetime were hard to break. Watching the astonishing phenomenon of water flowing upwards, Karna silently washed his body. Contrary to his luxurious armor and colorful spear, Karna preferred a simple life. Originally, neither the armor nor the spear were things he desired. The armor was granted by the gods at his mother's request, and the spear was given as a substitute for that armor. He was extremely grateful for them and considered it the highest honor. The fact that he, who had been abandoned by his mother, survived was entirely thanks to the power bestowed by his father and the armor given by his mother. He had to live without tarnishing the glory of his father. This principle had not changed, even now that he had gained a second life. As a servant, he naturally had to obey his master's orders, but Karna resolutely refused to do anything that would tarnish his father's glory. However, if the master had been controlled from the start of the summoning, then it was no longer a matter of his actions. The master was dreaming with empty eyes. Communication was impossible, and establishing any kind of meaningful connection was out of the question. From the continuous mutterings in his sleep, it was clear that he mistakenly believed he had obtained the Holy Grail. Knowing this was enough. He needed to obtain the Holy Grail and fulfill his master's wish. Of course, he was well aware that this was an exceedingly difficult task. He might not even reach that point. The Holy Grail, though close, was not something easily seized, and more importantly, his master had already been transformed by Amakusashiro Tokisada, who currently possessed the Holy Grail. Although he had no ill intentions, this was an undeniable fact. He was truly at a loss. However, such situations were familiar to Karna. He neither resented his previous master nor hated his current one. He did what he could within his abilities. He offered what was asked of him as much as possible. And he solemnly accepted all the consequences that came with it. No, perhaps not all of them. Karna recalled what he had been pursuing all along. In this world, there was only one hero who continuously disturbed Karna's heart. His name was Arjuna. He was the man who took everything from Karna as the price for his armor and spear. One could say Arjuna was a man who gained everything without any cost. Was the feeling Karna held towards Arjuna jealousy? Or was it something other than jealousy? Karna never figured this out until his death. He had never been jealous of anyone, and he couldn't name the emotion that had always disturbed his heart. At the beginning of this Holy Grail war, he had once had an opportunity to understand this emotion. In Black Saber, there seemed to be a shadow of Arjuna. It wasn't until he later heard his true name from Shiro's mouth that Karna suddenly realized. A tragic hero who inherited royal blood and gained wealth, honor, and everything else, Siegfried. But unlike Arjuna, his end was exceedingly tragic. He didn't even have time to raise his dragon-slaying sword before he was killed by a strike to his only invulnerable weak spot. Regarding the diverse servants participating in this Holy Grail war, Karna considered them all to be extraordinary beings. As allies, they should assist one another; as enemies, they were formidable opponents. In this sense, Karna could be said to understand these spirits better than anyone. However, the one who piqued his interest the most was Black Saber. Even though they didn't exchange many words, if their blades had clashed hundreds or thousands of times, they would naturally come to understand something about each other. Despite being similar to Arjuna, he was a man who was always yearning for something. A man who had no regrets about his untimely death, but was pursuing something new. In anyone's eyes, he was truly a genuine hero. Such a man hoped to fight him again, seeing him as an enemy that must be defeated. For a warrior, this could be considered the highest honor, and a kind of joy. For Karna, joy could only be found on the battlefield. Although he was also grateful for various kind and warm conversations, they were far removed from what he considered personal desire. There was no personal longing within them, nor any joy that made his blood boil. Only on the battlefield. Concentrating his entire being into his spear, liberating himself from his origins and the intentions of his faction, and letting his true self run wild without any reservations in those brief moments, made his blood truly boil. That battle, that promise. The sparks from their blades seemed like twinkling stars. A worthy opponent who effortlessly countered his full-strength attacks while urging him to give his all. Though a bit arrogant, it made him feel as if his life existed for the joy of that single moment. Soon, he would feel that emotion again, and he hoped to recognize it for what it truly was this time. The atmosphere in the air changed, a sign of an impending storm. Have they come? Karna stepped out of the pool, silently donned his golden armor, picked up his divine spear, and headed to the battlefield of fate. Almost simultaneously, Semiramis opened her eyes on the throne. Oh, have they arrived, master? It was expected, we just don't know how they will approach. Shiro, who was wiping his sword, looked up as Semiramis activated a spell, projecting the outside scene onto the ceiling. This, oh my, they've put on quite a show. Flying puppets, creating so many in just a few days. I can somewhat understand why you wanted Black Castor to surrender. It wasn't Shiro's fault. Semiramis sighed like this because the number of bird-shaped puppets was simply too astonishing, almost covering the entire screen. With these puppets obscuring the view, they had no idea where the enemy servants were hiding. Tying to win with sheer numbers. To accomplish this, I should at least commend you, but such petty tricks are not enough to approach my garden. Her delicate fingers wove a spell, and commands flowed from her lips. Activate defense mechanisms, deploy interception spells, Tayamtum Umma, activate. Watch carefully, master. The mistress of the garden raised her head proudly, looking at her master as if showing off, and the latter looked back at her with slight surprise. Master. What's the matter? You seem different somehow. Did something happen? No, nothing happened. A trace of panic flashed in Semiramis's eyes. Really? Really? By the way, master, shouldn't your shadow servants join me in the interception as well? Since they're ready, they should at least come out and say hello. They can serve as a backup for my Tayamtum Umma. Didn't you say they can destroy the Tayamtum Umma? I want to see how they plan to do that. You're right. Let the Shadow Archer and Shadow Caster join the battle. I'll arrange it. The Shadow Servants are fine, but their minds aren't very sharp, making them a bit difficult to command. Shiro dropped the white cloth he was holding, sheathed his katana, and quickly walked out of the throne room. After confirming his departure, the Empress on the throne quietly exhaled and focused on operating the interception spell. This scene was inadvertently observed by someone sitting in the corner, sparking new creative inspiration. The Empress of Assyria can show such an expression. It seems I need to add a new segment to the story. I must be careful not to be discovered. I absolutely must not die before completing my story. Shakespeare was undoubtedly the world's most renowned playwright. The stories he wrote could even be elevated to noble phantasms, no matter how absurd or fantastical they were. The only thing he couldn't do was create something dull. As long as he, as a writer, found it interesting, his pen could drive events and reverse causality. Filled with intense passion, he silently typed a line on his keyboard. The Empress had already fallen in love. What about the saint, who had led a life on an opposite trajectory yet had never experienced the taste of love? Chapter 558, Chapter 558, Aerial Battle Outside the Gardens. 1,302 words. Although there was something slightly off about Semiramis, the interception spell she cast was undeniably a pinnacle-level Grand Mage craft. Tayamtum Umma, the Black Coffin of 10, and 1, a massive black coffin modeled after the 11 beasts born of the legendary monster Tiamat, capable of repelling external enemies with Super A-rank light projectiles. It was her greatest masterpiece. Perish, you ugly, stupid birds. With Semiramis's sharp words, 11 black cubes, each over 20 meters long, simultaneously unleashed terrifying magic blasts. No, calling them magic blasts wouldn't do them justice, they were more like meteors, each containing the power to destroy armies and fortresses. Under such terrifying attacks, the aerial golem army created by Avisbron was utterly powerless, with more than half destroyed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the hanging garden was positioned over the sea, preventing secondary damage from the magic torrents and golem's fragments. Ah, what a pity. I worked overtime to make these. At the end of the golem army, Roche stood on the tail of a large bronze bird, complaining in dissatisfaction. Beside him, Shinji remained calm. They were meant to be disposable cannon fodder. It's impressive they made it this far. Next, prepare to land. Caster, wait for my signal to use that. Understood. Avisbron responded indifferently, maneuvering the puppets forward. Shinji grabbed Roche and boarded another nearby golem with him. When we reach the garden, take the remaining golems and leave. Don't return unless the garden is destroyed. Got it, you don't need to tell me. Hurry up, I don't want to see you. Roche's attitude towards Shinji had always been poor due to Shinji's coercion of Avisbron. I don't need you to tell me, I'll leave. Shinji didn't mind. He spread his Hades cloak and disappeared into the night. As long as Avisbron followed his plan, it didn't matter how much Roche cursed. As for what would happen to them later, Whether Roche would meet the same fate as in the original timeline, being betrayed by the teacher he revered. He didn't care at all. Tiamtum Uma once again erupted with terrifying magical waves, seemingly intending to wipe out all aerial enemies in one fell swoop. Achilles, lurking among the golems, let out a dissatisfied grunt. "TCH, how troublesome. Is this that woman's doing? It's up to you now, Black Rider. Don't embarrass us riders." "Oh, leave it to me," Astolfo replied proudly, raising his head high. "All right, let's go. Master." The hippogriff neighed loudly, a sound no less piercing than the wind, as its iron hooves and sharp claws shattered the bronze shell on the golem's back. With a running start, it soared into the sky. Astolfo of the 12 paladins of Charlemagne, here to fight. His voice echoed through the night sky. Though he didn't use his horn, and it was just a brief moment, everyone present became aware of his presence. Riding the hippogriff, a mythical creature born between a griffin and a mare, he flew high, high up in the sky at an altitude of 7,500 meters, swiftly and fiercely, with his master who shared his destiny, launching a bold assault towards the enemy fortress. Of course, Semiramis would never easily allow an invasion by external enemies. "Foolish beings. Last time, you were outside my range and survived by luck. This time, I will leave not even your bones intact. Regret while you still have your skulls, along with your master, before I blast them off." The black coffin changed direction, locking onto the Black Rider. Amidst high-pitched laughter, the light projectiles fired, and it was supposed to end there, but it happened just as Master said. The magic blasts filling the field of vision were so dense and terrifying in power that Astolfo's body couldn't help but tremble. Even so, the Pink Knight neither retreated nor fell. His master clung tightly to him from behind. Words weren't necessary, the trust between them had long surpassed the need for verbal communication. Regardless of whether his rationality evaporated or whether he was strong or weak, in Sieg's heart, he was a brave knight, the hero who saved him. As long as he was there, they could endure any terrifying battlefield together. "All right, the time is now. My heart trembles in the moonless terror, but it shall never retreat. Casseur de Logi still." The pages of the book he took out began to spread and dance in the strong wind. The light projectiles approached at the speed of sound, but Astolfo ignored their presence and continued to charge forward. Magic blasts capable of penetrating A-rank anti-magic barriers did not cause the rider any harm this time. With a sound akin to shattering steel, the light projectiles were deflected. Of course, it wasn't just one light projectile, countless light projectiles rained down on the Pink Knight like a meteor shower. However, under the effect of the liberated magic book, all magic dissipated meaninglessly. "This feels amazing. Master, hold on tight. I'm going to speed up even more." "Okay, got it." Sieg, the homunculus master, responded with a voice no less loud than Ryder's. Light projectiles continually struck the pages surrounding them, shattering and scattering. "But it's amazing." Hearing Sieg's words, Astolfo shouted. "Are you saying the book is amazing?" "No, the amazing one is Ryder. Being entrusted with this book meant gaining the trust of Queen Logistilla. Not long ago, he had bravely soared through the skies even when he couldn't recall his true name. It's still too early to be surprised. Come on, we're the first." Astolfo gently patted the neck of the speeding hippogriff, urging it to accelerate further. The number of light projectiles continued to increase. Among the 11 black coffins serving as defensive mechanisms, 6 locked onto the Black Rider, firing simultaneously. "Come on, bring it on." It was like a waterfall of light, pure and overwhelmingly violent in quantity, yet it couldn't crush its target. The hippogriff didn't stop, single-mindedly charging forward. The target is that huge black cannon. Without it, assassin and ruler can reach the garden. Charge, whoa. Rider, be careful. As the duo simultaneously increased their magic power, ready to close the distance in one go, a burst of flames exploded near their faces. A black arrow grazed their heads, and the intense wind pressure even drew a trail of blood. What is this? An ambush. Astolfo, his momentum interrupted, scrambled to maneuver evasively while searching for the attacker. Quickly, under the flickering light of the black coffin's projectiles, he spotted two black figures. One held a bow, each arrow posing a lethal threat to Astolfo. The other had empty hands, but magic continuously transformed within them, evolving into various spells. In terms of rank, these spells were much lower than the light projectiles fired by the black coffin, and couldn't break through the defense of the magic book. However, the physical effects of the combined magic did indeed hinder the hippogriff's advance, providing more opportunities for their allies' shots. Scary, so scary, Astolfo cried out in panic. How can I get close to that cannon with them around? What about using the trick we used to dodge the big explosion earlier? Sieg suggested. No, in that state, the enemy can't hit us, but we can't hit them either. Plus, it consumes a huge amount of magic. What should we do? This wasn't in the battle plan. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Just keep moving forward. That voice. Chiron? You only need to destroy the cannon. We'll handle the arrows, betting on the honor of an archer. The words were accompanied by two arrows piercing the air, one green and one brown. The great sage Chiron and the legendary huntress Atlanta, two archers whose skills had reached divine levels, took their shots simultaneously. Chapter 559, Chapter 559, A True Hero Kills with a Stare. 1067 words. Though hiding in the rear, the other servants never ceased to monitor the battle. When they saw Astolfo unleash his noble phantasm, Caser de Logi still, rendering the magic projectiles ineffective, they were overjoyed. But when they saw Astolfo gradually approaching the black coffin only to face new obstacles, their hearts tightened. Thanks to the archer's clairvoyant skill, Chiron and Atlanta detected the enemy archers even before Astolfo. They immediately confirmed that the enemy archer, like them, had archery skills that had reached divine levels. The caster accompanying him was also highly skilled, and neither were any of the expected opponents such as Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, Semiramis, Karna, or Shakespeare. Who were they? Where did Amakusa Shiro Tokisada find such powerful individuals? These questions didn't hinder the two archers' reactions. Almost simultaneously, they drew their bows to clear the way for Astolfo. Just before the arrows were released, Jean used her privilege to find the answer. Her kilometer-scale perception revealed they were servants. Although the distance was too great to activate her true name discernment skill, by referring to the panel recording basic information of all servants, she could identify them as two of the newly appeared 5 servants. The panel still showed the status of the 5 servants as dead, suggesting some special method was used to borrow their powers. Upon hearing this explanation and speculation, Achilles was immediately infuriated. These bastards don't even spare dead heroes. I want to kill them right now. Hey, ruler, it's our time to fight yet. Wait a bit longer, it's not time yet. When will it be time then? When 8 of the 11 cannons are aimed at Rider. It's 6 now. It seems Red Assassin is more impatient than I thought. Go now, Red Rider, Achilles. Oh! A powerful light burst under the dark sky. It was a torrent of surging magic power, exploding from within a bird-shaped golem. Amidst the piercing neighs, a silver chariot pulled by 2 undead horses soared into the sky, carrying their comrades. Son of Peleus, Achilles is here. Assyrian witch, come and meet your end. Don't shout, how rude. Did your sea goddess mother and your teacher never teach you manners? Semiramis wasn't someone to take insults quietly, and she retorted through magic. Manners are for friends, not enemies. For a witch like you, the best way is to pierce your throat with a spear so you can't speak anymore. Just you. The remaining 3 black coffins shifted direction, launching a barrage of anti-army projectiles at the speeding undead chariot. I'm not the only one who wants to kill you. As Achilles laughed heartily, holy light flashed above his head. In the knife-like cold wind, the holy flag fluttered violently. Standing not inside the chariot, but on the back of the divine horses, the girl was nothing short of majestic. In this Holy Grail war, only one servant could withstand the overpowered magic bullets with their body, Jeanne d'Arc. She did not belong to any of the 7 classes, but stood alone as an absolute adjudicator. However, in Semiramis' words, she was known as a rude country girl. Jeanne, who was continuously deflecting the magic bullets with her holy flag, ignored the enemy's insult and calmly sent her voice out. "Where is Amakusa Shiro Tokisada? Master is making the final preparations. If you don't hurry, the world will be destroyed." "Does he want to destroy the world?" Jeanne confirmed one last time. "Whether he does or not, I don't care. If you want to stop Master, come and catch up. Of course, that's if you can break through our defenses." Before the words finished, a sun rose in the aerial garden. Before the battle, Shiro had informed her of the enemy's hidden trump cards, including the holy flag and the magic book. Thus, when the magic bullets were first blocked, she immediately notified Karna. Celebrated in the oldest Indian epic, the Mahabharata, Karna stood at the pinnacle of human history. With the vast magical support of the great Holy Grail, this son of the sun god had become the undisputed strongest blade. Unlike Semiramis, who thrived on schemes and exuded malice and coldness, Karna's magic was filled with an overwhelming heat that stirred the heart. Unconcerned about magical energy consumption, he freely unleashed the flames of the sun, illuminating the entire night sky with his radiant brilliance. "I regret to say, but you'll have to fall." With a single hand, he spun his divine spear, effortlessly deflecting the arrows attacking from the side. Then, propelled by the flames of the sun, he surged towards Astolfo's hippogriff at a speed surpassing light bullets. Even while accelerating, he didn't forget to glance at Chiron, who had launched the sniping attack. This glance itself was the release of a noble phantasm. Equipment is inadequate. A true hero kills with a stare. Brahmastra. Not good. Achilles' expression changed. With magic bullets in front and Brahma's light from the side, he had no time to dodge while at full speed. Whether being hit from either side, his undead chariot would be finished. "It's okay." Jeanne infused power into her hands, and loudly called out the true name of her noble phantasm. "O flag of mine, protect our comrades. Luminosite Eternelle." This was a flag blessed by God, a flag that had gathered countless beliefs. As long as the saint waves the flag, we will not be defeated. The simple and pure belief of the soldiers, spread worldwide as Jeanne's fame grew, ultimately manifested as the saint's inherent noble phantasm. And that stance of holding the flag and resisting. It resembled someone who fought against all the evils of the world. It also resembled someone who opposed a falling star. It resembled all those who, with their insignificant human bodies, opposed that before them. Embracing dignity, will, love, anger, or some other belief, even when facing overwhelming violence capable of slaughtering thousands, humans still possess the courage to rise and resist, surpassing fear. As long as this belief doesn't collapse, as long as the flag flies high, as long as the saint hasn't fallen, neither overpowered magic bullets, nor Brahma's light, nor any other form of violence can shake this protection. This is Jeanne d'Arc, born in an era of declining mystery, yet still able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest heroes of the mythological age. Chapter 560, Landing. 1070 words. On the other side, Karna's ultra-high-speed thrust did not harm the fastest-charging Astolfo, and Sieg due to the appearance of a certain individual. The sword energy that cut across the sky, the presence as imposing as a mountain, and the undeniable heroism all clearly indicated his identity. "So you've come, Black Saber." Karna did not show the slightest hint of surprise, only casting a burning gaze at the man swiftly approaching. The man who had promised to battle him again was riding alongside his master on the Pegasus that once belonged to the Black Assassin, unleashing a terrifying slash that surpassed even Brahma's light. That was the greatest trump card of the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried, the true name release of the phantasmal great sword he obtained from the Nibelung, known as Phantasmal Great Sword, Bamung. With the invocation of its true name, the twilight-colored aurora released from the sword swept across half the battlefield, striking Karna before he could change direction. The divine magic power from both the flames of the sun and the phantasmal greatsword clashed, illuminating the faces of the two great heroes with a bright and glorious light. The result of the collision was unsurprising. Karna, who faced an anti-army noble phantasm of A+ rank with his body, not only had his forward momentum completely neutralized, but the flames of the sun surrounding him were also entirely consumed. In the end, he was flung away as if scattered like petals. However, this level of attack, simply being struck from a distance by a noble phantasm, could not kill him. Siegfried was well aware of this. Please, Pegasus Bellerophon. Siegfried's riding skill was only at B rank, not enough to fully control a high-level phantasmal beast like Bellerophon. However, the relationship between a knight and their steed is not just about control, but also mutual communication and cooperation. Even Shinji, a human without inherent skills, had cooperated with Pegasus Bellerophon in this manner. Now Siegfried was doing the same. Hearing Siegfried's request, the intelligent and kind Pegasus let out a long, resonant cry and flapped its restored white wings with all its strength, charging straight at Karna. Semiramis would not allow Siegfried to pursue her strongest spear without interference. The black coffins turned, all aiming at the Pegasus, seemingly prepared in advance. In the time it took for the black coffins to change direction and adjust their aim, Astolfo had already broken through the blockade and rushed towards the nearest black coffin. Even with Hippogriff, destroying the defensive weapons of Tyamtum Ummu of the Hanging Gardens was impossible. Even if successful, only 2 or 3 could be destroyed. If 8 remained, they would still be a formidable defensive force. This was Semiramis's evaluation of Astolfo's power. Her assessment was very accurate, but the proud empress forgot one thing: turning the impossible into possible is what makes a heroic spirit, granting them the right to be summoned as a servant seeking the Holy Grail. Even if Hippogriff alone couldn't do it, Astolfo still had a magic book and a spear in hand. All right, let's go. No problem, just trust in her book. Yes. Wrapped in swirling, flying pages, Astolfo and Sieg charged forward on the phantasmal beast, holding a golden assault spear in his right hand. He knew very well that such a charge had a high chance of ending in failing, and the intelligent Hippogriff and the magic book told him so. But if he combined the power of the book and the Hippogriff, it might be possible. Whether we can break into the aerial gardens and stop Amakusa Shiro Tokisata largely depends on whether you can break Semiramis's defensive barrier. If you fail, we'll have to risk our lives. These were Shinji's words to him before the action, and he remembered them well. The hopes of his comrades were all pinned on him. How could he give up now? Even a weak knight had his pride. Master, lend me all your magical power. Charge. Though they looked cuter than most girls at this moment, the aura they exuded was more manly than any man. The swirling pages scattered more chaotically, deflecting all the surrounding magical energy. Sensing its owner's resolve, the phantasmal beast let out a high-pitched whinny and accelerated further. The two, transformed into an arrow of light, successfully shattered Semiramis's proud defensive device. However, the cost was high. As expected, they only managed to destroy one. Ugh, arg. Feeling a pain so intense it seemed like all his bones were about to break, tears welled up at the corners of Astolfo's eyes. But it was just pain, nothing more. Hippogriff, can you still go on? The Hippogriff responded with a confirming whinny. What about Master? No problem. With trust in his partner, Astolfo continued the assault. Their efforts were not in vain. The destruction of one black coffin created a gap in the magical barrage blocking Siegfried, allowing Bellerophon to transform into a comet, breaking through the barrage with dragon-like defense, and delivering Siegfried right to Karna. Karna had already recovered from the direct hit of the noble phantasm in a short time, dodging Siegfried's charge with a mid-air maneuver. Siegfried did not give up. He pushed off Bellerophon's back and leaped high, continuing his pursuit of Karna. This was 7,500 meters above the ground, with the vast, boundless ocean below. A single misstep by a swordsman without flight capabilities would result in a tragic end. However, Siegfried did not waver in the slightest, and his master Gord's placed all his trust in him. Go, Siegfried! With Gord's shout, the phantasmal great sword turned into a stream of light and hit Karna's body for the second time. The force of an avalanche poured out, pushing both their bodies unreservedly toward the direction of the Hanging Gardens. Though the method was a bit unconventional, Black Saber Siegfried indeed became the first to land in the Hanging Gardens. This greatly boosted the morale of the attacking side. Ha ha ha, well done, Black Saber, Black Rider. We can't lose either. Teacher, big sister, ruler, and master, hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. Run as if your life depends on it. My life is a shooting star. Troia's Tragoidia. Achilles laughed heartily and swung the reins with all his might. The silver chariot drew a serpent-like trajectory in the sky, biting towards the throat of the Hanging Gardens. Chapter 561, Chapter 561, Rome. 1089 words. The declaration of the Red Rider Achilles echoed through the heavens and the earth. The Black Rider Astolpho was not outdone. Although not as grandiose, there was a resolute determination that would never turn back. Charge! With a teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting, another black coffin shattered in response. The second one, bring it on. The phantasm beast, inheriting the wings of the griffin, summoned a blue tornado. Pages fluttering like snow intertwined with the assault spear, fiercely crashing into the third black coffin. Subsequently, this black coffin also shattered in response. However, the golden assault spear that had helped its master pierce through 3 consecutive black coffins had reached its limit. The tip of the spear showed spiderweb-like cracks and shattered along with the black coffin. Oh, Argalia! Astolpho pouted in dissatisfaction and threw the spear aside. Although the noble phantasm wasn't completely damaged, the assault spear without its tip was useless for charging. No choice, from now on, we'll have to rely on ourselves, right, Hippogriff? The phantasmal beast's response was still loud and clear. Master, the impact will be greater next. Hold on tight. Yes, we will succeed because the rider is a hero. Right, I'm a hero. Charge, Astolpho assault. Without the lance, it was now purely a contest between flesh and blood versus the turret. Although the hippogriff was a phantasmal beast, it ranked lower compared to the griffin, which was akin to its father. In terms of mystery, it naturally couldn't compare to Semiramis. However, this Hanging Gardens was ultimately just vainglorious. It was a noble phantasm constructed from materials existing in the present world. In the end, these two kinds of mysteries were almost evenly matched. Though they could be damaged, it was impossible to do so without any harm. One hard feather began to break, and the foreheads were already bloodied in the third one. In the fourth one, the once majestic face gradually twisted. Soon, another black coffin was broken. 3 more to go. Hippogriff, can you still manage? The hippogriff let out 3 cries, though not as loud as before, still full of determination. So what if the beak was broken and the hooves cracked? Since the master was fighting so hard, how could Hippogriff retreat as a companion? Seek pounded his thigh forcefully, forcing himself not to look away, trying to squeeze out the magic power in his body. Although it was a noble phantasm, the Hippogriff and the servant were also summoned as living beings. They felt pain and fear. Without a weapon, every collision brought them closer to death. Astolpho gritted his teeth, and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. Compared to beings like Pegasus or Achila's horse, the Hippogriff was weak. Compared to masters like Amakusa Shiro Tokisada or Shinji Matou, Sieg was weak. Compared to heroes like Achilles and Chiron, Astolpho was undoubtedly weak. A weak riding beast, a weak master, and a weak servant. This is an unchangeable fact. Neither noble lineage and status nor outstanding achievements. Although considerable effort was made, it wasn't through any rigorous, unparalleled training. However, being weak is not an excuse to avoid challenges. Pretending that what can be done is impossible is unacceptable. Because we have always lived this way, never willing to look away no matter how slim the hope may be. Struggling desperately to do what we can, while also fighting to turn the impossible into possible. So, let's go. The storm rose again, and the two of them, with one rider, gave it their all. At that moment, a pure white radiance, like a comet, sliced through the night sky and appeared before the hippogriff. Assassin's Pegasus. The Pegasus nuzzled the hippogriff with its forehead, and then bit Astolfo's skirt with its mouth. With an A+ rank in riding, allowing communication with almost all phantom beasts, Astolfo instantly understood its intention. You want to take over for the hippogriff? The Pegasus nodded humanely. With intelligence not inferior to humans, it had long seen the heavy burden on the hippogriff, so after delivering gourds to the garden, it returned at the fastest speed, hoping to help Astolfo. Wow, you're so kind. Just as Astolfo was about to cheer, a magic bullet came flying, almost hitting Pegasus, who had no magic book for protection. Ah, now's not the time for this. Master, hold me tight. The hippogriff dissipated into particles, and at the same time, Astolfo flipped and climbed onto Pegasus's back. Good job, partner. Rest well, you're up next, Pegasus. What's your name? Bellerophon, is it? What a great name. Let's go, Bellerophon, smash the remaining iron blocks to pieces. Nay. Although the Pegasus's cry was different from the hippogriff's, the will it contained was no different. With a brave roar, the pure white comet shattered the remaining black objects. Infuriating. Although Master had mentioned it, I didn't expect someone of this caliber could smash the Tiamtum Umma. The Book of the Witch, the Hippogriff, and the Pegasus, very well, very well. Semiramis gazed coldly at the celebrating pink knight hovering outside the garden. No choice, the repair of the black coffins will have to wait until later. Now what needs to be done is... The Empress, seated on the throne, raised her right hand and cast her gaze upon the invaders who had begun to land in the garden, activating the traps prepared in advance, previously thinking Shiro was being overly cautious, now realizing it was her underestimation. At the moment her fingers moved, the spatial structure within the garden underwent a drastic change. The first to suffer was Achilles' chariot. He intended to use speed and numerical advantage, as instructed by Jean, to first take down the two shadow servants engaged in a shooting battle with Chiron and Atlanta. Unexpectedly, as soon as the chariot entered the garden's range, the surrounding space distorted. When Achilles burst out of the distortion, all the passengers in the immortal chariot had vanished, and Achilles himself found himself in a strange forest. Before Achilles could make sense of the situation, the surrounding trees began to grow wildly, in the blink of an eye trapping the immortal chariot. Enough with these petty tricks, come out and face me. Achilles scoffed, put away the chariot, and swung his spear with incredible speed, cutting through the wildly growing vegetation as he advanced toward the source of the magic. There stood a man formed from black shadows, taller than Achilles, holding a massive war spear, raising both hands high, and issuing a deafening cry. Rome. Chapter 562, Chapter 562, Servants vs. Shadow Servants. 1102 words. Not only did Achilles encounter obstruction from a shadow servant, but the others riding the chariot faced similar challenges. When Chiron encountered spatial turbulence, he quickly pulled his master calls, preventing them from being separated. As soon as the spatial distortion stabilized, a dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, leaving no time to react. Only an all-around archer like Chiron, who could wield his bow as a staff to create an impenetrable defense, could protect calls. In contrast, Atlanta might already have been injured in such an ambush, let alone being able to shield calls amidst the arrow rain. After the volley of arrows, Chiron counterattacked with a set of 5 arrow burst, returning fire. Although he didn't see the enemy, his skill allowed him to calculate their precise location through the angle and force of the arrows. The enemy's identity had long been confirmed, the Shadow Archer, an archer with unparalleled archery skills, who had been obstructed by Chiron and Atlanta since the aerial battle began. Master, stay behind me and protect yourself. Understood, Primal Spirit, Raptor. Calls swiftly released the prepared beast spirit. Atlanta found herself in a confined room with solid walls all around, seemingly meant to restrict her swift movements. In the center of the room stood a burly man, naked from the waist up. Though his body was composed of shadows, Atlanta could see the bulging muscles on the man's body. The man's weapons were two unusually shaped large swords. While most servants would need both hands to wield such weapons, he held them effortlessly with one hand each. Just looking at him made Atlanta feel as if her chest was being compressed, making it hard to breathe. But that wasn't the most troublesome part. The most troublesome was the aura emanating from the man, an aura similar to her own. It wasn't a human aura but that of a beast. If Atlanta were a cat, then this man was a wolf that would tear its prey to pieces. And now, this wolf had set its sights on the cat that had intruded into its territory, ready to attack at any moment. They've chosen a good prey for me. The celestial bow was drawn silently. In such a confined space, facing an enemy with terrifying strength, Atlanta was at an absolute disadvantage from the start. However, this did not shake her. Since her birth, she had been fighting various prey. A strong prey would not induce fear, but rather ignite her fighting spirit. Grasping an arrow, she infused its tip with magic, and the eyes of the spirit cat met those of the ferocious wolf. Dedicate this hunt to the great goddess Artemis. She released her fingers, the arrowhead erupted with immense magic, and the legendary huntress began her hunt. Due to the exceptional EX magic resistance of the ruler, Jean was the only one unaffected by the spatial distortion. However, her current situation was the most perilous of all. The chariot vanished, and she naturally began to fall. At that moment, a shadow leaped out from the forest below, launching an attack on her midair. Thanks to her strong perceptive abilities, Jean had been prepared before the shadow leaped, adjusting her body for confrontation. However, the holy flag she wielded with tremendous force did not affect the attacker. The shadow, barehanded, deftly avoided the flag's tip, used a single hand to leverage the flagpole, and climbed onto the flag. With one hand and both feet free, it aimed a series of fierce blows at Jean's head and face. The attack speed was so fast that even the A-rank revelation couldn't react in time. In the few seconds from midair to the ground, Jean had already suffered dozens of attacks, making her see stars and feel completely dazed. Upon landing, the shadow did not intend to slow down, but instead increased its attack speed because one hand was freed. Helpless, Jean had to release the holy flag once again. With absolute defense, she temporarily blocked the enemy outside the barrier. However, this method was not a long-term solution. The noble phantasm consumes a tremendous amount of mana, and Jean herself must remain stationary while holding the flag during its release. This is akin to a turtle that cannot move or fight back, only able to passively endure attacks, and even this turtle shell has its limits. The greatest flaw of the holy flag is that it accumulates damage with each use. When the accumulated damage reaches a certain level, the flag will shatter and become unusable. After multiple releases, fine cracks had already appeared on the fleur-de-lis flag. A solution must be found before the flag reaches its limit. Because she was a newly linked servant to the Greater Grail, her command spells couldn't affect the enemy. She could only rely on her class skill True Name Discernment. Shaking off the dizziness caused by the blows, Jean finally managed to focus on the shadow servant who had ambushed her. This was a male servant, handsome in appearance, with a well-proportioned figure. Some sort of pattern seemed to be etched on his bare back, but it was obscured by the shadow. At the same time, his true name and basic information naturally surfaced in her mind. Class, Assassin. True name, Yen Qing. Seeing this name and combining it with the knowledge granted by the Holy Grail, Jean instantly understood everything. Yen Qing, the Wandering Star, is a character from one of the four great classical novels, Water Margin. For Jean, Yen Qing was the worst possible opponent. His consummate boxing skills made it difficult for her, who did not excel in martial arts, to cope. His elusive and unpredictable movements also cut off her retreat. Additionally, Jean lacked offensive noble phantasms, making it understandable how the situation developed to this point. What should she do? She couldn't win the fight, and she couldn't escape. Was the only option to use that noble phantasm to go down together? No, that's not something to be used now. The only choice left was to call for reinforcements. Achilles, Atlanta and Chiron were likely in similar situations, and calling them might put them in danger. Astolfo was destroying the Black Coffin, so he was not an option. Avis Braun and Shinji were preparing a secret weapon, so they were also not options. Mordred was with her master Kyrie, and separating them rashly could be dangerous for the latter. The remaining person, yes, it has to be you. I command you in the name of ruler, Jeanne d'Arc, with a command spell. Chapter 563, Chapter 564, The Poison of Basham. 1074 words. An overwhelming vortex of magical power broke through the blockade of magic bullets, with highly concentrated crimson lightning shooting straight ahead. Dazzling lights collided, instantly stirring up terrifying wind pressure at the explosion's center point. This was Mordred's ultimate trump card, her all-out attack. Unfortunately, since Semiramis was deemed by Mordred to be akin to her mother Morgan, a woman like a venomous snake, it was evident that reaching her wouldn't be an easy task. The moment Mordred unleashed her noble phantasm, Semiramis knew she had lost this round of the clash. So she abandoned the idea of defeating Mordred and initiated a spatial transfer one step ahead. TCH, as expected, not so easy to deal with. Having her surekill strike dodged, Mordred pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. Be careful, Saber, that woman hasn't left yet. Her master, Kairi Shishigu, reminded her from somewhere hidden. Let's deal with these black guys in front of us first. If that woman dares to show up again, I'll personally cut her down. As she mentioned cut down, Mordred indeed started slashing, targeting the nearest shadow caster. Though this guy wasn't highly threatening, his magic was annoying. Once he was dealt with, the other wouldn't last long either. But before she could swing her sword twice, Mordred suddenly felt dizzy, almost losing grip of her sword. Shadowcaster seized the opportunity and hit Mordred's body with several spells in succession, blasting her away. Artoria and Jeanne weren't faring much better, being successively knocked to the ground. Poison. Indeed. Semiramis appeared on the battlefield behind the two shadow servants. Didn't you say you'd cut me down personally? I'm waiting for you, provided you can make it to me. But can you still stand now? Damn it. Her vision is distorted. As a minimal resistance, Mordred reflexively took out and donned her helmet. Although it only had the power to conceal her true name, it was still a noble phantasm bestowed by her mother. Even if not completely, it could barely block Semiramis's poison. Oh, that might let you hold on for a while, if you weren't facing me. Semiramis let out a delighted laugh, which contrasted with Mordred's screams. Guh, ha. A sharp, piercing pain assaulted her entire body simultaneously, making her feel as if she were being cut by 1,000 blades, driving her nearly insane. Hearing Mordred's screams, Semiramis laughed even more joyously. You managed to escape last time, but this time I won't give you that chance again. Feel honored to be the first to taste this legendary poison, the poison of Basmu. Basmu is one of the 11 monsters created by Tiamat in Babylonian mythology. A divine beast at the pinnacle of phantasmal species, a legendary giant serpent. Initially, I wanted to use the poison of the Hydra. According to legend, Chiron couldn't bear this poison and gave up his immortality, and it also led to the downfall of the great hero Heracles. Unfortunately, my master said someone among you could create an antidote for that poison, so I had to switch to another poison. I hope you find it satisfactory. Mordred continued to scream, rolling on the ground in agony. Red Saber. Mordred. Jeanne and Artoria shouted worriedly. Don't worry, you will soon experience this feeling as well. Please enjoy it thoroughly. With a snap of her fingers, Jeanne and Artoria's beautiful faces twisted in pain, their cries of agony echoing continuously. How many minutes will it be until you die or beg for mercy? Until then, I'll just wait here patiently. And that little mouse hiding in the shadows, you must be Saber's master, right? Considering you can make an antidote for Hydra's poison, if you turn and run away now, I can be merciful and spare you. Be grateful for my generosity. By now, everyone could see that Semiramis hadn't ordered her 2 shadow servants to kill the poisoned enemies immediately, purely to satisfy her sadistic pleasure of toying with them. Who would surrender to a venomous woman like you? Kairi Shishigu let out a sharp laugh, and stepped out from his hiding place in the forest. Humph, just as detestable as your servant. Indeed, like master, like servant. Thanks for the compliment. Kairi continued forward and came to Mordred's side. You can be stubborn now, but I'll soon make you just like her. No, you can't. Kairi pulled out a sawed-off double-barreled shotgun, and pointed it at Semiramis's head. She responded with a heavy look of derision. What gives you the courage to fight me, an incompetent modern magecraft? Is it this toy? You'll find out soon. He pulled the trigger, and the double-barreled shotgun spat out bullets. The next second, the bullets hovered in front of the Empress's eyes. Such a boring trick, enough, I'm tired of this. Now die. With a flick of her slender fingers, the bullets turned to dust, mingling with the poisonous gas of basma that engulfed Kairi's body. What puzzled the Empress was that Kairi, who should have fallen and been in immense pain from the poison, did not collapse. Instead, he took a deep breath of the poison. This is basma's poison. Doesn't taste that great, not even as good as a cigarette. Why you, how can this be? Maybe you used a fake poison. Kairi shrugged nonchalantly. Semiramis, unwilling to believe it, released the poison gas again, but Kairi remained standing, unharmed. See, I told you it was fake. Otherwise, how could it fail to poison even a single person? Semiramis suddenly felt something was wrong. The sound, the screams were gone. Although basma's poison is incredibly potent and capable of killing instantly, this poison mist had been specially diluted, so servants should at least last a few minutes. Could it be? By the time she realized, it was too late. The Crimson King's sword, the radiant holy spear, and the fluttering holy flag were almost simultaneously grasped by their respective masters and aimed at the overconfident Empress. The 2 shadow servants rushed out immediately, fulfilling their duty to protect her, but there were only 2 of them. Artoria's holy spear flickered, creating multiple spear shadows that enveloped Yen Qin. Jean, relying on her EX-ranked magic resistance, withstood Shadowcaster's spells and struck him directly on the shoulder with her holy flag. Lastly, Mordred, facing Semiramis directly, used mana burst to instantly appear in front of her. Die, venomous woman. The king's sword swung down. Chapter 564, Chapter 563, Each Battle. 1114 words. Jean's back glowed with red magical power, the radiance of a great magic crystal, the sacred stigmata. In the name of ruler, Jean, I issue a command with my command spell. Don't even think about it. Semiramis, who had been observing from the shadows, shouted angrily. Dark-toned magical energy seeped from the ground. Even Jean, who had little understanding of magic, could feel the surrounding space being sealed. The miraculous power brought by the command spell was tightly confined, unable to spread outward. The command spell, no matter how miraculous, is ultimately a form of magic. Therefore it can be resisted by anti-magic, theoretically suppressed or sealed. Of course, this requires an extremely high level of magical proficiency. However, even for a servant skilled in magic, it is tough to fully analyze the command spell within the short duration of the Holy Grail War. But this Holy Grail War has an exception. A servant who is not only proficient in magic but also has ample time. This long duration was enough for Shiro to analyze the command spell thoroughly. With Semiramis's magical prowess, it was not impossible to seal the command spell with preparation. For instance, at this moment, Jean found herself in a predicament, intending to summon reinforcements. Semiramis used her authority over the garden to seal the space, nullifying the forced transfer of the command spell. You will obediently fall here, you rude country girl. Semiramis's lips curled into an evil smile, but the smile froze in less than a second due to Jin's next command. Red Assassin, full assault on Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Yes, Jin's command wasn't aimed at her allies but at her enemy, the master of this garden. The wrong prediction not only wasted Semiramis's magical power, but also caused her to lose the opportunity to counter the command spell due to maintaining the space sealing technique. In her shock, the force power descended upon her, manifesting spells against her will aimed at Shiro nearby. She only had time to let out a scream. Master, be careful. Fortunately, Shiro reacted quickly, using his command spell to counteract, thus averting the crisis. Otherwise, even with his magic resistance, he would have been in a sorry state from the barrage of magic. When Semiramis turned her attention back to Jin, the Night King, holding a holy lance and clad in heavy silver armor, had already appeared beside her, fighting fiercely with the shadow assassin Yanqing. The brilliance of the holy lance and Yanqing's elusive figure intertwined, indistinguishable from reality. Seeing this, Semiramis knew what had happened, and angrily slammed the armrest of the throne to vent her frustration. Ruler. Jin's goal was still to summon reinforcements. She had already anticipated that Semiramis might have the ability to seal the command spell, so she deliberately issued a forced command to the latter first. As the arbiter bearing 14 command spells, Jin knew how powerful they were. Even with just one stroke, it wasn't easy for even a powerful caster like Semiramis to seal it. The solution was simple: use 2 strokes simultaneously, targeting different individuals with different commands. Let's see how you handle that. As expected, Semiramis, under the forced command, relaxed the space seal. Jin seized the opportunity, using the second stroke to summon Artoria, successfully breaking the deadlock. This is Jin's true strength. Her position as a top-tier servant is not due to her combat power or noble phantasms, but her battle command ability. The more allies she has, the greater her impact. To deal with Yanqing, who is known for his agility, her strategy was to encircle from front and back, compress space, and achieve a swift victory. In the blink of an eye, Yanqing was at a disadvantage. Don't get too conceited, you country girl. Accompanied by an angry shout, a decadent and enchanting woman appeared out of thin air. Along with her came rows upon rows of densely packed magical formulas. Various colored magic bullets flew wildly, instantly obscuring the vision of Artoria and Jin. Artoria decisively unleashed the invisible air to break through, but the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind surged forth under another wave of magical power. Although these spells were less powerful than the magic bullets, their intricacy was superior. Releasing the magic was not only Semiramis but also the final shadow servant, the shadow caster. Through her class privilege, Jin knew his true name, Paracelsus von Hohenheim. The legendary doctor, alchemist, and powerful magus left a significant mark on both human history and the history of magecraft. He rediscovered the long-lost 4 elements and 3 principles, laying the foundation for modern elemental magecraft. Under the joint attack of 2 casters, Artoria, with only B-rank magic resistance, was inevitably suppressed. Without the combat prowess of the Night King, who stepped into the divine realm, Yanqing was also freed and resumed his relentless pursuit of Jin. The hard-won advantageous situation once again worsened. However, despite being at a disadvantage, there was not a trace of tension on the faces of Jin and Artoria, because a large bronze bird was approaching at high speed. More than 10 magic bullets changed direction, all of them attribute-less, specially designed to crush and pulverize opponents. It was precisely because of their simplicity that they became the purest form of violence. The bronze bird didn't last even a second under the barrage of magic bullets before shattering into pieces. The Empress, who orchestrated this scene, watched the sky with an unchanged expression. From it burst forth a comet, a humanoid bullet that denied and shattered all pretense without regard for anything. After the Tiamtum Umma was destroyed and the Shadow Archer and Shadow Caster left the front line due to Achilles' team's intrusion, the final servant squad also launched their assault. The fastest one charging ahead was a female knight wielding a sinister sword, surrounded by crimson lightning. So it's you. I'm here to take you down, assassin. Mordred, the rebellious knight who ended the Arthurian era, once again targeted another king. This king had zero tolerance for rebels from beginning to end. Saber. You're the one who's going down. Dozens, even hundreds of magic bullets targeted Mordred. In midair, Mordred also swung her sinister sword, dyed crimson, unleashing the noble phantasm that sublimated her most famous deed. I am no king, but I follow in the king's path. I will destroy all that I must to bring the king peace. Clarent Blood Arthur. This time, her sword was not aimed at her beautiful father but at the enemy shared by both her and her father. Coincidentally, this enemy had a temperament similar to that of her wicked mother. Chapter 565, Chapter 565, The Bitter Strategy. 1151 words. Die, venomous woman. Mordred mercilessly swung her king's sword at Semiramis. She put all her strength into this swing, a strike truly beyond human capability. However, Semiramis, the empress of poison skilled in magic, fights in ways that defy human logic. Though shocked, she instinctively activated the innate ability inherited from her mother, Derceto. The divine fish-scale armor, the same color as her evening gown, unfolded in the path of the king's sword. Faced with the overwhelming power of the king's sword, even the divine fish scales couldn't withstand it and were split in two. But this bought Semiramis extremely valuable time. In the end, the blood-stained king's sword did not cleave the empress in two. Thanks to a timely spatial shift, the sword only managed to slightly slash her shoulder. Just like mother, you're excellent at running away. Mordred regretfully shook her king's sword, once again confirming the similarity between Semiramis and Morgan. Neither possessed a hero's pride. When faced with unfavorable situations, they would shamelessly turn and flee, valuing their own lives above all else. Ah, I'm sorry, I messed up. Both father and ruler rarely cooperated with my bitter strategy. We may never get such a good opportunity again. Indeed, this was all part of a bitter strategy. From the moment the three were poisoned to the final surprise attack, everything was planned to kill the garden's owner, their detestable archenemy. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon was the foundation of Shiro's side. Without it, victory would be within reach. Semiramis was the type who enjoyed toying with her enemies and taking pleasure in their misery. As long as the bait was tempting enough, the likelihood of her appearing personally was very high. Thus, when Semiramis intercepted Jean was already considering implementing this plan. Jean dared to do this because she was confident. They had nearly been wiped out by poison in the last attack. How could they not be prepared this time? Remember the antidote serum Kyrie had requested. Kyrie's reward for participating in this Holy Grail war was a specimen of a Hydra larva. Using the residual toxins in the larva, he could make an antidote serum. Of course, this serum could only neutralize Hydra's poison and was ineffective against Basma's poison, which was the limit of what Kyrie could do. After all, he was a necromancer, not a specialist in poisons and antidotes. However, if Kyrie couldn't do it, Chiron could. As the teacher of the god of medicine, Chiron's medical skills had long surpassed the mortal realm. In 3 days, he thoroughly analyzed the Hydra larva provided by Kyrie, and created an evolved version of the super serum, based on the highly potent poison of the Hydra, one of the highest-ranking poisons in human history. The super serum not only neutralized Hydra's poison, but could also neutralize and resist all poisons not surpassing Hydra's toxicity for a certain period. While Basma's poison was strong, it was conceptually on par with the Hydra, falling within the super serum's resistance range. However, this super serum was not perfect. Its raw material was the Hydra larva specimen, specifically the poison sac located in the Hydra's throat, utilizing the principle of fighting poison with poison. The super serum itself was a potent poison. Direct ingestion would be akin to bidding farewell to the world. Thus, one had to be poisoned first and then inject the serum to neutralize it. So Jean, Artoria, and Mordred were indeed poisoned initially. But the moment they were poisoned, they ingested the pre-prepared super serum. Since detoxification took time, they indeed endured immense pain, which was exactly what Semiramis wanted to see. To ensure safety, During the process of the serum neutralizing Basma's poison, Kairi appeared to distract Semiramis, creating an opportunity for the three servants. Unfortunately, Semiramis's instinct to flee became second nature, ultimately foiling their plan. There's no point in talking about it now. Let's quickly deal with the enemy in front of us. Kairi Sisegu, the true proposer of the plan, tore open his collar and glanced at an accessory around his neck that was gradually turning a dark color. This was a precious mystic code obtained from the Igmalenia family, a legacy of Darnik. As long as he had it, he wasn't afraid of Semiramis's poison. The Empress, who had returned to her throne, looked down in contemplation. The blood flowing from the shoulder wound caused by the king's sword stained her clothes, but she didn't seem to care. Unexpectedly, they can neutralize Basma's poison. No, not just Basma's poison, other poisons seem to have been neutralized as well. Both the hatred for being struck and the shame for running away had now vanished without a trace. If there was anything to hate, it was her mind that had become overly complacent due to dominating this garden. Being intoxicated by the garden's power had led to her momentary carelessness. But there will be no next time. Neutralizing doesn't mean immunity, and being able to neutralize doesn't mean they won't be poisoned. Moreover, poisoning is easy, detoxification requires a process. You are in the midst of battle now, and the slightest laxity could cost you your life. Next, I will use all my power to cleanse you. Taste it well, this is the true wine of the Sikra Yuzum. The space trembled and a multicolored poisonous mist filled the entire throne room, rapidly spreading under the influence of magic. Soon, the entire garden was enveloped in the poisonous mist. Atlanta, who was skillfully maneuvering around the swift-footed and shadowy berserker, suddenly paused and quickly injected the super serum into her body by pressing a certain spot on herself. But this brief pause allowed the relentless evil wolf to catch up, delivering a punch to her back that sent her crashing into the wall. Ugh! The huntress, not known for her resilience, spat out a mouthful of blood. My spine seems to be broken. No choice but to gamble. Gaining some strength back, Atlanta pushed herself off the wall and charged at the enemy, exuding a maddened aura. A new stream of spiritual energy brewed in her hands, eventually forming a cerulean shield. On the other side, Chiron's situation was even worse. Affected by the poison, he had taken several arrows to protect his master, barely able to move. Archer Calls, also suffering from the poison, groaned and struggled to lift his arm, gathering magical energy. By the fifth black command seal. Heal Archer. The red magical energy symbolizing a miracle was activated, infusing the poisoned and wounded servant's body with new vitality. Thank you, Master. I will surely achieve victory. Under the power of the command seal, Chiron returned to his peak condition, but did not continue to shoot arrows, for his arrow had already been released, and would surely hit its mark. Antares Snipe. Black Archer Chiron unleashed his noble phantasm. Chapter 566, Chapter 566, Day and Night. 1144 words. Among the attack methods Chiron can execute, this is an absolute shot with the highest power and precision. Since Chiron is represented by the constellation Sagittarius, he is always drawing his bow. This attack only requires deciding the target of the arrow to be activated. It does not require the release of the true name, or the accumulation of magical energy, eliminating the inherent time lag of bow-type weapons due to actions like knocking and drawing. This is a meteoric strike that only the constellation, which perpetually aims its bow at the celestial scorpion, can achieve. The meteor fell, piercing precisely through the heart of Shadow Archer, causing the black shadows that composed his body to lose his body and disperse instantly. During his disappearance, his previously rigid face suddenly showed some vitality. This great hero, also related to meteors, calmly watched Chiron, who had ended his shadowy form, as if to say, "What a splendid shot." Chiron showed the utmost respect and reverence for such an opponent. "I look forward to truly facing you one day." A breeze blew through, scattering the last traces of Shadow Archer. "Is it over?" Lying on the ground and curling up, Calls cautiously lifted his head, and Chiron reached out to help his master up. Yes, it's over. He was an excellent archer. If he were a regular servant like me, I might not have won. I see, well, as long as we won. Let's go, we need to support the others. Oh wait, we should be careful, given that thing has a limitation. Chiron understood Kal's concern well. The limitation of Antares' snipe is that it can only be used once per night. Now that it has been used, compared to other servants, this is a decisive disadvantage. However, the great sage of ancient Greece would not shrink back due to this disadvantage. Even without his noble phantasm, his arrows could pierce the vital points of his enemies. This is the pride of a top-tier archer. The battlefield where Karna and Siegfried were fighting was one of the few places in the garden not filled with poisonous mist. No one would, nor wanted to, interrupt the duel between these two rare great heroes. As the lyrics of the Nibelungenlied state, the invincible knight, the noble hero, the great warrior, with a body made invincible by bathing in dragon's blood. He wields the fantastic great sword Bamung that slays dragons. Having gone through countless adventures, he obtained dazzling gold. A man who continually fulfilled the wishes of people and friends, ultimately even satisfying all wishes with his death. His name is Siegfried. As a saber-class servant, he is undoubtedly among the strongest. As the Mahabharata narrates, a man who sought nothing, gained nothing, and ultimately received nothing. Because of his charity, the ashamed god Indra entrusted him with the spear that slays gods. Even after being stripped of his golden armor worn since birth, losing his skills, and eventually having even his honor taken away, he resolutely bore no resentment toward anyone. The hero who gave everything, his name is Karna. As a Lancer-class servant, he too has the qualifications to claim the title of the strongest. The former achieved the feat of dragon slaying single-handedly, while the latter demonstrated invincible power against entire armies. Though they are both heroes, their ways of life are opposite. With each clash, countless sparks flew. The golden armor reduced the damage from the fantastic great sword slashes. Meanwhile, the body that had bathed in dragon's blood similarly disregarded any spear strikes from the invincible blade. Of course, being completely unscathed was impossible. Yet even so, the wounds of both combatants healed instantly. As the battle progressed, doubt began to surface in Karna's mind. His self-healing ability could easily repair this level of injury, but Siegfried did not possess such a capability. His master was not by his side at the moment to provide healing magic support. So what was going on? With this question in mind, Karna scanned his opponent's body. Soon, he noticed a slight difference in Siegfried's armor compared to their first encounter. Although these differences were extremely subtle, they did not escape Karna's sharp eyes, as keen as his divine spear. I see, you've got new equipment. As the golden divine spear and the silver sword clashed, Karna spoke slowly. Siegfried did not hide it and truthfully replied. As you said, this is an outfit prepared by my master. He said that with this, I could fight without any concerns. Is that so? It seems you and your master are getting along well. I took a quick look from afar, and he seems somewhat different. One might say he has grown. So have I. Through this time together, both my master and I have realized our shortcomings and are striving to change. Seeing a smile form at the corner of Siegfried's mouth, Karna sighed softly. You've met a good master. Yes, I believe so too. Thanks to him, I now have a real chance to defeat you. If you can manage it, then try. The golden armor's plates opened, spraying Siegfried's body with solar flames hot enough to melt steel. At the same moment, Siegfried unleashed a burst of power that could only be used once in a short period, striking Karna away. Immediately after, Siegfried held his sword before him, letting it enter its released state. Sword, be filled. With these words, the aquamarine jewel at the end of the sword's hilt emitted a twilight glow. This was a magical power not belonging to the modern era, but the true ether of the age of gods, capable of unleashing overwhelming destructive power with just a little bit. It was the greatest masterpiece of the Nibelungen race, Siegfried's trump card. The moment Karna sensed this sign, He immediately stomped on the ground, injecting all the solar flames surrounding him into his divine spear. Assassin, I'm going to slightly damage the garden, so don't blame me. After conveying this intent via mental communication, Karna cut off the link before the other party could respond. Though it's a beautiful aurora, at this distance, even I can't take a direct hit. Talking to himself, Karna raised his divine spear. Flames formed a vortex, and with a clang, a part of the garden's exterior decor was obliterated, along with the sound of a beast's growling. The divine spear burst into dazzling light like the dawn breaking through the night. Go forth, Brahmastra Kundala. I'm coming. Facing this radiance, Siegfried quietly declared, swinging the twilight-colored sword light. Awaken from the golden dream. Release yourself from its cradle. The evil dragon must be destroyed. Bomung. In an instant, under the pitch-black night sky, a miraculous scene unfolded. Two special phenomena, symbolizing the alternation of day and night, interchanged at the same time and place. Chapter 567, Chapter 567, Attack on Titan. 2177 words. Here will do. At the edge of an artificial lake filled with clear water, Shinji stopped walking. As usual, Avisbron nodded lightly, silently guiding the golem beside him to pierce the ground. He then squatted down, dipped his hands into the lake water, and began to chant. Unlike his usual low-pitched speaking voice, his chanting voice was bright and full of a unique rhythm. Born from the earth, swallowed by the wind, filled with water. These were the heavenly blessings to grant life to the clay. Swathed in fire, banishing disease. The unkind shatter their skulls, righteousness guides their blood to tranquility. This land, these trees, this body, everything was an offering to the Lord. This mysterious realm could only be created by a man who sought neither fame nor power. As vast as the giant body of the sacred peak, its solidity rivals that of a rocky mountain. It bears the appearance of guarding, ruling, and dominating all people. This was already beyond the realm of noble phantasms, a crystallization of miracles. Though you are clay, you are not clay. Though you are human, you are not human. You are the one who stands in Eden, the one who rules Eden. You are our dream, our hope, our love. This was the embodiment of the suffering people's faith. This was the miracle of the Lord's reappearance, a golem bearing the burden of rewriting the world. Thy name, embracing Ruach, is Adam. Suddenly, a bubble surfaced on the previously calm, mirror-like lake. This was a secret creation by Avisbron and Roche, made in their spare time from crafting soldier golems, an entity most faithful to the original form. The term golem originally meant fetus or unformed object. In other words, it was the secret art used by the Lord to create humans. Shaping clay into a human form and breathing life into it. However, most magi would stop at this point. Understandably so, as the higher levels of this domain are the unfulfilled wishes of all Kabbalists, a realm that should not be entered without considerable resolve. Moreover, the deeper one delves into the domain of golems, the more the golems would deviate from the Magi's expectations. Ultimately, the supreme golem is essentially a reenactment of Adam. He is the king who guides the people who endured the era of suffering to paradise, and also their guardian. A massive arm emerged from the lake. Made of stone, clay, and wood, all materials with long histories, untouched by human construction or timber use. Darnik had spent around 30% of his assets to gather these materials. Before long, the upper body, styled like an ancient city, emerged completely from the water. At this point, the movement paused. Yes, its range of activity was limited to this. Without its body soaking in this lake, the golem couldn't even move until now. Next comes the crucial core. The golem enveloping Seal Nike began to move again, slowly, step by step, walking into the muddy center of the lake, towards the chest of the golem, Adam. At the moment of fusion, the magecraft cast on Seal Nike was lifted, and the wicked woman realized what was about to happen, letting out a series of wails. No, I don't want this. I don't want it. Help me, someone, anyone, save me. Avisbron remained indifferent, continuing the fusion process. Realizing that her cries for help were futile, Seal-Nike began to shout. "Someone, come quickly, come. Red Assassin, stop them now. If they succeed, you'll be in danger too." Her shouting finally elicited a response, and numerous magical creatures rushed out from the surrounding forest. However, before they could get close, these creatures all turned into stone statues. Gaze of the Medusa. Above Seal-Nike, Shinji stood in midair, holding the harp in one hand and Athena's shield in the other. "It's useless. No matter who comes, I won't let them interrupt the ritual." Before long, Avisbron finished assembling the core. The clay enveloping Seal-Nike began to gradually erode and assimilate her body. The sensation of melting at a cellular level instilled immense fear in the Black Magus. "I curse you all with my life, my soul, my everything, I curse you. Curse you to die horrible deaths, curse your wishes to never come true, curse you." Avisbron remained unmoved. He was the type of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Be it absurd or foolish, he didn't care. Shinji was similar. Though he couldn't be as cold-hearted as Avisbron, he was even more resolute. He glanced indifferently at Seal-Nike, who was gradually losing her human form. "Go ahead, curse all you want, if you have a despair deeper than mine." But Seal-Nike could no longer hear him. Her mind had been wiped blank. All her magic circuits, magical engravings, and command spells had become the energy source driving the primordial human atom, and her brain and body had become indispensable parts of Atom. The golem, having obtained its core, had its eyes light up instantly. Its gigantic foot, raised from the lake, stepped firmly onto the ground. How marvelous! For once, Shinji and Avisbron shared the same thought. Though it was merely an artificial creation made of wood, stone, clay, and human flesh, its appearance, which seemed to embody the grandeur of nature itself, was truly awe-inspiring. Then, the first miracle occurred. The ground beneath their feet seemed to sing praises to the giant, and the surrounding flora grew lushly. Trees that touched the giant instantly blossomed and bore fruit, which ripened and fell to the ground, giving rise to even more trees. Not only that, various rare birds and beasts in the garden began to converge towards the giant, like moths drawn to a flame. Upon contact, even the last drop of blood was completely decomposed. The birds and beasts were transformed into pure energy, absorbed by the giant. This was all voluntary. The birds and beasts, lacking intelligence, couldn't resist their primal urge to attach themselves to it. Following this, the surrounding scenery, including the earth itself, began to revitalize. A sweet, honey-like fragrance permeated the air, filling anyone who inhaled it with immense happiness. Ah, so this is Eden. Indeed, this was a self-sustaining reality marble. It was the true nature of the golem Kita Makath, royal crown, the light of wisdom. It was the ultimate form of the supreme golem that countless Kabbalists sought, the powerful entity whose mere existence could rewrite the world into Eden. As long as this giant existed, the world would be continuously rewritten. It would transform into the land bestowed by the gods of old, the world where the primordial humans lived, known as Eden, unless someone intervened. How dare you commit such blasphemy? Just as the primordial giant was expanding its reality marble, Semiramis's voice suddenly echoed through the air, filled with an emotion beyond anger, as if it could freeze one's soul. This was the Hanging Gardens, Semiramis's domain, her temple. The act of the primordial giant altering the environment was tantamount to an invasion. No, it was a direct usurpation of her territory. This had violated the Empress's greatest taboo. From the moment the giant appeared, Semiramis had no time to care about the other servants scattered throughout the garden. She focused all her attention on the giant. The magical energy of the entire garden continuously gathered at this point, launching the fiercest counterattack under the command of its true master. The immeasurable magic even formed terrifying tides, wave after wave, crashing against the giant. The tides of magic indeed harmed the giant's body, but within seconds, the wounds healed as if they had never existed. It was truly a super noble phantasm that Shinji had placed high hopes on. However, the fact that magic couldn't harm the giant didn't mean it couldn't harm Avisbron. This master, renowned in the history of magecraft, specialized only in the field of Kabbalah golems, and had little expertise in other types of magecraft. His protective barriers were easily shattered by Semiramis's magical bullets, and he was on the verge of turning into ashes. At the critical moment, a milky white light descended from the sky, forming a spherical shield that protected Avisbron. Black Assassin. Why are you saving me? Adam is an autonomous noble phantasm, meaning that once activated, it can exist independently without its master. Shinji's goal was to use it to destroy the garden. Now that the goal had been achieved, there was no need to concern himself with Avisbron's life or death, especially given their hostile relationship. Under Avisbron's puzzled gaze, Shinji also descended from the sky, using Athena's shield and the goddess's staff for double protection. Nothing much, I just felt that seeing this giant, and the world under his feet made you seem less annoying. Besides, with you alive, I can better achieve my goals. What do you want me to do? Launch a mass attack in that direction, then run away quickly. The upcoming battle is not something you can intervene in. After all, your goal has been achieved, and there's no need to stay here and die. I won't say thank you. I didn't intend for you to. As they spoke, Avisbron moved his fingers, commanding his greatest masterpiece, which he had not completed in life, to hurl a massive stone. Instantly, with a sound like mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, a large area of the magnificent palace collapsed. I have fulfilled your request. Thank you. Now I need to find the person I must defeat. As he spoke, Shinji walked on air, heading towards the gap the giant had created. Do not get too complacent, you invaders who deserve to die. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish, Phil, manifest. Accompanying Semiramis's chant, a huge summoning circle appeared on the ruins of the collapsed palace. From the center of the circle, a gigantic monster that surpassed divine fish was born. This beast appeared in various mythologies to varying degrees, most frequently in Greek mythology. It was said to have 9 heads, and was the child of the most formidable monster father, the 100-headed dragon Typhon, and the snake-bodied monster Echidna. It lived in the swamp of Lerna in the Argolic Gulf, and was known as the Lernaean Hydra. It devoured fields, ravaged livestock, and humans, and committed all sorts of evils. The poison gas it emitted turned the area into a so-called plague swamp. It possessed terrifying regenerative abilities, and even if a head was cut off, it would quickly grow back. This was the Hydra, whose venom directly or indirectly killed many powerful warriors and heroes. Even Semiramis would not use such a dangerous existence unless necessary. As the oldest poisoner, Semiramis could recreate any poison-related legend in her garden, even those involving fantastical creatures. Its appearance signified that Semiramis was using her full strength. She would kill her enemies without reservation. Hydra, tear that giant to pieces. The giant serpent let out a deafening roar, its enormous body, no less imposing than Adam, twisted and writhed as it charged toward Adam. From its constantly opening and closing mouths, waves of poisonous gas were released, causing all plants along the way to wither and die in the blink of an eye. Even the areas around the giant, which had been transformed by the reality marble, were no exception. Occasionally, venom dripped from its fearsome fangs, and the ground itself could not withstand the intense toxicity, dissolving upon contact. If the primordial golem Adam was a god of creation, then the 9-headed Hydra was undoubtedly a demon king of destruction. Sensing the world's crisis, Adam also became agitated. Avisbron, witnessing this scene, sighed. I see, so that's why you wanted me to run. But, Black Assassin, you got one thing wrong. Indeed, my wish is to fulfill the sorrowful wish of the Kabbalist, to replicate the primordial human Adam, and for that, I would spare no effort. Yet, what I truly seek is not Adam itself, but the salvation of the entire world brought by Adam. Although I am disgusted with the noisy human world and don a mask to avoid interaction, I have always hoped for its betterment. The world's destruction, even I would feel angered by that. So I agreed to your request, gave up the optimal score, and came here with you all, because I alone cannot save the world." The Hydra drew closer, its central head nearly biting the giant's arm, while the omnipresent poisonous mist began to gradually corrode Avispern's body. Yet, he showed no intention of retreating, instead taking out a portable syringe and aiming it at his neck. "I will not hide, nor will I flee. Right here, right now, let's start saving the world, my golem. Through battle, slaughter, and destruction, establish a paradise. Then, these boring battles will end, and this dreary society will meet its end." The giant, carrying all his hopes, swung its fist, smashing one of Hydra's heads. An earth-shattering battle commenced. Chapter 568, Chapter 568, The Spectators. 2,304 words. Since ancient times, the sky has been a place of yearning for humanity. For ordinary people, the official beginning of venturing into the sky was in 1903, when the Wright brothers invented the airplane. For the world of mysteries, this history dates back much further. Excluding those with innate flying abilities or those who use flight magic, the earliest, in the Type Moon universe, and oldest flying craft recorded would be the Vimana from the Ramayana, and the Mahabharata, the golden ship owned by Gilgamesh. Additionally, there are many other flying crafts steeped in mystery, such as the sun boat used by the Egyptian sun god Ra to carry the resurrected pharaohs, the celestial boat Manna used by Ishtar in Babylonian mythology, and the slender flying craft hovering over Romania. Though described as slender, this is merely in comparison to the size of other flying crafts. By modern standards, it is a broad wooden flying platform. Many parts of the platform are engraved with runes, arrays, and crests, designs, and principles completely different from modern magic. Undoubtedly, this is a very ancient flying craft, with a history tracing back to the age of gods. In the center of the flying platform, dozens of magi are neatly lined up in teams, each emanating a powerful aura that only top-tier magi can perceive. The magi all wear a special emblem on their chests. Although the emblem is merely a common metal item without any inherent mystery, what it represents is something few in the mystical world would dare to underestimate. This is one of the most elite armed forces of the Clock Tower, the headquarters of the Mages Association. The oldest classroom, the Secret Judgment Division, Carolan Observatory, the Executors. Their routine task is to carry out sealing designation on targets specified by the Carolan Observatory. In major events involving many parties, they also perform top-secret missions, such as skirmishing with their old enemies, the Holy Church, or executing the current mission of recovering the Greater Grail. The crystallized culmination of the third magic, the doorway to the root, either one is something the Clock Tower, which sees itself as the orthodox authority of the magical world, is determined to obtain at any cost. Especially now that the two are combined. Through a special technique built into the flying craft, even from 10 kilometers away, the executors can observe the general situation in the garden and witness the epic battle between the giant golem and the Hydra. Ordinary modern magi would have been terrified to the point of trembling at such a cataclysmic scene. But not the executors. They are the ace unit of the Clock Tower, with every member being at least a top-tier battle magus, including some capable of fighting servants. Especially the lady in men's clothing standing at the front of the group, leading the team. She was already rubbing her hands together, eager to jump into action. Her companions, accustomed to her behavior, calmly said, "Calm down. The order is to recover the Greater Grail after the war ends. It's not our time to act yet. There are a dozen or so servants gathered there now, along with those monsters. If we fought, we wouldn't stand a chance. Our target is only the Magi of the Ig Millennia clan." Exactly, servants are just too game-breaking. Letting these ancient heroes appear in the modern era where mystery has declined is simply unfair. I wonder how the Einsburns managed to create such a terrifying system. Thanks to them, the influence of the Clock Tower is weakening, and we are busier than ever. We still have it relatively easy. The church is even worse off, with saints appearing now and then. This time, the overseer they sent went rogue, giving the Clock Tower leverage and forcing them to abandon the competition for the Greater Grail. Without that, we'd have to face the executors again, making our task even harder. Hee hee. Just as the executors were chatting and watching the battle while complaining about their leader, a crisp laugh suddenly rang out. Who's there? The executors' expressions changed instantly. On the flying ship, there were various protective barriers. These combat experts had not relaxed their vigilance. The fact that someone could approach them undetected under such circumstances indicated that this person was extremely terrifying. The executors moved at the fastest speed, and the flying platform was instantly filled with various magical fluctuations. However, even so, they could not locate the source of the voice. No need to be so tense. I'm not so petty as to bother with you little ones. If I wanted to cause you trouble, you'd already be dead or worse. After saying this, the speaker finally appeared, right in the middle of the executors' formation, at their most vulnerable point. She was a very beautiful girl. She looked about 13 or 14 years old, with snow-white skin, and long black hair cascading down to her waist. Her delicate nose and exquisite mouth were complemented by a pair of lively red eyes, exuding a pure yet fragile aura that made one feel protective and unwilling to desecrate her. Such a scene, no matter where it appeared, should be as beautiful as a painting. However, seeing this scene, the lady in men's clothing felt a lethal threat and instinctively clenched her fists. We are the executors of the clock tower. Identify yourself and state your purpose. Hearing this question, the girl sighed. Humans these days, I just took a nap and I've been forgotten. At this moment, someone finally remembered something. You are the Eclipse Princess of Black Blood. Hearing this name, all the executors gasped. Good day, executors of the clock tower. The girl blossomed into a pure and beautiful smile, lifted her skirt, and performed a lady's courtesy. I am Altruge Brunstud. Princess, what brings you here this time? Someone asked tremblingly. They couldn't be blamed for being so flustered. Her power and influence were simply too terrifying. She was the 9th of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, the daughter of the original true ancestor Crimson Moon, the Black Princess, and a contender for dominance over the dead apostle world against the nominal dead apostle king, Ortenross. She was surrounded by a large number of powerful dead apostles. The 6th ancestor Rizoval Strout and the 8th ancestor Phenoblood Svelton were her guards. Primate Murder, Foe, was her pet. The 13th ancestor Tatari was her servant, though few knew this. Including herself, each one of them was capable of single-handedly defeating a servant, even top-tier ones. While the executors were formidable, they were nothing compared to her. Why you are here is why I am here. Humans, out of respect for a certain elder, I'll give you a piece of advice. This is not something you can involve yourselves in. Stay here and go nowhere, or else not only will you die, but this precious ark might also be destroyed. This is probably one of the last remaining flying crafts from the Age of Myths. Rather than destroying it due to your rash actions, it would be better to add it to my collection. But. Enough. I didn't ask for your opinion, and you have no right to refuse. Her crimson eyes suddenly turned golden, and her aura changed as well. The previous frail purity vanished, replaced by an overwhelming pressure, like that of a deity high above. In an instant, all the executors felt an invisible pressure, making it hard to breathe. They wanted to resist but found they couldn't even move a finger. Mystic eyes. You can still speak. Not bad. The lady in men's clothing said with difficulty. The girl glanced at her with slight surprise. Her black hair gradually turned golden, and the pressure she emitted grew heavier. With a thud, one of the executors couldn't withstand the pressure, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. Soon, the second, the third, more and more fell, increasingly densely. In the end, only the lady in men's clothing was still struggling to hold on. Not bad, not bad. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. You must come from a very ancient family. Who is your ancestor? Oh, no need to answer, I'll find out myself. As the girl spoke, she extended a finger to the neck of the lady in men's clothing. She was an ancient dead apostle who could easily extract information from human blood. However, before her finger could reach the lady's blood, the girl suddenly stopped, frowning and looking to the side. Another person had appeared on the arc at some point, a short-haired woman who bore some resemblance to the girl but looked more mature. Upon seeing this woman, the girl showed clear disgust. "You've come too, my unlovable sister." From their appearances, it was obvious that the short-haired woman was the elder sister, while the girl, currently with golden hair, was the younger sister. But considering the girl was a dead apostle, the usual logic didn't apply. The short-haired woman said nothing, staring expressionlessly at her sister's outstretched hand. The girl maintained her posture, her hand still on the lady's neck, and turned her head to look at her sister, unmoving. The two sisters were at an impasse. After a while, the elder sister seemed to concede, withdrawing her hand and sighing helplessly. All right, I get it. I won't drink her blood. It's been so many years and you're still sticking to that ridiculous duty. The old guys who instilled that duty in you are either dead or in eternal slumber. Is it really necessary?" The younger sister still did not speak. Without any visible action, the invisible pressure binding the lady in men's clothing disappeared. The lady moved her body and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Thank you." The short-haired woman remained indifferent, standing in her original position like a statue. "You don't need to say anything to her. Although she understands, she won't respond. Apart from completing her tasks, she has almost no extra emotions. She saved you only because her task was to hunt dead apostles. If not for the fact that we have the same target this time, she would probably have started hunting me by now. My current immature state is directly caused by her. In any case, just observe from here and don't interfere. Report everything you see to those stubborn old men when you get back. I guarantee in the name of Crimson Moon that no one will blame you. If you're still worried, then wait until this is over and come with me directly. You have great potential, and if you become my direct dead apostle, you could quickly become one of the new 27 ancestors. Think it over carefully." The girl hurriedly changed her tone halfway through, as her sister's eyes glanced over again. "Mother is something, making me do this task with her when I could have just come with Big White. You know the reason, don't you? Black Princess, imaginary number is similar to the third magic. If the situation deteriorates to the worst, White Princess power will be indispensable." A man's voice echoed on the platform. Apart from the lady in men's clothing, whose brain was nearing shutdown, neither of the princesses showed any surprise, clearly aware of his presence. Eavesdropping on ladies' conversations is hardly gentlemanly behavior. This is indeed quite rude, though I'm not a gentleman, just a counterguardian without even a name. Shifting light and shadows outlined the figure of a man in a red tight suit, over 185 centimeters tall, with dark skin and white hair, bearing a slight resemblance to Amikusa Shiro Tokisada in the deepest part of the garden. The man didn't appear alone, with him was another figure, cloaked in red, obscuring their appearance. Judging by the exposed bullets and firearms, this seemed to be a counter-guardian that came from modern times. The Black Princess glanced at the two, a clear look of displeasure on her face. "Red Archer and Assassin, why is it you two again? Are there no other counter-guardians?" The tall man, the Red Archer, shrugged helplessly. "I don't know how many counter-guardians there are. All we can do is follow orders and complete the mission." "That sounds so pathetic. Why not come to my mother's side? The treatment is better than where you are." The Red Archer shook his head. "It's all the same, there's no fundamental difference, and besides, we are still humans. But you live on this planet." Saying this, the Black Princess also shook her head. "Forget it, arguing about this is endless. By the way, is it just you two? Although it's a cooperation should be based on equality. The two of you together barely match me, but what about my pathetic sister? How do you plan to balance that?" "You don't need to worry about that. He should be arriving soon." Just as the Red Archer finished speaking, a ripple, like that caused by a stone thrown into a still pond, appeared in front of him. From the ripple emerged a man in a white robe, with dark skin and long white hair. "Sorry, I'm late." Seeing this man, the Black Princess showed a surprised expression for the first time. This feeling. I see, so it's you, King of Magecraft. Indeed, for handling the aftermath, besides imaginary number, you, the greatest of Magus, one of the Grand Seven Servant, Grand Caster, are the most suitable. Don't be so quick to conclude, Black Vampire Princess. We are just the final insurance. What will happen still depends on the choices of the Watcher favored by the two great counterforces. The man titled King of Magecraft smiled gently, devoid of the aura expected of a king. Chapter 569, Chapter 569, I will kill you. 1180 words. A moonless night before the altar. Shinji approached and Shiro appeared. You've come. I've come. You shouldn't have come. I've already come. It's not too late for you to leave now. Why should I leave? You barely managed to save your life, do you want to throw it away again? I don't want to die either, but some things are more important than life. Tell me, where is she? She? Which she? There are quite a few people that could refer to. Is it Saint Jean d'Arc? King Arthur, Artoria? Semiramis? Or perhaps, that wisp of a ghost hiding in the Greater Grail, who should have died long ago? The priest in black revealed a playful smile. The solemn and murderous atmosphere he had previously created vanished. Since the Tiamtum Umma was breached, he had returned to guard the altar personally, overseeing the treasure both sides desperately desired. On the other side, with the help of Adam, Shinji had bypassed the palace's outer defenses and, using the cloak's concealment, quietly approached the Greater Grail, where the person he cherished most was hidden. However, as soon as he stepped into the altar, Shiro saw through his presence. Realizing his stealth had failed, Shinji revealed himself and straightforwardly asked his question. Thus, the scene above unfolded. The man cloaked in darkness had cold eyes. Since you already know, why ask? Where is Justice? Her. She's probably in hell, or maybe heaven. In any case, she's not in this world. You killed her. Shinji's body swayed, the color draining from his face. No, she overestimated herself and tried to seize control of the Greater Grail from me. She failed and was completely assimilated by the Grail. I warned her not to interfere, but she didn't listen. So it was you who killed her. Fine, let's say I killed her. What do you plan to do about it? You killed her, so I will kill you. Shinji donned Perseus's full armament, the harp in his right hand, the shield of Athena in his left, cloaked in the Hades cloak, and wearing the feathered shoes. At this moment, his soul felt split in two, half filled with immense sorrow for Justice's death, the other half seething with boundless rage. If his anger could materialize, it would reduce the entire aerial garden to ashes. With just you? Impossible. Shiro glanced at Shinji. Maybe if you brought Achilles, Chiron, Siegfried, and Artoria, there might be some hope. Just me is enough. Shiro seemed disappointed by this response. It looks like you've lost your mind to anger, unable to see the disparity in our strengths, so be it. Throughout history, there have been many who crossed over from another world, and some were bound to be foolish. Having high expectations for you was my mistake. I should just kill you quickly and activate the Greater Grail. Oh wait, a soul of your quality probably doesn't meet the Greater Grail's requirements. Ah, what a nuisance, Before he could finish complaining, Shinji had already launched an attack, starting with the release of a control-type noble phantasm. Gaze of the Medusa. The serpent-haired Gorgon, who had slain countless heroes, opened her eyes. Anything caught by those golden snake-like pupils was instantly tinged with a layer of gray-white, except for the enemy Shinji desperately wanted to kill. The mystic eyes of petrification are indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, my magic resistance is A. I won't be petrified. Of course, I know that. As he spoke, Shinji quickly closed the distance, slashing the scythe directly at Shiro's throat. While magic resistance A could prevent petrification, it didn't completely nullify the effect of the mystic eyes, it merely weakened the petrification to a heavy pressure effect, hindering movement. Shinji used this noble phantasm to seal Shiro's ground shrink. Turning you into a statue is too lenient. I want to behead you with my own hands. The blade's gleam illuminated Shiro's face, which remained calm, as if the incoming blade was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Just as the blade was about to touch his skin, Shiro stepped forward, his body tracing a bizarre arc, appearing at Shinji's side in a manner that defied physics. He then unsheathed his sword. The sword slashed 6 times in an instant, each cut heavier and faster than the last. Though Shinji timely adjusted his shield to block the continuous strikes, the relentless impact transmitted through the katana made him extremely uncomfortable, forcing him to retreat. Taking advantage of this, Shiro repeated his elusive footwork, reappearing beside Shinji to strike again, this time with 7 consecutive slashes. Shinji had no choice but to retreat further. Shiro pressed on, delivering 8 consecutive slashes. Shinji continued to retreat as Shiro advanced relentlessly. This time, instead of a side attack, Shiro appeared directly behind Shinji, thrusting his sword at the unguarded back. Still recovering from the previous onslaught, Shinji couldn't use his shield or weapon to block in time. He could only tilt his body, letting the katana pierce through his chest. With his lung punctured, Shinji involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes dazed, ground shrink. That's right. Shiro maintained his backstab stance, leisurely explaining, for a master who has elevated footwork to the level of ground shrink, conventional restraints are ineffective. Once again, you made an assumption. No, having suffered such a setback, how could I underestimate you? Shinji suddenly released his shield, gripping the katana piercing his chest with his left hand, ignoring the blade cutting into his palm. I just needed to catch you like this. Now. With a light shout, the ancient sword Azure Cloud sword emerged from above Shinji's shoulder, its magical energy transforming into a fierce black wind and fire, ready to unleash. So that's your plan. However. Shiro nodded slightly at the sight, flicking his wrist. Shinji immediately felt the katana slip from his grasp, despite his firm grip. Shiro, having withdrawn his katana, flicked his wrist again, creating a whirlwind of fire that clashed with the black wind and fire amidst the splattering of blood. As a result, Shiro remained unscathed, continuing to taunt. And you said you weren't making assumptions. Why would you think you could take my sword this way? Do you believe techniques like disarming and empty-handed blade-taking are easy to master? Even if I couldn't draw my sword, I could simply fight without it. How do you know I don't have a second sword or another weapon? Even if I had no other weapons, how do you know I'm not equally skilled in unarmed combat? Well, your determination to kill me, even at the cost of self-harm, is commendable, but without the necessary skills, it's just an empty castle in the air, a mere illusion. With your current battered body, what else can you do? What can I do? Shinji lowered his head, seemingly resigned and motionless. Just as Shiro awaited his next move, Shinji's mouth twisted into a sinister grin. The harp in his hand traced a similarly shocking path, slashing straight at Shiro's forehead. Of course, kill you. Chapter 570, A New Noble Phantasm. 1094 words. Shinji's sudden assault was swift, sharp, and unexpected, executed with a speed and angle that even the most professional assassins would highly praise. However, for Shiro, who had mastered both the sword and body movement to the highest level, this attack was still just a bit lacking. Shiro, though startled, did not panic. He instinctively took a step back, moving out of the side's range while still having time to comment. Impressive, impressive. I didn't expect you could launch such an attack. Maybe if you try a few more times, you could hurt me, but how many more times can your body endure this? Until you die. As Shiro spoke, Shinji did not pause for a moment, relentlessly pursuing using his scythe, while the azure cloud sword above his head continued to emit black wind and flames. Just as he had said at the beginning, he wanted to kill this bastard in front of him to avenge justice. Then I must see how your battered body will, Halfway through his sentence, Shiro fell silent because he noticed that the wounds on Shinji's exposed skin had somehow stopped bleeding, and the skin around the wounds had turned purplish red, with a tendency to darken further. The cut that had pierced from his back to his chest also diminished as the purple color deepened, eventually vanishing. Is this self-healing? A deep curiosity flashed in Shiro's eyes. In the world of mysticism, nothing is impossible. Many special magecraft and talents can achieve such effects, the most famous being vampires. However, even among vampires, those who could heal this quickly were few and far between. Interesting. How exactly are you doing this? Was some ability added during your incarnation? Is it a special relic? Or some secret technique that requires a great price? Whether he was asking Shinji, or just talking to himself, Shiro's chatter did not slow his actions. Without the suppression of the gaze of the Medusa, his sword swings and movements returned to their original level. His mind, technique, and body, along with his eyes, hands, and body, reached a high degree of unity, making every move he made flow with a strange harmony. Whether stepping back to dodge, sidestepping, or raising his sword to block, Shiro intercepted all of Shinji's fierce attacks. Moreover, between the side swings and retractions, Shiro's katana always found those brief openings, adding several more wounds to Shinji in no time. Shinji seemed indifferent to these wounds, as if he had just been bitten by ants, and continued his offensive, focused on killing his target. In contrast, Shiro's expression grew increasingly serious. From his face, it seemed like he was the one at a disadvantage. No, it's not just self-healing. Shiro could feel that as the battle progressed, Shinji's magical power, attack strength, and movement speed were all noticeably increasing, especially after he was injured. Then the rate of increase would significantly spike. This completely defied common sense. Any self-healing ability required a certain price, such as magical power, vitality, or some other force. Even perfect vampires, known as the true ancestors, were no exception. But Shinji was different. Not only did his wounds heal without any loss of strength, but his overall power was being amplified. The only ability that fit this description Shiro could think of was the Crying Warmonger. The reason it was a question and not a certainty was that after Shinji's incarnation, he was no longer a servant, and Shiro's ruler privilege couldn't see his information. Shinji remained silent, his attacks growing stronger, each strike infused with power exceeding A rank. Even with Shiro's technique integrated into his instincts, his arms began to feel numb, and his blocks and counterattacks started to decrease. Swallow reversal. With a masterful footwork technique, Shiro once again maneuvered to Shinji's side. At that moment, the dimensions twisted, and a single slash from 3 different directions simultaneously struck Shinji's body, creating 3 wounds that spanned his entire back and thigh. However, this time, Shinji did not fall. As soon as the blood sprayed out, the surrounding muscles began to wriggle rapidly, sealing the severed blood vessels almost instantly. Sensing the magical power flowing from the wounds, Shiro finally confirmed his suspicion. As expected, it's Spartacus' noble phantasm. But he has long been out of the picture. How could you? No, just knowing the true nature of your healing ability is enough. As the mastermind behind that earth-shattering explosion, how could Shiro not know how to deal with Spartacus? Against this ever-growing, self-destructive human bomb, the best method was to kill quickly, not giving him a chance to accumulate and evolve. Taking a deep breath, Shiro's figure became a blur. In the next instant, he was behind Shinji, hands gripping his sword in a Chudinokami stance, beginning to step forward. At this moment, the image and aura Shinji could capture still lingered the moment Shiro took his breath. This was the highest level of Shikuchi, reduced earth, ground shrink, followed by the ultimate fusion of the katana and Shikuchi. The first step was light, just a tiny movement, but only after the second step landed did the sound of the first step reach the ears. After the second step, Shiro was only a room's width away from Shinji. The third step that followed would close the distance to 0, and the katana would simultaneously execute 3 thrusts, causing a localized event casualty, destroying Shinji's heart before his healing ability could instantly repair it. This was true: 1 step surpasses sound, 2 steps leave no gap, 3 steps absolute blade. However, just as the third step was about to land, and the terrifying killing sword was about to strike, an unexpected change occurred. The spot Shiro had chosen for the third step suddenly became covered in dense black shadows, which quickly grew into sharp spikes as his foot descended. In a split second, Shiro forcibly halted his thrust, using his katana to push off the ground, narrowly avoiding the fate of having his feet pierced by the spikes. Upon landing, Shiro's gaze became unprecedentedly severe. The extreme punishment king, no, it's the bloodstained king. Given the precedent of the crying warmonger, Shiro quickly recognized the true nature of these spikes. Seeing that his enemy had discerned his tactics, Shinji no longer concealed anything. He struck the ground forcefully with the long handle of the harp, calling out the true name of his noble phantasm. Kazikli Bay. In his sight, all tangible surfaces were covered in black shadows, sprouting stakes that completely sealed the evasion space around the altar. Chapter 571, Chapter 571, Shiro's Weakness. 2,148 words. Compared to the stakes controlled by Vlad III, the stakes summoned by Shinji appeared somewhat weaker. Rather than stakes, they looked more like oversized nails sprouting from the ground, pillars and fences. However, Shiro did not underestimate these stakes because of their small size. He fully understood Shinji's plan. These stakes covering the ground were not meant for direct attacks, they served a dual auxiliary purpose. The first function was to alter the terrain to block Shiro's elusive footwork. The second function targeted Shinji himself. Crying Warmonger is a noble phantasm that converts damage into magical power, recovery ability, and explosive power for the user. For someone wielding this noble phantasm, moderate damage not only does not hinder their actions, but also provides benefits, such as piercing their feet. Shinji intended to use this self-destructive method to strengthen himself. Although he would endure both physical and mental pain, these pains paled compared to Skathaka's body control training, and the blow of losing Justice. As long as he could kill Shiro in front of him, he was willing to endure any amount of torture. With a hand seal, the increasingly potent magical energy stored within Shinji's body continuously poured into the azure cloud sword, turning the entire altar into a sea of flames. Meanwhile, Shinji, with bare feet, charged towards Shiro. Every time he was pierced by a stake, every time he was burned by flames, Shinji would gain magical energy. Some of this energy would be used for self-recovery and enhancement of his attributes. The excess energy would support his noble phantasm and mana burst skill. In this way, Crying Warmonger achieved a balance between input and output. It would not cause him to transform into an abomination and self-destruct as Spartacus did due to excessive magical energy, nor would it cause him to become incapacitated due to massive magical energy consumption. No wonder Shiro praised. There are no useless noble phantasms, only incompetent servants. In this regard, you are much better than Vlad III and Spartacus. As for why Shinji possessed the noble phantasms of two defeated servants, Shiro could guess the reason. Justice used the Lesser Grail as a medium to cast the incarnation spell on Shinji. The Lesser Grail itself did not have enough magical energy to support this spell, the only fuel available was the servant souls stored within it. In other words, Shinji's body at this moment was composed of the Lesser Grail, and the souls of Vlad III and Spartacus. With this premise, borrowing their powers became possible. Indeed, as Shiro guessed, Shinji's incarnation was due to directly merging with the Lesser Grail, along with the servant souls stored within it. According to Justice, once the physical body was completed, the Lesser Grail's function of binding souls would cease to exist, and Spartacus and Vlad III would be liberated. This was also why both agreed to help Justice complete this spell. However, before their liberation, Shinji made a deal with them: lend me your power, and I will defeat Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. The two servants agreed without hesitation. Spartacus sought rebellion against oppressors, and now that Amakusa Shiro Tokisada had become the supreme ruler holding the Greater Grail, Shinji's rebellion against him naturally garnered Spartacus's support. Vlad III, on the other hand, had fallen directly to Amakusa Shiro's blade, his was shattered. For this tyrant, this was intolerable. Previously unable to seek revenge, now given the chance, he would not let it slip. However, both servants had already retired and lacked their classes and servant bodies, making direct assistance impossible. Shinji could not also recreate their servant bodies for their resurrection. In the end, the two berserkers chose the most extreme method. They completely disintegrated their remaining existence and transferred all their power to Shinji, allowing him to gain the strength to contend with or even defeat Shiro. Shiro's strength lay in his skills and experience, the dual mastery of katana and footwork, capable of unleashing noble phantasm-level attacks. However, as a servant, Shiro's physical abilities were fixed, with attributes unchanged since his summoning over 60 years ago. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Agility, B. Mana, A. Luck, B. Noble Phantasm, D. Honestly, these attributes were not impressive, even Shinji surpassed him, let alone the top-tier servants like Artoria, Karna, and Siegfried. This was Shiro's weakness and Shinji's only chance for victory. Shinji could not match Shiro in skill, not even for 100 years. Since acquiring various noble phantasms, Shinji was destined not to specialize in one path to its ultimate end. He could only compensate in other areas, such as equipment and physical attributes. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Gilgamesh fully demonstrated the advantage of equipment, and how having multiple noble phantasms allowed for overwhelming dominance. In this Holy Grail War, Spartacus fully showcased what overwhelming strength meant and how, in the face of absolute power, skills were rendered insignificant. Now, Shinji aimed to become both Gilgamesh and Spartacus. Perhaps he could not reach their heights, but if he could combine their strengths to a level capable of killing Shiro, it would be enough. With the azure cloud sword, flames filled the sky. Blood-stained stakes covered the ground. The harp, like a bone-attached maggot, relentlessly pursues. Although he endures pain at all times, this pain is the necessary path to victory and revenge. With each step, each time he is scorched by flames, he feels himself growing stronger. Strength, endurance, agility, magic, all attributes, his entire body. Starting from an already peak B, he soared to A and continued to rise, eventually breaking through the limits defined by the panel and reaching an immeasurable EX. It was truly an extraordinary, superhuman body, where every move caused the ground to shake. If Semiramis had not reinforced the entire space with magic, it would have long been torn apart by Shinji. Even so, the altar used to house the Greater Grail had already been half dismantled by Shinji's sheer power, and Shiro's situation was becoming increasingly perilous under the growing ferocity. Honestly, having fought to this extent, Shinji genuinely admired Shiro. Yes, admiration, unrelated to grudges or preferences, just pure respect for a strong opponent. Relying only on relatively low basic attributes, compared to a servant, and a single katana, he managed to hold on until now. His incredible techniques repeatedly opened everyone's eyes. No place to land due to stakes everywhere. No problem, as long as he doesn't step on the tips, he can still move and use his body techniques. Fiery wind everywhere. No problem, the katana enchanted by Shakespeare can also release wind and fire, countering each other. Moreover, Shiro's control over wind and fire when wielding the sword was superior. Lack of strength. No problem. No matter how strong, it's impossible to be uniformly strong. Attack the weaker points. If one strike isn't enough, then layer multiple strikes. If that doesn't work, he can deflect and redirect the force. Shinji had been forced to channel his strength into the ground more than once this way, destroying the stakes he had set up. Each time, Shiro would use the firm ground to adjust his stance. At this moment, Shinji truly understood what extremity meant. It wasn't just about noble phantasms, but also the accumulation of everyday details. However, since he killed Justies, there was no room for reconciliation between the two. As Shinji truly attained a superhuman body and absolute strength, Shiro's absolute technique was finally breached. You have unpredictable, elusive movements, I have EX-level agility. No matter where you appear, I can catch up. You can strike the weak points of strength, even my weakest point can overwhelm you. You can use minimal force to deflect great strength, what about enormous force? Tens of thousands of pounds. No matter how you change, I will crush you like a mountain. I, Matou Shinji, today will rely on attributes and equipment to crush you. It's that unreasonable, that brutally simple, yet the simpler and more brutal the method, the more unsolvable it is. And that's why he chose not to bring any companions. The fiery wind stakes don't distinguish between friend and foe, and the stronger the force, the harder it is to control his body. The more his movements become distorted, the easier it is to harm his companions. Only a solo battle can avoid this situation. As for the flaws brought by distorted movements, Shinji didn't care. The stronger the force, the greater the body's recovery ability. If you have the skill, come and strike. As long as his head is not severed or his heart pierced, Shinji doesn't care about other injuries. To prevent this, he specifically retrieved Athena's shield. With this, Shiro's situation became even worse. Previously, the gap was too large, and one heavy pressure could be ignored. But now, the gap has been closed, and even a slight weakening could lead to fatal consequences. Finally, the now humanoid dragon Shinji caught Shiro during a reduced earth. His entire body's magic power erupted like a landslide and tsunami, pressing down together with the scythe. Die. This strike contained all the magic power Shinji could muster, its unprecedented power unstoppable by Shiro alone. And Shiro didn't intend to block it. Before the scythe blade hit, he made a very simple move. He raised his left hand. Immediately, a powerful magic force suddenly attacked from the side, sending the unprepared Shinji flying. Shinji rolled on the ground, the anger and hatred in his eyes growing fiercer. He didn't need to see to know where that magic power came from. It was the most familiar magic power of the Greater Grail, the colorless magic power of the same origin as Justice. Since their encounter, this magic power had always been by his side, supporting and protecting him. And now, this magic power had fallen into the enemy's control, and became his foe. Feeling Shinji's gaze, Shiro took a leisurely breath. Don't look at me like that. You have a lot of noble phantasm, a sword, a shield, and a scythe. What's wrong with me borrowing some external power? Didn't I just say? There are no useless noble phantasms, only incompetent servants. Noble phantasms are not about ranks but about their use. You use your noble phantasms better than Vlad III and Spartacus, and of course, I use these hands better than Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Left hand, Xanadu Matrix, activate, connect to the Greater Grail, magic power cluster continuous projection. With Shiro's chant, specks of light appeared around the Greater Grail, each containing high concentrations of colorless magic power. The magic itself had no properties, but the impact of the projection was comparable to laser weapons. In an instant, Shinji's increasingly powerful yet uncontrollable body was riddled with over a dozen holes. Although these wounds were immediately repaired, Shiro completed another round of chanting at this moment. Right hand, safety shutdown, right arm, space isolation. In a flash, the previous layout of wind, fire, earth, and stakes was broken, replaced by a vast space filling the vision and continually expanding. Compared to this space, the two anti-army noble phantasms seemed insignificant. This bizarre scene was beyond Shinji's comprehension. He had no idea how Shiro achieved this. For the first time since the start of the battle, he didn't take the initiative to attack but switched to defense. With this, there's much more room to maneuver. Don't look at me like that. This space was structured by Semiramis, not me. I just used my right hand to extend the folded space. Consider it a little understanding of space manipulation. A little understanding. You can already perform dimensional leaps and dimensional distortions, and you call that a little understanding. Semiramis has a little understanding of magic, and you have a little understanding of space manipulation. You are a family, aren't you? If it were normal times, Shinji would have retorted like this, but now he had no mood for it. He just withdrew his mental power controlling the Azure Cloud Sword and Kazikli Bay. With the space extended, the attack range of the two noble phantasms was insufficient to complete the task of blocking and restraining. Instead of wasting his already strained mental power, it was better to focus solely on controlling his body. At this moment, Shiro finally displayed the aura that a saint should have. After being suppressed by you for so long, it's my turn to attack. Let's start the second round. I enhance my body with a command spell. With a flash of red light, Shiro's basic attributes rose comprehensively. He had long been prepared to make up for his shortcomings. It's just that no one had forced him to this point until now. Taking a step forward, the posture of stepping was one Shinji had seen before, the prelude to lightless, three-stage thrust, a step beyond sound. Chapter 572, Chapter 572, I Reject My Humanity, JoJo. 1312 words. A step beyond sound. However, what followed wasn't the anticipated second step of seamlessness, but a direct strike aimed at Shinji's face. Shinji horizontally positioned his scythe to block, but just before the blade and scythe clashed, Shiro suddenly retracted his sword and took another step, once again executing the step beyond sound. This time, the blade slashed toward Shinji's side neck, which he defended with his shield. Yet once again, the blade was withdrawn just before impact, and Shiro continued stepping, landing behind Shinji. What followed was a repetitive cycle of high-speed movement and retracting the blade at the last moment. This wasn't mere play, it was the most suitable tactic at the moment. Shinji wasn't afraid of getting injured, and his strength increased with his injuries, so accumulating wounds like with normal opponents wouldn't work. Only when he was sure of a one-hit kill did Shiro strike. Shinji noticed this and focused on protecting his vital points, instead of following Shiro's blade. However, Shiro's body movements, enhanced by the command spell, were now even faster, more elusive, and harder to predict. After several cycles, Shinji's defense couldn't keep up with the attacks, and a clear flaw appeared between the connection of his scythe and shield. Shiro, having increased his speed to a terrifying level, didn't miss this opportunity. The blade came down like a guillotine from medieval times, poised to execute. A cold flash. But instead of the dull thud of a blade cutting into flesh, there was a crisp clang, the sound of metal striking metal. The sound came from Shiro's katana. The gold was a spear, black with gold edges, exuding an unmistakable divine aura, one of Shinji's noble phantasms, the Spear of Ishtar. After some preparation, Shinji finally used the third magic left by Justice to repair the two damaged noble phantasms. It was this divine spear that blocked Shiro's lethal strike. The black gold light traced a lively arc, directly stabbing towards Shiro's chest. Shiro twisted his blade to meet the spear's tip, using the force to retreat, and voluntarily break off the attack. It wasn't because he was exhausted or the command spell's boost had expired, but because Shinji's current state was too abnormal. His left hand still firmly gripped the shield, and his right held the scythe. His movements still involved the shield protecting his head and face, and the scythe was held before his chest. All his actions were in front of his body. Yet, the spear that blocked the decapitation strike, and could counterattack, was held by a third hand. Yes, a third hand, growing from the left side of his back, near the ribs. It was this hand that made Shiro's eyes show a hint of complexity. Matou Shinji, you. I told you, I will kill you, no matter the cost. Shinji turned around, his cold, fierce gaze locking onto his enemy. Simultaneously, his right rib area bulged, tearing through the white spiritual garment in a few seconds, and a new hand, the fourth one, grew out. This hand held another previously damaged noble phantasm, Indra's thunder. When Shinji retracted the two noble phantasms, the magic within him lost its outlet and began accumulating. Such an excess of magic could only lead to two outcomes: either he would explode, or his body would be revitalized by the magic, starting abnormal growth, and gradually losing human form, transforming into a monstrous being. Earlier, Shinji still had a sliver of hope that he could reach Shiro through a magic circulation strategy. But after Shiro used the command spell to strengthen himself, Shinji completely abandoned that hope. If strength wasn't enough, then he would enhance it further. Human strength wasn't enough, so I reject my humanity, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Instantly, thunder broke through the air, the spear shook the ground, Medusa opened her eyes to stare, and the harp swung out. 4 arms, 4 noble phantasms, all striking simultaneously. No madness, no life. As Shinji abandoned his humanity, another non-human entity, known as the primordial human, began to fall behind. It wasn't that he, the culmination of all Kabbalah techniques, and the dreams of all Kabbalah magus, couldn't defeat the Hydra. Instead, fighting in the Hanging Gardens was too disadvantageous. As previously mentioned, Golem Keter is a growth-type noble phantasm. Initially, it was 15 meters in length, but this was just its newly born state. As the paradise expanded, the giant would grow larger, eventually exceeding 1,000 meters. At such a size, multiple top-tier servants would be required to contend with it. Shinji, Avisbron himself, and other knowledgeable individuals hoped that the giant, at its final stage, would unleash its pure power to either crush the entire Hanging Gardens or bring it under the giant's control. Without the support of the gardens, Shiro's side would be doomed to fail. As for what would happen to Avisbron, or the grand laws of mystery afterward, that could be dealt with later. If necessary, blame could be shifted to those superpowers. After all, 1,000 meters is impossible to hide, and the Mages Association and the Holy Church would likely be in a dilemma. However, everyone overlooked one point: the Hanging Gardens is Semiramis's domain, her temple, where she has absolute control. Although the reality marble called Eden possessed by the golem Adam could rewrite reality, it couldn't surpass Semiramis's control over her territory. At first, Semiramis didn't react in time, and lost part of her territory to Eden. By the time she did react, she firmly restricted Eden with the entire garden as her support, making it difficult for it to expand any further. Without the support of Paradise, Adam's growth became extremely slow. Despite Avisbron trying every possible method, draining almost all his mana, and sacrificing all the rare birds and beasts around, he could only grow the giant to 30 meters. With its size and the fact that the golem was immune to poison, it could suppress the Hydra. However, the Hydra wasn't fighting alone, it had Semiramis's support. Without needing offensive magic, just boosting the Hydra's power and sabotaging the golem at critical moments was enough to change the tide of the battle. If it weren't for the golem's strong regenerative abilities and Avisbron's numerology support, the giant would have already fallen to this terrifying combination. Nevertheless, this could only delay but not prevent the golem's defeat. Gradually, the golem's movements became slower, and its healing speed also decreased. After all, it was just a golem named Adam, and not a true primordial human. Is this the limit? As expected, the performance of the core. But it's meaningless to talk about this now. I was already mentally prepared when I agreed to Assassin's terms. Let me offer the last of my strength to the paradise. Hiding in the deepest part of the Eden, Avisbron sighed, showing clear emotion in his words for the first time. Roche, can you hear me? I need the amplification of the command spells, use all three at once. Teacher. I can hear you, Roche's voice was filled with joy. I'll use them right away. I command with the 3 command spells to strengthen the caster. Teacher, you must win. The crystallization of magic awakened a miracle. The nearly depleted mana became abundant again, and the golem's state began to steadily improve. What a good student. However, this time, I fear I won't be able to meet your expectations. Avisbron looked in the direction of his master from afar, shook his head slightly, and began to walk toward the still-fighting giant. Just like the birds and beasts earlier, he would use himself as the last sacrifice, becoming the nourishment for his noble phantasm. Please, Adam. With your power, I believe you can surely create a paradise on this land. Save the world, save humanity, save my people. Chapter 573, Chapter 573, The Hunt of Karma. 1065 words. From beginning to end, this Kabbalist, who devoted his entire life to the golem, never removed his mask or exposed his flesh. He never opened his heart to humanity or the world, even though he deeply loved it. Just as his body was about to merge with Adam, an arrow descended from the sky, landing right at his feet. Avisbron turned his head and saw more arrows streaking through the sky, 9 in total, each hitting one of Hydra's heads. 9 arrows for 9 heads. His gaze fell upon a man with brown hair tied into a ponytail, holding a longbow and exuding an aura as solid as the earth. The great sage Chiron. After shooting through all 9 heads, Chiron projected his voice into Avisprin's mind. No matter how you see it, that is your child. As a parent, you must witness its growth, not irresponsibly abandon it. But no need to worry. Just have the giant focus on defending up front, and leave the rest to me. Chiron manifested another 9 arrows. Meanwhile, Hydra, known for its regenerative powers, had already recovered, with all 18 eyes focusing on the small yet dangerous archer. Though you were killed by Heracles, I died from your poison. From that moment, our fates were intertwined. Today, let me sever this karmic bond myself. Witnessing the battle from a distance, Calls unhesitatingly issued a command spell. With the command spell, I order you, Chiron, to kill the Hydra. Your command, I have received. Enhanced by the command spell, Chiron shed his usual composed demeanor, and became completely unleashed. At this moment, he was not the revered great sage but the centaur warrior, known for their violent prowess. Chiron, son of the great god Cronus, begins the hunt. His fingers rapidly plucked the bowstring, releasing 9 arrows in an instant. The Hydra, barely healed, sustained new injuries. Seeing this, even the eccentric Avispron couldn't help but express genuine admiration. A truly remarkable skill, indeed a reinforcement capable of defeating the Hydra. In that case, I shall hold on a bit longer, go, Adam. The giant let out a high-pitched roar, and with a body over 30 meters tall, lunged at the Hydra once more, gripping it tightly to prevent it from interfering with Chiron. The battle once again tilted in favor of the black faction. However, the mistress of the garden, Semiramis, would not admit defeat so easily. As Chiron appeared and declared his hunt, she used the magic absorbed from the Greater Grail to weave a second summoning ritual. Fill, manifest. At the moment of her chance completion, a massive sigil appeared once more, birthing a creature even older and stronger than the Hydra. Mentioned in Mesopotamian mythology, the primordial mother of gods, the Earth Mother Tiamat, also birthed the monstrous beings opposing the gods, 11 in total. Now Semiramis summoned one of them. It was a giant serpent created in the sea, with brightly colored horns and forelimbs, a terrifying monster on par with dragon gods, the Basmu. Its head emerged from the depths of darkness. Its fangs were infused with venom more potent than Hydra's, capable of causing fatal injuries with a mere touch, something even the Empress dared not use lightly. The giant venomous serpent, or rather, the venomous dragon, let out a deafening roar, eager to descend into this world. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could only reveal half its body. This was expected, for it was a terrifying beast comparable to gods. Even with the garden's enhancement and near-infinite mana supply from the Greater Grail, summoning this monster completely was extremely difficult. After all, even the Greater Grail could only summon heroic spirits, not higher-level deities. Could Semiramis surpass the Greater Grail and break the limits? The answer was affirmative, for to heroic spirits, conventions were meant to be broken, and Semiramis knew how to break these limits. Master, use a command spell to strengthen my summoning ritual. I must not let the intruders have their way. Understood, I command with a command spell. Brilliant red mana traversed space, directly merging into the summoning circle at the peak of the royal palace, fully opening the passage between the present world and the inner world. The progenitor, Earth Mother Tiamat's son, the crimson poison dragon, finally descended into the present world. The overwhelming pressure of its unrestrained, top-of-the-life hierarchy presence instantly swept through the entire garden, brazenly mocking the insignificance of humans. Kill them. Upon hearing Semiramis's command, Basma casually flicked its tail. With just that single flick, it sent both Hydra and the golem flying. Truly, it was a terrifying monster capable of rivaling the gods. Next, Basma twisted its enormous body and soared into the air, heading straight for Chiron, an existence it must eliminate, an enemy bearing the detested blood of the gods. Chiron drew his longbow to its fullest and shot an arrow with maximum power. The arrow, infused with magic, indeed pierced through the poison dragon's scales, creating a bloody hole. However, compared to Basmu's massive body, this wound was insignificant and only served to further enrage the beast. This is troublesome. Avisbrand's pupils contracted, but Chiron remained unperturbed. It's only a bother. What do you say, Achilles? You're right. A thunderous, iconic voice echoed from afar, accompanied by a loud rumble. The second servant belonging to Calls had finally defeated his shadowy opponent and arrived with his chariot to provide support. Come on, try to stop me. My chariot will run you down like a shooting star. Too late now. Troia's Tragoidia. Two divine horses, also bearing the lineage of gods, galloped at full speed, pushing the chariot's speed to its peak. Whether in strength, skill, or speed, if a force in battle far surpasses common sense, it transcends numerical parameters, it becomes a pure weapon. In this regard, the speed of Achilles' chariot was such a weapon. Because of its high speed, it was difficult to avoid. Because of its high speed, its power was tremendous. Coupled with the chariot's sturdiness and the two immortal divine horses pulling it, this chariot was nearly perfect in both offense and defense, an epitome of what a hero could achieve. Facing such an ultra-high-speed blender that could leave everything in its wake, even a terrifying monster like Basmu couldn't escape unscathed. It was torn apart, large chunks of flesh ripped away, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 574, Chapter 574, Tonight, we shall surpass legend. 1229 words. Since Basmu is a monster comparable to the gods, it naturally wouldn't be so easily killed. Although Achilles had inflicted a grievous wound on it with his chariot, Basmu quickly recovered and opened its maw to spit out a mouthful of venom. Due to the previous collision, the speed of the two divine horses had already decreased. At this moment, the immortal chariot no longer possessed absolute speed and destructive power. It could neither deliver another fierce blow to Basmu nor avoid the venom capable of instantly killing a servant or a phantasmal beast. Seeing this, Achilles had no choice but to release the reins, commanding the chariot to disperse into spirit particles. Simultaneously, he activated his comet form to dodge the range of the venom. The enraged poison dragon was not about to let the little insect that made it bleed so much escape. It pursued Achilles relentlessly. Achilles' title as the fastest was only valid among humans, but compared to a monster several tens of meters long, his so-called speed advantage disappeared. Running dozens of steps laboriously while the opponent only needed to twist its body slightly was no match. This was even after Achilles had ingested a super serum, granting him strong resistance to poison. Otherwise, the venomous mist spreading from the liquid would have been enough to kill him on the spot. However, the relentlessly pursued Achilles showed no fear. On the contrary, his face was full of ease, as if he were being chased by an ordinary beast rather than a poisoned dragon. While running, Achilles suddenly stopped and raised one hand high. Now, big sis. As if in response to his call, countless emerald green lights appeared in the sky, a rain of arrows, a divine punishment from Apollo and Artemis, the noble phantasm of Atlanta. This wide-area anti-army noble phantasm was not very effective against a single servant, but it was perfect for dealing with a massive monster like Basmu. In the blink of an eye, Basmu turned into a porcupine, covered with green arrows. Along with the divine punishment, a sapphire shield fell from the sky, landing accurately in Achilles' hand. The strongest human sprinter raised the shield and launched into a 100-meter dash. This shield was crafted by the god of blacksmiths, Hephaestus, at the request of Thetis, Achilles' mother, out of pity for her son who had lost his armor. It is the legendary shield described in over 100 lines in the famous Iliad. Engraved on the shield are the sky, earth and heavens, the sun, moon and stars, gods, nations and men, soldiers, thieves and sacrifices, song, birth and death. And surrounding it all, the endless ocean, Oceanus. This was a noble phantasm symbolizing the world in which Achilles lived. This was the world of the hero's eulogy to life, representing the world itself. Well done, sister, perfect timing, the miniature world enclosed by the azure sky. With the release of its true name, the small world engraved on the shield replaced the spatial rules and, driven by Achilles, slammed into Basma's head. This artifact, crafted by Hephaestus, was originally Achilles' treasure. He had lent the shield to Atalanta for protection out of concern for her weak defense. Atalanta initially refused but accepted after Achilles persuaded her with reasons like for the children's sake, and even without the shield, I still have other noble phantasms. This transfer met the conditions, as using the shield required no special skill. Both parties agreed willingly, and there are legends of Achilles lending his treasures and Atalanta receiving gifts. In a critical moment against the shadow berserker Beowulf, she successfully reverses the situation using the shield, killing the transformed wolf Beowulf, and after a short rest, arrives at the most intense battlefield to return the shield and assist Achilles. In terms of sheer strength, Achilles couldn't surpass a giant monster tens of meters long. But with this small world, no matter how strong or struggling Basma was, it wouldn't affect Achilles. He only needed to focus on using the small world to crush everything it touched until he was exhausted and had to retreat. The pained Basma went completely berserk. Its throat moved as it prepared to unleash some terrifying thing. However, before it could spit out this thing, a pure white comet descended from the sky, crashing directly onto Basma's forehead. "We're here to help too." Bellerophon, Astolfo, and Master Sieg had officially arrived. Just in time. Achilles waved and ran to his teacher's side. Still not dead. Such tenacity. Chiron fired a few arrows to delay the Hydra on the other side. That's Tiamat's son, Basmu, a monster comparable to the gods. How could it be so easily killed? So that one over there is the famous Hydra. Perfect for a hero's opponent. Not just a suitable opponent but the best prey. Almost blending into the surroundings, Atalanta emerged from a thicket. I dedicate this hunt to the great goddess Artemis. Then I'll dedicate it to my father Peleus, my mother Thetis, and my dear friend Patroclus. Achilles materialized his spear and pointed it towards the sky. That previous lancer was strong too, but he seemed a bit off in the head, and the fight wasn't satisfying. This time, I should be able to fight to my heart's content. Master, do you still have command seals? Give me some more mana. All right, by my command seal. Calls had also made up his mind, revealing his last command seal, and was about to declare it. Chiron extended his hand to stop him. Master only has one last command seal left, keep it as a contingency. I have a way to provide support. Ruler, can you hear me? This is Chiron. It's time, could you please use your last command seal to boost us? A few seconds later, a distinctive red glow appeared on every servant of the Black faction, accompanied by the most sincere wishes and expectations of the legendary saint. Make sure to secure victory. Feeling the overwhelming mana within him, Achilles laughed heartily. This is the feeling, this powerful sensation. Now I can finally let loose and give it my all. I'm going in. Tonight, we will surpass legend. In the most glorious era of Achilles, he was known as the man closest to the gods, and he had always been proud of it. But today, he harbored a new ambition. How could merely being the closest to the gods be enough? He wanted to reach even greater heights, starting with defeating the Basmu in front of him. Activating comet form, Achilles turned into a streak of light, thrusting his spear directly at Basma's nose, followed closely by Astolfo charging in with Pegasus. Chiron and Atalanta exchanged glances, and the two legendary archers simultaneously drew their bows, unleashing volley after volley of arrows. Avisbron leaped onto Adam's shoulder, fighting alongside his creation, together gripping Hydra's throat. Not only Achilles, but everyone participating in this battle was surpassing legend. Avisbron achieved what no Kabbalist had ever accomplished, the creation of the primordial giant, making history. Astolfo rode the Pegasus that had long since vanished from his era. Atalanta was hunting a beast far stronger than the Caledonian boar. Chiron sought to wash away the shame of losing his immortality with Hydra's blood. This would be a battle worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Chapter 575, Chapter 575, Opening the Door to Welcome Guests. 1068 words. By the artificial lake in the garden, an epic battle raged on. Inside the throne room, Semiramis was sulking. She wasn't angry at Shinji, who was fiercely battling Shiro. Having witnessed Shiro's many wonders, she had full confidence in her master. Nor was she angry at the 5 heroes who were evenly matched with Basmu and Hydra. These guys were just minor annoyances. Even if they managed to kill the 2 beasts, she could summon 2 more. As long as she was within the throne room, and the mana from the Greater Grail hadn't been cut off, she could continuously summon poison-related monsters. When Achilles appeared to provide support, she was already considering what to summon next. Should it be Basilisk, a mythical creature born from ancient European lore? Or the venomous scorpion, the servant beast of the Egyptian goddess Serket? However, before she could decide, an alarm sounded in the throne room. It signaled that enemies had invaded the core palace complex of the garden, meaning she could no longer focus on the external battlefield, and had to concentrate on the increasingly close invaders. Relying on her absolute control over the garden, Her Majesty the Empress quickly identified the intruders. They were 3 women, 1 tall and 2 short, with almost identical faces, the ruler Jeanne d'Arc, the king of knights Artoria, and the rebellious knight Mordred. After nearly falling into Semiramis' trap with a stratagem of self-injury, the 3 formidable women swiftly killed Assassin of the Shadows Yen Qing, and Caster of the Shadows Paracelsus, then headed directly toward the garden's core. This strategy was both Chiron's suggestion and Jeanne's judgment. When Chiron proposed using the command seal to Jeanne, they had already planned for one group to hold off the enemy outside while the other struck at the heart. Letting Semiramis continue was too dangerous. No one knew if she would summon a 3rd or 4th such terrifying beast. They needed to eliminate the source, and Jeanne's group, with their strong magic resistance abilities, was the best choice for this task. Semiramis saw through their plan, which made her so angry. She bit her thumb tightly, looking as if she intended to bite through her nail. Damn ruler, damn Black Lancer, and that damned rebel. But this combination is indeed very troublesome, especially the ruler's noble phantasm. If it truly embodies the concept of protection, it would undoubtedly be the nemesis of my poison. There's no choice, even though I'm reluctant, I have to rely on that guy. I hope he wasn't boasting, otherwise, I'll rip out his tongue even if it means abandoning the garden. Using the garden's privileges, the Empress projected herself directly into Shakespeare's study. At this moment, Shakespeare was wholeheartedly engrossed in his writing, his sparkling eyes seeing nothing but the words before him. Helplessly, the Empress first coughed to announce her presence. Shakespeare glanced up at her, then buried his head back in his writing. Semiramis, resigned, and had to speak up. Caster. Only then did the great playwright awaken from his trance, removing his hands from the keyboard, and performing an exaggerated courtly bow as usual. Ah, Your Majesty the Empress, what a rare guest indeed. Coming to find me at such a critical moment, it seems the situation isn't looking good. You have such wisdom in warfare. The Empress looked at the man she usually treated as a clown with slight surprise, and he shook his head. You're too kind. War wisdom and such I have none. I've just created many works and know a bit about human nature. Oh, then you must know why I'm here. You want me to use my noble phantasm against that lovely yet pitiable saint, right? Has she already broken into the palace? Shakespeare crossed his arms and rubbed his chin, his expression peculiarly odd. Sometimes I wonder if you truly understand magic. I am a writer completely ignorant of magic. The reason I understand the saints so well is due to some past connections. Connections? More like a troublesome relationship. Semiramis' lips curled. Because of Shiro's particularly indulgent attitude toward Shakespeare, she had taken the time to thoroughly research Shakespeare's background and learned about the dark history between him and Jeanne d'Arc, a history that was truly dark, as in maliciously defamatory. In his play Henry VI, Shakespeare depicted Jeanne d'Arc as a wanton woman, openly flirting with the heartless Charles VII. After being captured by the English, actually the Burgundians, and sentenced to be burned at the stake, Jeanne supposedly claimed she was pregnant and named several possible fathers, turning the pure maiden into a tarnished figure. Although this was a product of the hostile English-French relations at the time, where the hero of the enemy is the villain to us, it was excessively harsh. Jean, with her good temper, didn't hold it against him, but if it had been Semiramis, she would have long turned this blabbering fool into a breeding ground for poisons. Shakespeare could only shrug helplessly at this. I don't deny it. Honestly, after meeting the ruler in person, I do feel somewhat apologetic. I warn you, if you dare slack off because of this, I will kill you and destroy all your works. This threat hit Shakespeare's soft spot. He didn't care about his life, but he couldn't disregard his nearly completed work. Rest assured, I will do my utmost. Very well, wait in the corridor. Within 5 minutes, I will deliver the ruler to you. Semiramis indeed had this capability. As the core area of the garden, the palace's defenses were even more stringent, filled with countless traps and an innumerable number of passages, all of which led wherever Semiramis desired. With a casual snap of her fingers, a temporary trap enveloped the 4 fast-advancing figures, teleporting 3 of them away, and leaving Jean alone to face a corridor leading into endless darkness. Skillfully altering the spatial structure, Semiramis locked the corridor's end to Shakespeare's study. The mistress of the garden no longer focused her attention outward. She glanced at the wound she considered a disgrace, and lightly wiped her bitten finger across her lips, painting a crimson hue. The troublesome ones have disappeared. Now, let me entertain you. To welcome the guest arriving in a few minutes, the Empress personally began preparing the feast. Then, the doors of the throne room slowly opened, welcoming the guest. Chapter 576, Chapter 576, Shakespeare's Stage. 3,085 words. The stone-paved passage seemed to stretch infinitely forward, undoubtedly a result of Semiramis' magic. However, Jeanne d'Arc was convinced that she was progressing toward her goal, as the aura of the Holy Grail was becoming increasingly distinct. The passageway was quite narrow, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. In contrast, the ceiling was so high it was almost invisible. The air was filled with a cold, earthy scent, a nostalgic sensation. Apart from being separated by that sudden trap, she had encountered no further obstacles up to this point. Was it because her adversaries were already prepared for her? Or perhaps... No, it didn't matter anymore, she had already sensed the person welcoming her. Come out, Redcaster, Shakespeare. Oh. Even if you hadn't called out, I would have appeared on my own. My manuscript, melding passion, spirit, sincerity, and various other elements, is finally complete. Shakespeare, who had been in spirit form, finally revealed himself. He was dressed in a dashing medieval noble style, holding a pen in one hand and clutching a thick book under his arm. The distance between them was considerable. Speaking as if on a stage, Shakespeare bowed deeply and said, "It's our second meeting, although the first time we've spoken, country maiden. From now on, I shall be your opponent." Jean merely frowned at his theatrical tone. You? According to the knowledge bestowed by the Holy Grail, and the information displayed on the servant status screen, Shakespeare had no abilities to counter her except his notoriety. Jean had thought so, but before the battle, Shinji had warned her to be wary of Shakespeare. If she encountered him, she must kill him as quickly as possible. Recalling Shinji's extremely serious expression, Jean bit her lip and charged at the supposedly weak writer. Shakespeare sighed, somewhat troubled, oh dear, such a madwoman, not even giving me time to recite my lines. Sorry, but I have no interest in listening to your nonsense. She sped toward him like a bullet. Having decided to trust her companion, she would never doubt Shinji's words. Unfortunately, the distance between them was enough to give Shakespeare time to activate his noble phantasm. What a pity, I wanted to explain my noble phantasm a bit. Here it comes. The curtain open. Return to your seats. No smoking, photography or recording. The whole world is my stage. The play begin. Let the thunder of applause roar. Shakespeare's script opened, sealing the world and transforming it into a stage where the story was forcibly played out, just as Jean's holy flag was about to pierce Shakespeare's body. Ha! The scenery changed. Before she could comprehend it, the nostalgic scent of fresh grass swept over Jean's nose. This is my hometown. She looked at her hands. Having helped with farm work since childhood, her knuckles appeared somewhat pronounced, hands that made her feel a bit ashamed. The armor she wore and the holy flag she held were nowhere to be seen. Is this an illusion? Such poor taste, Jean couldn't help but frown. Indeed, this was her hometown, Domremy. It was here that she received the divine revelation, and then ventured into the world. She had 6 companions. She donned men's clothing, accepted a horse, and went to serve under Charles VII. Although these were nostalgic memories, now was not the time to be lost in sentiment. How could she break this illusion? Jean looked around and saw a figure. Red Castor. Facing Shakespeare, who made a ceremonious bow, Jean was about to approach him. However, his figure suddenly vanished. That's useless. Whether you try to harm me or the characters, this story won't stop. Because that's the nature of this noble phantasm. Even if you're the ruler, you're no exception. If it's an illusion, I can break it with my magic resistance. This is not an illusion but a story. And the protagonist is you, Jeanne d'Arc. Know that this is my attack. Please, thoroughly relive your life and experience the impossible story. This was Shakespeare's theatrical noble phantasm. Against Jeanne, who could block all attacks with her holy flag, magical attacks were completely ineffective. However, his noble phantasm belonged to a domain beyond such magic. Essentially, it had the same level of coercive power as a reality marble. Once sent to the stage, one could only play their role until the story concluded. It wasn't an attack on the body but on the spirit. Whether hero or saint, it didn't matter, this was a poison that could bring those living with sin to their death. Are you prepared? My life, compared to many heroes, is not even worth mentioning. Even if I were to reenact such a thing, it wouldn't be interesting. To her response, Shakespeare merely shook his head silently and then disappeared. Making someone relive their own life, as a noble phantasm, could only be considered third-rate at best. Of course, the coercive power that could even ensnare the ruler with the highest magic resistance was indeed formidable. But even so, she could not succumb to such a noble phantasm. Jeanette. Upon hearing this voice, her spine trembled. A complex feeling between joy and dread. It was a very terrifying yet very nostalgic voice. She turned around and found it hard to believe. This was merely a dream, a product of Shakespeare's noble phantasm. However, the person before her was so consistent with her memories that she almost forgot this fact. The person who called her by her childhood nickname was a gentle and kind woman. Mother. They had parted when she was 17, and she hadn't been able to see her again until her death. Though she had long been prepared for this, recalling it now, her heart was filled with guilt and nostalgia. Do you have to go? Yes, I must go. The words came out naturally as if it were a matter of course. Yes, it was just like in the past. The conversation she had with her mother when she was about to leave Domremy. I cannot ignore the Lord's call. Perhaps this farewell means we won't see each other again in this life, but please watch over me. As long as you and the Holy Mother are watching over me, I will never be defeated. I will pray that the light always illuminates your path. Yes, after engraving these words in her heart, she left the village and set out. At least, it should have been like that. However, her mother continued to speak. But you didn't come back. Mother. Jean's mother shook her head as if in distress. Her expression bore no malice, only sorrow. Why did you have to suffer the stake and be mocked by people for 18 years after that? This. Your will is forged from fire and steel. No matter what kind of hardships or despair you face, your faith will never waver. But I just feel very sad. If only she could accuse her of being an impostor, it would have been easier. But this was indeed her mother Isabel's true feelings. Jean knew this, she could feel it. So don't go. You should understand what will happen if you do, right? A moment of hesitation. Nevertheless, Jean firmly held her mother's hand and said, "Mother, even so, I must go. To save this village and this country. I must stand up no matter what." Such a response, of course, offered no comfort. Her mother merely wept in sorrow, her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. "But you still picked up the holy flag. You are indeed Jeanne d'Arc. Such resolve is not something ordinary heroes can compare to." Hearing the whisper come from nowhere, Jean responded straightforwardly. "Even if you take my mother's form, it won't work, Castor. If you're satisfied, then release me immediately." "No, no, your story has just begun. Now, let's move on." The second act begins. A snapping sound echoed in her ears. The girl merely blinked, and the stage had shifted. The scent of earth, the stench of blood, and the smell of gunpowder. Jeanne d'Arc now stood in the middle of a battlefield. Holding the holy flag, she faced the rain of arrows without fear, charging forward on a white horse. "It's fine." Although the impulse to give up and fall to her knees was reaching its limit, she could still endure. Suppressing the scream of fear, she bravely advanced with the soldiers. No matter how many times I repeat this scene. No matter how many times she repeated it, what she had to do would not change, and the path she had to walk would remain the same. Her past would not change, nor would she regret it. Even when facing the moment of death, her heart would not yield. "I see, just as your mother said. Your heart is forged of fire and iron. No matter the situation, as long as you know what you must do, you charge straight towards the end. Truly wonderful." Jean barely managed to hold back from saying, "You're so noisy," and continued to deal with the story constructed by Shakespeare. Enemy soldiers begging for their lives, soldiers advocating for killing captives, and numerous contradictions on the battlefield. Although she was a saint, she fought on the battlefield. Although she was a saint, she accepted the killing actions of her people. The enemy soldiers who should have already died condemned her for this. "If you are a saint, why do you kill us? Why do you harm us while holding the holy flag? We are not sinners, we are just ordinary people standing on a different side from you." Jean quietly accepted these accusations. Everything they said was true. Although she was a saint, she wielded the flag and approved of harming others. That shouldn't be the actions of a saint. The past Saint Martha once drove away a dragon with the power of prayer. What she was doing now was merely commanding people to strike down other people. That is indeed the case. I am by no means a saint, this is what I believe myself. Even if she held an immensely devout faith, and prayed to the Lord every day, even if she became a being who received revelations, she still believed this. In that case, why do you stand up? An enemy soldier with an arrow piercing his skull asked. His head was drenched in blood, his eyes hollow, and his purple lips taut. Facing him, who had turned into a zombie, Jean responded solemnly. "Because even so, I firmly believe that this path leads to the right one." It was not out of anger but a resolute declaration of will. Her words shattered both the enemy and her soldiers. They turned to dust and slowly disappeared along with the battlefield filled with the smell of blood. Stepping over her helpless sense of guilt, Jean shouted. "Castor! You have a third act, right? Hurry up and start it already." Yes, of course. This is a story to explore whether your life was a mistake and, if it was, whether it should be corrected. Now let us enter the third act. The scenery darkened. After the scene changed, Jean found herself riding a white horse in a parade. The surrounding people were cheering with joy. Without even looking, she knew where she was just by these cheers. The coronation ceremony of Charles VII was a miracle that had finally been realized. In Reims Cathedral, Charles VII underwent the anointing ceremony on his forehead and completed his coronation here. The smiling angel statue at the front entrance of the cathedral, while gazing up at the angel statue, she shared her inner emotion with her companions. Charles VII, who had stood up, turned his face toward her. Despite his slender build, his eyes contained a strong will, and with a sincere expression, he asked Jean. "Saint Jean, why do you not stop at this point?" The cheers ceased, and everyone in the cathedral looked at her with puzzled eyes. Ignoring the slight pain in her chest, Jean countered. "What do you mean?" Charles immediately replied. "It is here that I diverged from your path. From this moment on, your downfall, even if not the Lord, anyone should be able to understand. Someone as wise as you couldn't be completely unaware, right? Answer me, Jean. Do you still think the path you walked was the correct one?" "Yes." "You have no basis for that. The revelation you received was something the Lord granted to you alone. The results only came later. Why should others believe in the path you alone think is right? The path I walked is exactly such a path. It is different from your Majesty, who harbors doubts yet wants to try believing in others." Charles VII hoped for peace with the enemy Burgundy faction, and this became the decisive reason for his separation from Jean. Although the cathedral was crowded with people, it was as silent as if frozen. This was Jean's story. The supporting characters could not speak or disappear without permission. Charles VII spoke with a voice as if coughing up blood. "In retrospect, you were indeed proven right. But that was just the work of historians adding it later. At that time, under those circumstances, was my choice wrong? Could it be said to be wrong? And Jean, why didn't you try to make me believe you? With your power, I should have believed in you. It wasn't that I didn't believe in you. It was you who didn't believe in me." That was the anguish born from being accused of making a mistake in later history. At the same time, it was the frustration born from abandoning the beloved girl. Jean held Charles VII's hand and shook her head, denying it. "No, it was destined for your Majesty and me to walk different paths here. Moreover, even if your Majesty had chosen to believe in me, the result likely wouldn't have been any different. We are just bricks in the massive staircase of history. But it is right. I might be right. But it is also wrong. Both your Majesty and I fought with all our might. Just that alone, isn't it already enough?" The moment she finished speaking, everything disappeared. I wanted to know this answer. Very well, let's move on to the next scene. The next appearance could perhaps be described as expected. Pierre Cauchon. He was the bishop who presided over Jeanne d'Arc's trial. He was a member of the Burgundian faction, opposed to Charles VII, whom Jeanne supported, and had no rightful authority to judge her. He was also a man with an unusual enthusiasm for executing Jeanne d'Arc as a heretic. With a mocking smile on his face, the man said, "We meet again, miserable bitch." Jeanne sighed, not knowing where to turn her gaze for a moment. She had to stare into the void for now. "Red Caster, it's useless. Even if your script recreates him, it will only repeat the same scene as before. This noble phantasm cannot cause physical pain, can it?" Jean's critique was correct. Shakespeare's noble phantasm purely affected the mind. Even someone as famous as Shakespeare couldn't recreate pain in a stage play. Pierre Cauchon shrugged and nodded. "Indeed, that's correct, Saint Jean. With my power, I can't even make you bleed a drop. The only ones who could oppose you are probably ancient heroes like Red Lancer and Red Rider, or my master." Shakespeare spoke eloquently through Pierre Cauchon's mouth. "In that case, what is the purpose of this noble phantasm?" "That, I'll save for the final act." Shakespeare, disguised as Pierre Cauchon, began to walk. With just a snap of his fingers, the scenery changed. Although she had expected it, Jeanne sighed wearily. "This is the scene of your crucifixion, right?" Time was stopped. Those who cursed her, those who looked at her with sympathy, and those who cried as they sent her off, most of those mourning her execution in Rouen Vieux-Market were ordinary citizens. Of course, many accused her as a witch. If curses are distant country songs, then sorrow is like a mother's lullaby. Did you foresee such a scene? Facing Shakespeare's question, Jean nodded. Yes, I had long been aware of such an outcome. No regrets? Of course not. Because, with me as the foundation, my homeland has been saved. Is that so? You say you have no regrets. Whether in this era or later, there's no girl more tragically celebrated than you, right? From an outsider's perspective, it's different from experiencing it firsthand. I've never felt my life was bad. That was Jean's true feeling. A life too short, glory too fleeting, and a sorrowful end. But even so, she could confidently assert that her life was not merely sorrowful. Flames suddenly surrounded her. In the now empty square, the two faced each other. That was the saint who vanished in the flames, and the monk who gave the order. Was your death here predestined? Yes, it's a fate I cannot and do not intend to escape. Do you need to justify yourself to those who were implicated by your arrogance? Shakespeare, borrowing Pierre Cauchon's face, smiled as he spoke. Even Jean felt her heart waver. The blazing flames seemed to accuse her as they flickered. A pair of dark eyes stared intently at Jean. Like during the past heresy interrogation, those were eyes full of hatred and mockery. Even so, Jean nonchalantly responded. She did not hate Pierre Cauchon. He lived in his way and met a miserable end. In a way, they were similar. No, there's no need. Although I find it sad. Yes, there was no need to justify herself to those implicated by her. It would be an act of desecrating their fate and choices. Jean arrived at the unequivocally correct answer. That's what I wanted to hear. He smiled at this correct answer. With a snap of his fingers, the flames disappeared. It was not darkness that appeared in her sight, but a pure white space. At some point, Pierre Cauchon was gone, and Shakespeare revealed himself. Now, let's move on to the next scene. What are you saying? The next scene. Jean had no next scene. She had no life beyond this. She ended here. Facing Jean, who furrowed her brow, Shakespeare smiled. Because this is a bit unbearable, please be careful. Chapter 577, Chapter 577, Reunion with Gilles de Rais. 1921 words. Thud. The scene that unfolded was a materialized hell. The dimly lit stone room reeked of a foul stench. In the center was a luxurious bed, and on the table beside it were numerous severed heads of children. The floor was littered with countless bodies that once belonged to them. Half of them were fresh, while the other half had already begun to rot. However, they all shared the same fate of having died with expressions of despair and bleeding wounds. Jean clenched her fists. She was not familiar with such a hell, but she had some knowledge of it. This was an unavoidable part of her history. This place, it's Tifog's castle, isn't it? You are correct. This is the castle of the Hell Baron, Gilles de Rais. Gilles de Rais. He was Jean's comrade who stood up to save their homeland, and one of the heroes who liberated Orleans. He had achieved numerous feats during the 100 Years' War, eventually becoming a Marshal of France, a great hero. And yet, at the same time, he was a serial killer who indulged in pederasty and black magic on his estate, torturing and murdering hundreds of children. Jean did not know. Aside from the Gilles who fought alongside her on the battlefield as her protector, she knew nothing. Of course, as a servant, she was aware of Gilles de Rais' cruel and violent deeds in terms of knowledge. But knowledge and reality are two different things, aren't they? Jean gazed at the pile of children's corpses with a stiff expression. It was a horrifying sight. While seeing corpses on the battlefield was common, the bodies before her were small, with limbs as thin as withered branches, corpses rarely seen on the battlefield where adults fought and killed each other. Although it was a blasphemous and dizzying scene, it only shook Jean's heart slightly. The past was the past, an irrefutable fact. Their deaths, even if they were like stage props, must be remembered. At the same time, Jean rejected the notion of defining her entire life as a regret based on this alone. Jean's resolve was strong, and her righteous heart would not be swayed. Even so, I will not waver. Perhaps seeing the corpses of unknown children might evoke sympathy, but it won't reveal any weakness that would make your heart falter. Accompanied by the creaking sound of wood, the door slowly opened. Jean reflexively turned her head, and was shocked. The man had a gaunt face and eyes gleaming with manic brilliance, his former valor replaced by despair and hatred. This was not the Gilles de Rice Jean knew, but the legendary monster known as Bluebeard. Ah, Jean. What brings you to such a place? Gilles greeted Jean casually, holding something wrapped in a blood-stained cloth with great care. Stay calm, this is just an illusion, Jean tried to convince herself. The feeling was like biting down on rusty iron, a discomfort that chilled her to the bone. Whatever was wrapped in that cloth, no, she must not imagine what it was. It was something undoubtedly fatal to Jeanne d'Arc. That's enough. End this scene now. Regrettably, my death led him to commit such heinous acts, but let me tell you something good. This Gilles is not a mere puppet spouting lines I dictated. Gilles de Rice is a hero who can think with his own will and corrupt this world with his intent. He is a servant summoned by me, the Red Caster. Ruler exclaimed in surprise. A servant? That's absurd. How can you, being a servant yourself, summon another servant? It's entirely possible as the master of this garden. However, he's not a being endowed with a class. As a ruler, you should understand, right? He's just the soul of Gilles de Rice manifested, with the outer shell being nothing more than a frail old man. Jean glared fiercely at Shakespeare. Such a summoning was an insult to the hero Gilles de Rice. Red Caster, what is your true purpose in doing this? You can ask him yourself. Baron, surely you have something to say. Upon hearing Shakespeare's words, Gilles revealed a maniacal smile. Yes. Jean, I have something I want to show you. Up until now, I've beheaded countless children, and every time it brought me unparalleled excitement. The cloth was slowly peeled back. Jean opened her mouth and, with a hoarse voice, whispered. Stop it, Gilles. Gilles did not stop. Jean knew intellectually that Gilles always beheaded children he fancied and cherished their heads. Stop it, Gilles. He would kill the children, cut open their bodies, and enjoy the sensation of their entrails. Look, Jean. This head. The cloth was removed, revealing a head. A head with features she recognized, Shinji Matou. And this one, and these as well. The heads kept changing, sometimes taking the form of Artoria, sometimes Jack the Ripper, and sometimes Reika Rikudu. Each one was someone Jean felt close to. You know my other name, don't you? The infamous Bluebeard. To blaspheme and betray the saint, I've committed every conceivable atrocity. Do you want to hear it? The children's screams. The laments of despair from the gods. No. That is not right. The saint finally let out a cry. She did not want to see this tragic scene, did not want to witness the fall of her once trusted comrade and partner. Instinctively, she wanted to cover her eyes, but another force was stopping her hand, the other half of the words spoken by the owner of the first head before the battle began. If you fail to kill him and he activates his noble phantasm, you will face a trial of your life. It will manifest the weakest part of your subconscious and tear it apart. There is only one way to counter it: believe in yourself, believe in us, your comrades, and do not waver no matter what you see. Because of your faith, your comrades will never betray you. Though saying this, if it were me, I might not make it through. But I believe you can, no matter how much suffering you endure, because that's the kind of person you are, Jeanne d'Arc. Fate is unbearably unfair, making you bear such a burden and experience so much pain. What's even more tragic is that you won't complain or lament. But that's why you are so beautiful, why so many admire you, even though you never see yourself as a saint. Face everything bravely, and speak your true thoughts. Even if you see hell, as long as your faith remains unchanged, it will turn into heaven. Her face pale, the holy flag fell onto the stage, her hands trembling. A closed world, surrounded by the most terrifying scenes. So this is what he meant, she thought, having seen it with her own eyes. It was an unimaginable hell. Attacking the weakest point of the heart with the most brutal blow. If I were alone, I might truly be crushed. But Red Caster, you got one thing wrong, I am not alone. My comrades are here, always supporting me, waiting for me, and so is he. So. Her hands still trembled, her face still looked terrible, but her wavering eyes regained their clarity. Stop it, Gillis. It was not a scream, not a plea, not an escape, but an undeniable command, just like when she led the French army, issuing orders. Though she never put on airs, she carried an aura that could not be defied. Jean. Gillis de Rice trembled and instinctively lowered his head. I am deeply pained by your fall, and I cannot deny that part of it is my fault. But Gillis, I want to tell you, ever since I learned you became Bluebeard, I wanted to tell you, you are wrong. It has nothing to do with gods, saints, or anything else. I just want to tell you as your friend, as a human being, you are wrong, and you have committed an irreparable mistake. If I were still around, I would have stopped you, but you are no longer here, the country you saved, the people you saved, that damned king. Even the God you believed in, he led you down this path, and gave you this end. God is not merciful, he is merely toying with your life, toying with humanity. Gillis de Rice's eyes seemed to burn, but his face showed no emotion. This was a stark contrast to his previous passionate displays. Look around at these corpses, these heads. I have committed the most heinous, blasphemous acts possible. But no matter how much I killed or blasphemed, I received no divine punishment. By the time I realized it, I had been on this path of evil for 8 years. The cries and laments of thousands of children vanished into the void. In the end, it was not God who destroyed me, but humans with endless desires like mine. The church and the king deemed me guilty of seizing my wealth and lands. Their actions were not to punish my evil but for naked plunder. It was then I realized how vile God is, never punishing, only toying with humanity. Jean shook her head slowly. No, you are wrong, Gillis, God is not what you think. Then how do you explain your fate? Branded as a heretic and witch, burned at the stake. Face reality, Jean. The one who needs to face reality is you, Gillis. I have never been a saint, I am a sinner who took countless lives, a sinner like you. From the first battlefield, from the first kill, Jean knew she was a sinner, so she never lamented fate. That is my sin, mine alone. Gillis, you are the same. Your sins are yours alone. Even if we can't atone, this despair belongs only to us. Jean grabbed his chest and leaned in close. Gillis froze. She is so beautiful, he thought. The angry girl glaring at him was chillingly beautiful. At the same time, he realized his mistake. To this saint who did not see herself as a saint, whether in purgatory or hell or even in heaven, she would remain unchanged. As if she had no time for worries, always running around, sacrificing herself for something. Blaming God and shifting responsibility is wrong. We are both sinners, with no way to atone for our victims. Face your sins, Gillis. We can only carry this anguish and despair forever. Our only option is to lend our shoulders to the living, and that is the meaning of our existence as heroic spirits. Gillis wept and knelt, gripping Jean's hand tightly, pleading. Will we never be forgiven? God will forgive everything, but the children you killed and the soldiers I killed will never forgive us. This guilt, this sense of sin, is our eternal punishment. It's okay, I will lend you my shoulder. Sin will never be erased. Though hating herself as a sinner, she still saves the world as a heroic spirit, that is their punishment and redemption. I understand, Jean. Though brief, being able to talk with you again makes me immensely happy. Evil deeds will never be forgiven. Atonement will never end. Despite the saint's declaration, Gillis's voice was calm. In truth, it was a very simple fact. He deeply loved this girl. Not as a saint or savior, but as Jeanne d'Arc. His love for this girl, as warm as sunlight, was so deep that her death drove him mad. Chapter 578. Chapter 578, Shakespeare's True Intent and Jeanne's Resolve. 1151 words. Gilles de Rais carefully picked up the flag that had fallen to the ground. It was the holy flag that he and Jeanne had once charged with on the battlefield, but now it was covered in heart-wrenching cracks. Jeanne, please take this. This is the flag you should hold, though, unfortunately, my broken body can no longer fight under this flag with you. Gilles. Jeanne lowered her head, looking at the man whose face was unrecognizable yet vaguely restored the courage of the Marshal of France from his younger days, her expression sorrowful. So please allow me to watch over you in another way. As Gilles de Rais spoke, his figure began to fade. He was a servant summoned by Shakespeare, and theoretically, as long as there was enough magical energy, he wouldn't disappear. However, now, he was burning his spiritual core with his own will, injecting all his spiritual essence, and will into the holy flag in Jeanne's hand. The flag, which had endured many attacks, and was on the verge of breaking, miraculously restored itself under the watchful eye of the soldier who once wielded it. Jeanne, you must achieve victory, just as you did in life. The existence of Gilles de Rais had become very thin. He reverently handed the holy flag to Jeanne, and Jeanne solemnly received it. At this moment, it was as if they had traveled through time, returning to that era of war and chaos. Gilles, there was something I forgot to tell you when we were alive. Ha, what is? Thank you. Meeting you made me truly happy. Hearing these words, Gilles stared silently at Jeanne, as if in a daze, should he laugh or cry? He couldn't even make that judgment. But this moment, this instant, even after returning to the throne of heroes, he would probably never forget. I am fulfilled, plenus sum. The once illustrious Marshal of France, Gilles de Rais, also known as the infamous Bluebeard, closed his eyes and murmured, ending his brief journey in this world and bringing the final curtain down on this stage, which could hardly be called a comedy. The closed world opened up, and the play depicted by one of humanity's greatest playwrights came to an end. Clap, clap, clap. Applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Oh, what a beautiful ending, so moving. The heroine on stage wiped her moist eyes forcefully, raised the newly restored holy flag, and pointed it at the sole audience member, the creator of the stage. Bring out whatever tricks you have left, Red Caster. There are no more tricks. After all, I am just a writer. When the pen and script no longer work, I lose my value, Shakespeare said, shaking his head comically. Thank you, Saint of France. Your faith and the bonds with your comrades are so firm and dazzling, showing me the brilliant side of humanity. Also, please allow me to offer a belated apology for the inaccuracies in my writings during my life and for my recent actions. I'm sorry. It's all right. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see Gilles again and say what I wanted to say. Jeanne also shook her head, forgiving the great playwright who would do anything for the sake of an interesting story. You won't stop me anymore. Of course not, of course not. You can proceed anytime. Following this path will lead you to the altar where the Greater Grail is located. Passing through my study, you can also quickly reach Her Majesty's throne room, although, wherever you go, it will be too late. Ha! You should be able to feel it, through the privileges of the ruler. Shakespeare's clownish expression finally faded, replaced by an exceedingly joyful smile. This was his true intent. From the beginning, he never thought his noble phantasm could significantly affect Jeanne. His task was merely to delay her, preventing her from reaching the two most critical battlefields. At this moment, his mission was already complete. Jeanne's list monitoring the status of all servants showed that just now, the status of Night King Artoria had changed from alive to dead. Almost simultaneously, an unimaginably violent magical energy surged from the depths of the ground, like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the ground shook, and the entire garden trembled. At this moment, both servants and various magical beasts and phantasmal creatures were affected by this surge of magic, staggering and unable to stand firm. This is such a development. How interesting, how wonderful. This Holy Grail war has given me so many surprises. I'm so glad to be part of this battle, so glad to witness such a scene. Unlike Shakespeare's excited and frenzied dancing, Jean's beautiful face darkened to an expression that could drip water. The death of Artoria marked the first casualty in this final decisive battle, and it also meant that the last piece needed to activate the Greater Grail had been gathered. The subsequent eruption of extraordinary magical energy from the depths of the underground altar was undoubtedly an attempt to prevent the activation of the Greater Grail. There was only one other person, besides her, who could immediately sense the death of Artoria, and that was Artoria's master, Shinji Matou. During the previous strategy meeting, he mentioned that he needed to settle things with Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Because they had been overwhelmed once before, Jean and the others were strongly opposed, believing that they should prepare thoroughly and use their numerical advantage to launch a group attack. However, Shinji stated that he had a secret weapon for the decisive battle, and because its power was too great and indiscriminate, he had to go alone. Shinji did not reveal what the secret weapon specifically was, but he repeatedly pleaded to let him take the lead. If he failed, then they could proceed with the group attack plan. I'm not a servant. Even if I fail, my spiritual status is not enough to activate the Greater Grail. If I succeed, that would be best. If I fail, it won't have much impact. This realistic and harsh reasoning, presented alongside the plan, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Although Jean, Artoria, and the others were emotionally unwilling, personal feelings had to give way in the face of the world's survival. And now, Jean finally understood the true nature of Shinji's secret weapon. The nature of this destructive and rebellious magical energy, the explosive manner that one would never forget after seeing once. A secret weapon, this is your secret weapon. You never told me your secret weapon was this. That's why you didn't promise me you would come back alive. If that's the case, I need to be prepared. Jean's gaze extended along the dark passage, her white teeth biting her pale lips, and a sword appeared in her hand. The sword's name was Saint Catherine. Chapter 579, Chapter 579, The Oldest Poisoner. 1049 words. Let's rewind time a bit, back to when Jean first encountered Shakespeare. I found you, poisoner. Mordred swaggered into the throne room with her sword slung over her shoulder. It wasn't you who found me, but I who deliberately led you here. Well, that said, you've gone through quite a struggle to get here, so let me first extend some hospitality. Semiramis sat elegantly on the throne, a beautiful smile on her face. Her smile was incredibly enchanting, with a captivating allure even without any added magic, resembling a magnificent work of art. If a man's resolve wasn't steadfast, he might have already fallen for her charms. However, Mordred paid no attention to this beauty. You call this hospitality? There's not even a dish served. Because the guests haven't all arrived yet. Your father Arthur and your master, that man called Kairi Shishigu, haven't made it here. Since Semiramis could manipulate space to lead Jean to Shakespeare, she could also separate Artoria from Mordred. Moreover, out of some twisted amusement, she had specifically placed Mordred's master, Kairi Shishigu, alongside Artoria. Mordred scoffed, a petty schemer who only resorts to such despicable tricks. Semiramis's smile remained unchanged. But it was through such means that I controlled the Assyrian Empire, much like how your mother used similar methods to overturn the Arthurian dynasty. Quite bold of you to say that. Doesn't it hurt where you were wounded? Mordred's eyes glinted harshly as she glanced at the Empress's shoulder. Though the wound was not visible, her swordsman's intuition told her that the injury there had yet to heal. Semiramis gently ran her fingers over the wounded area, her eyes narrowing to slits. While it doesn't hurt, my heart is wounded. Of course, I know how to heal it. Oh, I may not know that method, but how about I help you out? I would be most grateful. Then. Semiramis raised her hand, and Mordred raised her sword, both uttering the same words simultaneously. As long as you die, the wound won't hurt any more. The king's sword, more beautiful than any silver, was soaked in crimson magical energy, emitting a persistent hum. From the darkness behind Semiramis emerged deep green chains, their hooked ends gleaming with a chilling light. Mordred roared, her crimson slash cutting through most of the throne room. Yet, Semiramis remained unfazed by the fierce killing intent, effortlessly nullifying the powerful strike with a mere wave of her hand, a strike that even the most elite warrior servants would not underestimate. One slash proved ineffective, the next followed, stronger and faster than the previous. However, the outcome did not change. The Empress remained firmly seated on her throne. Neither side suffered injury, they were merely wasting time. Your killing intent is like a gentle breeze. Come at me with true hatred. Otherwise, you'll only be tortured to death, serving as an appetizer for entertaining your master and father. The lofty Empress was like a snake preying on a mouse. Yet, the rebellious knight was no mere mouse. Even if she were, she'd be a mouse with fangs sharp enough to kill a tiger. So that is your plan? Disgusting poisoner. Mordred launched a fierce charge. Her movement, propelled by the recoil from kicking off the wall, was like a bullet in flight. She closed in on the throne at supersonic speed, leaving no room for delay, aiming directly for the Empress's head. However, the Empress, appearing uninterested, moved only a single finger. The attack ended there. Deep green chains flew from the darkness, wrapping around Mordred like venomous snakes or the talons of a hawk. The valiant rebellious knight instantly severed the first chain that approached her, continuing her charge while cutting down each chain with astonishing reflexes. But for every chain Mordred destroyed, 2 more took its place. Initially, there were only 4 chains, but within seconds, the number had increased to 100. Mordred tirelessly cut down 99 chains, yet one managed to wrap around her leg. Ugh! Her eyebrow furrowed. Mordred gathered her magical energy, instinctively intending to use mana burst to break free from the chain, and accelerate once more to decapitate the Empress. However, before she could release her magical energy, Mordred felt a numbness in her leg, and the gathered energy instantly crumbled. Before she could grasp the situation, the Empress moved her finger again. In an instant, the chains surged forward once more. The chains wrapped around Mordred and violently flung her backward, slamming her onto the stone floor. Mordred immediately sprang up from the ground but didn't attack again. Instead, she moved her leg, which had been wrapped by the chains, slightly. As expected, the strength in her leg was gradually weakening compared to usual. Are you puzzled? What new deceit are you playing at, you poisoner? Mordred's frown deepened, a reaction that pleased Semiramis greatly. Since you call me a poisoner, it's naturally poison. But Mordred ultimately did not voice her confusion, because the super serum created by Chiron was top secret, something that must not be revealed to the enemy. However, whether she spoke or not made no difference to Semiramis. You want to know why your defenses didn't work, right? Heh, and you want to ask how I knew. Everything you want to say is written all over your face. Out of mercy for that foolish look of yours, I'll tell you. My name is Semiramis, the ancient poisoner. I can create any poison in the world at will. Within this throne room, everything is imbued with the concept of poison. Though I don't know what methods you used to resist my poison earlier, as long as it's not a concept-level protection like that of ruler, or a skill that conceptually detoxifies or resists poison, it will be assimilated by my poison. Do you understand? The moment you stepped into this place, you fell under my control, with no escape, like an insect swallowed by a fish. What's the matter? Can't even muster the strength to speak. As a clown meant to amuse me, if you don't spout some ridiculous lines, you won't even qualify as entertainment. Semiramis propped her chin on the back of her hand, her gaze full of malice as she blatantly scrutinized Mordred's body. Chapter 580, Jebated. 1055 words. The numbness in her leg was spreading throughout her body, and Mordred felt her steps becoming unsteady. However, this level of discomfort was not enough to bring down the rebellious knight. You're so annoyingly loud, you pompous woman. Keep standing there and putting on airs. This time, I'll cut off your head. She wasn't just listening to Semiramis' explanations, she was strategizing. Long-range slashes were ineffective, and launching a charge like before would be too slow. Even using mana burst would still be a step behind. In that case, there was only one answer. I'll slice you in half with this royal sword. She was still 10 meters away from the necessary distance. She needed to unleash all her strength while charging to that position. The physical pain was intensifying, but it wouldn't hinder Mordred's advance. This woman, similar to her mother, was the most troublesome enemy of her father. She had to defeat this poisoner before her father arrived. The rebellious knight made her decision to charge and steeled herself for it. At the moment she spoke, she once again turned herself into a bullet. 9 meters. Summon chains attacked, but Mordred easily brushed them aside. 6 meters. A massive, resilient fish suddenly appeared, opening its mouth to crush Mordred and her armor together. Her armor creaked under the strain. So it is an insect after all. Semiramis' piercing laughter drove Mordred's anger to its peak. This anger, rather than causing her to lose her composure, only increased her strength. Shut up, you gill-breathing creature. Utilizing her innate instinct skill, Mordred instantly grasped the optimal course of action. She switched to holding her sword with one hand, and unhesitatingly thrust her steel-clad arm into the divine fish's eye. The fish writhed in agony. Mordred ignored it, gouging out its eye. Then, gripping the sword with both hands, she stabbed the blade deep into the brain through the eye socket. A horizontal slash followed, severing the fish's lower jaw, and she finished with a thrust into its brain. The laughter ceased, and Semiramis looked at Mordred with a semblance of frustration. You're as brutal as a berserker. You are. Mordred, expressionless, stepped on the fish's spine and continued her advance. Unfortunately, this brief delay cost her the opportunity to charge. Endless chains wrapped around her again, and her body, further poisoned by the fish's bites, grew increasingly sluggish. First her feet, then her waist, followed by her hands. More chains coiled around her. Each additional chain increased the poison in Mordred's body. These conceptual poisons inflicted unbearable pain, and weakened her resistance. Despite her continuous, desperate struggles, she fought on. I called you an insect earlier. Now you're more like a fish caught on a hook, rebellious knight. The fully armored figure bounced like a ball. Her struggle was indeed like that of a fish caught on a line. But being a fish isn't so bad. At least you can be served on a table to entertain guests. Look over there, the guests have arrived. Mordred strained to turn her neck, bound by 4 or 5 chains, and saw 2 figures running down the corridor towards them. Father, Master, don't come in. It's even more dangerous here than she said. Her poison can't be resisted by serum or mystic codes. Her desperate shout acknowledged the danger of the throne room, but they had underestimated the boost it gave to its owner. Semiramis here was on a completely different level. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Semiramis' face. So it's serum and mystic codes. Artoria and Kairi Shishigu halted, anxiously watching the heavily bound Mordred in the center of the throne room. Kairi gritted his teeth, pulled a tool resembling a beast's claw from his pouch, and threw it into the room. As soon as the claw passed through the door, it melted like a candle in flames, transforming into a bizarrely colored liquid. Simultaneously, Kairi's left pinky felt intense pain, as if a burning nail had been driven into it. Ugh! Kairi Shishigu unhesitatingly pulled off his pinky finger and tossed it aside. Controlling corpses is fundamental for necromancers, functioning similarly to how regular magus control familiars, but it's safer and more convenient. Typically, damage to a familiar doesn't affect the master. If a fragile small animal being killed could result in the magus death, then using familiars would be pointless. However, very cautious. My poison is a conceptual poison that can erode even causal links. As long as there's the slightest connection, the poison will transfer. Semiramis' words directly nullified the effectiveness of the serum and protective mystic codes. Artoria suggested, there's no choice but to regroup for now. Yes. Kyrie raised his arm bearing the command seal, and unleashed the immense magic power contained within. By the command seal, I order my saber, return to my side immediately. The magic transmitted, and the command seal disappeared, but Mordred did not vanish from the chain's bindings. A chain tore through the air, lightning fast, aiming for Kyrie's head. Artoria casually deflected it. This was a warning from Semiramis. Saber's master, do you underestimate me? Do you think I can't see through your intentions? Your command seal can't break my blockade. And the ruler who could interfere with me is currently unable to protect herself. Damn it. Kyrie angrily pounded his thigh, while Artoria's grip on her holy lance tightened. Ignoring the stern looks of the two, Semiramis chuckled, don't know what to do. Let me enlighten you. You have 4 choices. First, my preferred option, you recklessly charge in, and I deal with you all at once. Second, retreat now, giving you a bit more time to struggle. Third, you have 1 more command seal, don't you? You could try using 2 command seals to break my blockade, though the outcome would be no different from the second option. Fourth, do nothing and wait here while I turn this fish into a dish to entertain you. What dish would be suitable? Ah, I've got it. Since the Night King is the King of Britain, I'll prepare a stargazy pie. I've heard from my master that it's Britain's most famous dish. As Semiramis spoke, she snapped her fingers. The chain around Mordred's neck tightened, forcing her to tilt her head back, resembling a fish gasping for air. Chapter 581, Chapter 581, As a Father. 1248 words. Basic Law of the Mysterious World 1, Mystery fails in the face of a greater mystery. Basic Law of the Mysterious World 2, the older something is, the more mysterious it is, and the oldest things are often seen as the origin, possessing the highest level of mystery. The oldest poisoner, Semiramis, possesses the highest mystery of the concept of poison. Without a mystery of the same level or higher to counter it, any being that encounters Semiramis will only have one outcome, being poisoned to death. Even Artoria, with her 1,500 years of accumulation, is no exception, unless she has the lost scabbard Avalon to protect her. However, this is not the world Shinji lives in. In this world, the scabbard has long been lost, and without it, King Arthur is no longer invincible. The situation has completely fallen into Semiramis's control, reaching the worst possible state. Come now, tell me your choice. It appears there are 4 choices, but in reality, no matter which one is chosen, Mordred will die. Even if the command spell's combined power could break Semiramis's blockade, Mordred is already severely poisoned and might not survive much longer even if rescued. What should be done? What should be done? What should be done? Every second feels unbearably slow, this slowness only accelerates the inner anxiety. Should they escape? I've already abandoned that child, how can I leave her again? Just as Kairi Shishigu was tormented by his inner anxiety, Mordred's weak and indifferent voice echoed in his mind. Master, I might be finished here. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm trying to find a way out, aren't we supposed to win? Yes, I know, so I'm going to tell you the way to victory. What way? Have Father release the Holy Lance. Even a throne room can be easily destroyed by Father's Holy Lance without fully unleashing it. But what about you? Perhaps the Holy Lance can flatten the throne room and kill Semiramis, but what about you? Now is not the time for buts, Master. We agreed to win, so we must win. Don't worry, it's not my first time dying under the Holy Lance. This time, it's enough to drag that poisonous woman down with me. Mordred died under the Holy Lance in her lifetime. Now as a servant with a second life, will she repeat the same fate? For the first time since that child's death, Kairi Shishigu felt a strong urge to cry. However, before this urge could become reality, a voice suddenly invaded the special channel meant for the two of them. So this is what you all think. A lazy and decadent voice, yet one that carried a condescending tone. It was Semiramis, forcibly intruding into their communication. You. Both masters widened their eyes in shock. Don't be so surprised, it's just a simple trick. The Empress proudly tapped the armrest of her throne, then directly spoke. King of Knights, your child just proposed a new option, to use your holy lance to destroy my throne room. What? Artoria's face showed disbelief. Oh my, what a wonderful suggestion. Indeed, with that holy lance, you could destroy my throne, but in doing so, your child. Shut up, you poisonous woman. Mordred mustered her remaining magical power to shatter part of the chains. Father, don't worry about me, release the holy lance now. Artoria's hands trembled as if the holy lance she held weighed 1,000 pounds. Mordred's voice grew louder. Have you forgotten your mission? Aren't you supposed to save the world? This isn't like you at all, you're the always righteous King Arthur. Well said indeed. Semiramis's high-pitched laughter filled the entire throne room. I originally thought the relationship between you and your child was terrible, but it seems history has once again recorded it incorrectly. So what will you do? I. Artoria opened her mouth but couldn't make a decision. Father. Mordred grew anxious. Kairi Shishigu was also desperate, biting his lip until it bled. Humph, it seems you can't make a decision. In that case, let me help you, your hesitation is all about this foolish fish I've hooked. So why not just serve this foolish fish directly on the table? Semiramis spoke and snapped her fingers. 2 silver chains extended from the shadows behind her. Unlike the chains binding Mordred, these chains were not imbued with the concept of poison. The tips of these chains were not curved hooks but straight, gleaming spikes, as sharp as a beast's fangs. These chains were meant for direct killing, targeting Mordred's throat and heart. The chains shot out at high speed, but were blocked just centimeters in front of Mordred by the holy lance, shimmering with the light of the stars. At the last moment before Mordred's demise, Artoria decided to protect her. How foolish. From her throne, Semiramis snorted contemptuously. Since you wish to die together, I shall grant your wish. In the next second, Artoria's once healthy complexion turned pale. Blood, dark as night, seeped from her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. She was poisoned. Father. Mordred cried out in anguish. Why did you do this? Because I am your father. Artoria turned her head and gave Mordred a gentle smile, one the latter had never seen before. At that moment, more and more silver chains emerged around them, surging toward them under Semiramis's command. Let's see how long you can hold out. Artoria grasped the holy lance in one hand, and drew a sword obtained from Astolfo with the other, defending on both sides. In the past I fought you because I was the king of Britain. The pressure on the sword and lance increased, making her breathing rapid. And had to quell rebellion. But now, I am no longer a king. More and more blood poured from her 7 orifices. A misstep caused the armor on her shoulder to shatter under the chain's impact, but Artoria did not stop. Although your birth was part of my sister's scheme, you are my child, and that will never change. The defensive circle grew smaller and more chaotic, her once pristine silver armor now tattered. Father, please go, run. Mordred wept. Master and Miss Reka both told me that as a parent, I must fulfill my parental responsibilities. The magical armor shattered completely, and the holy lance fell to the ground as Artoria was worn down by poison and chains. I may not be a good father, but at least I must protect my child. Please, father, leave me. Mordred pleaded, but Artoria did not retreat. At that moment, a silver chain pierced through the long sword, and then through Artoria's chest. Father. As a father, how can I let my child die before my eyes? Blood gushed out, and her body temperature, strength, and consciousness faded as her body broke down. Artoria turned once more, reaching out to touch her child's cheek. Come to think of it, I've never looked at you this closely or touched your face. Don't cry, don't be sad. Aren't you the one who hates me the most? Mordred sobbed uncontrollably, shaking her head. No, I love you the most, father. I see. Then let's talk more next time we meet. Yes, we'll meet again soon. A breeze blew by, and the hand on Mordred's face dissolved into spirit particles. Until the very end, Artoria's expression remained unchanged, a loving smile from a father to his child. Nu. Chapter 582, Completely Insane. 1334 words. Mordred is a problem child, rebellious, stubborn, tsundere, obsessed with saving face, and never admitting mistakes. She embodies all the traits of a problem child, which is why the great Magus Merlin, known for his insight and wisdom, dubbed her a fool. Getting along with her is very simple. Don't speak ill of King Arthur. Don't praise King Arthur. Don't treat her purely as a female. Don't treat her entirely as a male. Don't be too serious. Don't become enamored with other heroes. Earnestly listen to her opinions. See, it's simple. Mordred never thought her personality was a problem, or that she did anything wrong, until this moment, when her most revered father vanished before her eyes to protect her. She finally began to hate her personality. Why be so contrary? Why not be more straightforward? Why, with so many opportunities, did she not cherish them? Even though her master and the Black Assassin had created opportunities for them to be alone, she never conveyed what she most wanted to say. She waited until her father was gone. Mordred wept bitterly, her tragic state causing an unprecedented shock to Kairi Sisegu. He knelt on the ground, dazed, realizing he had once again repeated his mistakes, once again doing nothing. Witnessing the near collapse of the two, Semiramis rarely showed a peculiar expression. She waved her hand, relaxing the restraints on Mordred. What an admirable father-son bond, even I am somewhat moved. Very well, in honor of the Night King, you may go. Cherish your remaining time. Consider it my bit of mercy. However, before the chains could completely fall away, crimson magic erupted violently within the throne room, instantly shattering all the chains. In the center of the magic, a young knight stripped of her heavy armor left in just a thin underlayer, lifted her head, glaring at the Empress on the throne with eyes filled with bloodlust and hatred. You woman, how dare you die? With a heart-wrenching roar, Mordred, abandoning all defense and converting all her magic into attack, launched a desperate assault. Now that her father was dead, and with little time left for her, she had only one goal: to kill Semiramis and avenge her father. This action also caused the fleeting softness within Semiramis to vanish completely. Reckless fool! Since you do not value your life, I shall turn you into a wretched clay doll. As she spoke, she extended her hand, unleashing chains, poison, and divine fish, all at once, ready to kill the rebellious knight as quickly as possible. In Mordred's current state, she would be defeated in less than a second. However, the Empress, confident in her victory, overlooked one thing: the one ready to die was not just Mordred, but also her master, Kairi Sisegu. Master, give me the final command. I understand. The last command spell was activated, and this time, Semiramis didn't have time to stop it. By the command spell, kill Semiramis. Scarlet lightning surged, and the swordswoman empowered by the command spell unleashed a force more terrifying than her prime. The overwhelming chains were shattered by sheer brute strength, the fearsome divine fish was sliced apart with a single stroke, and the omnipresent poison was forgotten by her, who was now solely focused on killing. 3 meters remained to the killing blow. Atargatis. The Empress projected a shield resembling fish scales in front of her. In Semiramis's knowledge, the scales of these divine fish, which swam elegantly in the perilous primordial ocean, were the toughest shields. Even with the support of the throne room, Semiramis knew she couldn't block the completely insane Mordred. At the point of contact, Mordred unhesitatingly struck with her sword. The beautiful royal sword, meant to symbolize royal authority and more beautiful than any silver, had now transformed into a terrifying demonic sword, resonating with her hatred. This was the true form of Mordred's noble phantasm. Clarent Blood Arthur was not a sword Mordred was supposed to wield. It was a sword of royal qualification, meant for those who had become kings. However, Mordred, who had snatched this sword from King Arthur's treasury, had forcibly subdued it with her overwhelming power. She wasn't choosing a sword suitable for a king, but simply wanted the sword's power. Thus she turned this king's sword, which served as an exceptional catalyst for amplifying a king's power, into a cursed sword. The hatred that was amplified was Mordred's hatred for her father, King Arthur. Later on the battlefield of Camlan, Mordred wielded this sword to amplify her hatred to its utmost, inflicting a fatal wound on King Arthur at the cost of her own life. However, after a long conversation with Artoria that resolved their misunderstandings, Mordred no longer harbored hatred for her father. Although the amplification power of the king's sword remained, its destructive power had significantly diminished. During the battle outside the palace, Mordred's inability to defeat Semiramis was partly due to this. But now, things were different. With Artoria's death, Mordred's hatred had reached an unprecedented height, even stronger than when she was alive and driven by love turned hate. The power of this strike was, needless to say, immense. Clarent Blood Arthur. Space twisted and a thunderous roar echoed within the king's room. Summoned by this hatred, the Crimson Lightning, with its despairing destructive power, surged towards the throne. The Crimson Lightning struck against the multi-layered scale shield. The supposedly hardest fish scales were now torn apart like paper scraps. Die, die, die. Mordred frantically squeezed out her magic and hatred, and the raging Crimson Lightning tore through the scales, rushing unrestrainedly towards the hateful Empress still seated on the throne. Mordred was certain that no great magic could undo the outcome of being torn apart by the Crimson Lightning. Even spatial transfers couldn't be faster than the speed of the lightning. Father, I. A sudden chill overturned Mordred's perception. It was a feeling of reversal conveyed by intuition. Her vision twisted as if shrouded in mist. Is it the poison? Mordred speculated in her mind. But this did not affect the strike she had already delivered. If so, what was causing this chill? The throne was indeed shattered, and the detested enemy's body was simultaneously torn apart, yet there was no hint of a smile on her face, only an endless coldness. The torn body lacked blood, lacked substance. It was an illusion. That woman was not on the throne at all. Her legs suddenly lost strength. Knees that had never knelt even before King Arthur now trembled as if insulting her. You seem to have made a fatal mistake. A pair of hands reached from behind, touching Mordred's hair as if toying with her. You. Mordred immediately swung her sword backward, but there was no sensation of hitting anything, the sword merely sliced through the air. At this moment, she finally understood that this scheming woman was far more cautious than she had imagined. After suffering a loss once, she had protected herself meticulously. Even if her father had unleashed the Holy Lance earlier, and destroyed the throne room, it might not have harmed this cunning woman. Rebellious knight, why would you think I would fight you fairly? Is it because all the enemies you've encountered so far have been foolish like that? I am the oldest poisoner. Fair fighting is for watchdogs. Why would someone in a high position risk their life to win a fight? I don't need to fight you to the death. I just need to wait for you to step into a trap. Seeing Mordred tremble with fury and shame, the Empress smiled maliciously. The game is over, Red Saber. The King of Knights is dead, and the Holy Grail is about to be activated. Come, witness this historic moment together. What? Before she could finish her sentence, a surge of magic power, 10 or even 100 times stronger than Mordred's noble phantasm, erupted. Semiramis's smug expression suddenly froze on her face. Chapter 583, Chapter 583, Weakened Strike. 1120 words. This is a battle of extremes. The so-called extreme is reaching the highest degree. In this battle, one side possesses the ultimate skill, while the other has the ultimate power. Such a collision is bound to be accompanied by unparalleled shock. The extreme power is like a massive wave, constantly radiating from the young man, who has already transformed into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Each strike causes the space to tremble. The extreme skill, however, does not have such a grand display. At first glance it seems like a small boat in the raging waves, always on the verge of capsizing. But if you observe closely, it is not difficult to see that the danger is merely an illusion. The small boat is navigating very steadily, because the boat, controlled by the black-clad priest, always maintains the most appropriate angle to go with the flow. The boat and the waves are truly in harmony, so no matter how big the waves are, they cannot overturn the small boat. Hearing thunder in silence and seeing blossoms in colorlessness, this is the charm of ultimate skill. The waves are rolling, brewing a new round of tsunamis. Ha! Shinji roared, his voice like a thunderclap. Just a light shout released an impact like a cannonball. Shiro tilted his head to avoid the roaring sound wave, and then his figure flickered, creating more than a dozen illusions. He launched a fierce attack on Shinji from all directions, up, down, left, right, front, and back. Shinji did not dare to be careless. His 3 heads, 6 eyes, and 6 ears achieved true omnidirectional awareness. Although Shiro's illusions were many, they could not escape his detection. 6 arms rotated and moved, the scythe swept horizontally, Athena's shield blocked, Ishtar's war lance stabbed, Indra's thunder radiated lightning, Azure cloud sword spread wind and fire, and the goddess's scepter projected a shield. For the first time, Shinji simultaneously used the 6 weapons he had acquired. This was a fighting style he had never imagined before, a feat impossible for a human body, and a testament to his resolve. Massive magical energy raged on the altar. The magic power of the noble phantasms, Shinji's magic, Shiro's magic, and the Greater Grail's magic intermingled, forming a devastating magic storm. At the storm's center, Shinji's expression was indifferent. He calmly endured the blade-like wind pressure cutting his body, his 6 eyes tightly watching his surroundings, seeing Shiro's illusions disappear completely. The air above his head rippled, and a bright blade light suddenly appeared like a reversed Milky Way, slashing straight at Shinji's head. Shinji's expression did not change, nor did he block. He just slightly tilted his body, letting Shiro's slash pass. This abnormal behavior aroused Shiro's vigilance. He changed his move on the fly, switching from slashing to smacking, using the back of the blade to leverage Shinji's shoulder and swiftly retreating. Then a surprising scene unfolded. Seeing that Shiro had not hurt him, Shinji swung the scythe, and cut off one of his arms, throwing it in the direction Shiro was retreating. Not good. Shiro's face changed. He already knew what Shinji was planning. The next second, the discarded arm emitted a dazzling white light and exploded violently. Reduced Earth. With a flash of red light, another command seal activated, taking Shiro out of the explosion range at the last moment. A human bomb? Are you crazy? Yes, I am crazy. Shinji's expression remained indifferent, a deathly calm. The strongest attack of Crying Warmonger is to release all the magic power converted from damage, conducting a pure strike or self-detonation. Based on this, I combined it with my other noble phantasms to develop a weakened version. Spartacus's self-detonation sacrifices the entire body and all magic power. Shinji's human bomb sacrifices the limb cut off by scythe, and the stored magic power in the limb. Although the power is not as great, it can be used in segments and multiple times. The reason for emphasizing that the limb was cut by the harp is that the regenerative ability of the mutated beast is too strong. Ordinary cuts are not enough to sever limbs, they reattach as soon as they are separated. Only a special noble phantasm like harp, which prevents wounds from healing, can truly sever the limb, forming a human bomb. Although the cut limb cannot regenerate due to the noble phantasm's effect, new arms can grow from other parts of the body due to the vitality converted from damage. A new arm quickly grew from the stump below the cut, splitting open in 3 seconds. The new arm picked up the azure cloud sword that fell to the ground, and together with Indra's thunder, launched a new round of ranged attacks. From the moment you killed her, I went mad. As long as I can kill you, no pain is too great to endure. Undoubtedly, the whole process of self-mutilation and high-speed regeneration must come with immense pain, and the increasingly alien body would torment Shinji's spirit. But what does all this matter compared to the blow of losing Justice? Shiro rarely cursed, hiding his left hand behind his back, preparing to do something. Suddenly, his expression relaxed, and he put his hand down, coughing twice. While deflecting the wind, fire, and thunder with his sword, he smiled and said, "Very good resolve. It seems you have indeed grown, but in this world, resolve alone is not enough. Of course, I know that. That's why I turned into this, to gain the power to defeat you." With thickened and strengthened legs, Shinji launched an assault. The momentum was no less than that of the Hydra outside the palace. "Ah, you misunderstood." Shiro quickly dodged, not confronting this humanoid beast directly. "I'm not talking about power but luck. Although your luck stat is A, it seems your luck didn't activate this time. Is it because you're wielding lance, triggering the Lancer's curse?" "What do you mean?" "Stalling for time." Shinji paused, feeling an inexplicable premonition. "Haven't you noticed yet? It seems your overwhelming power has left you no room to pay attention to the external situation. Pay close attention to your contracts." "Contracts?" Shinji suspiciously stared at Shiro, determining that he wasn't lying. Such an easily exposed lie would be pointless, and a few seconds wouldn't change the outcome of their battle. He quietly diverted a trace of his mind to scan the two remaining contracts on him. One was intact but the other was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. "No, Artoria." Shinji's face changed dramatically. Before he could initiate telepathy, a cool breeze blew past, and the already tenuous connection was severed. Chapter 584, Chapter 584, Full. 1174 words. Artoria. A character he loved in his previous life. A cute king he always hoped would find peace. A companion who, since her summoning, had supported him no matter the circumstances. She was one of the few people he cared about most in this world. Now she was dead. After Justice, another person significant to him had died. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Shinji's eyes, no, all 6 of them, were filled with blood. Seeing this, Shiro deliberately shivered, patting his chest as he said, "Scary, scary. Don't make such a terrifying face. It's not like I did it." "Fine, fine, regardless of who did it, I am responsible since I'm the master of everyone. If you want revenge, come at me, though you have something more important to worry about, don't you? This is the 6th servant, isn't it?" As soon as the words fell, an indescribable pulse emanated from the altar, directly penetrating space and physical barriers to reach the depths of the soul. It was the pulse of the Greater Grail, a sign that it was fully activating. Colorless but substantial magical energy gushed from the core of the Greater Grail, first infusing into the Lesser Grail, then gradually overflowing and changing in nature, creating reality-altering waves. This magical energy, this change in nature, these waves were precisely what Shinji and Justice initially sought. However, Justice had already vanished, and Artoria, who was not originally on the sacrifice list, had become the final key to activating the Greater Grail. More critically, the reality-altering magical wave had already begun to influence the world, meaning Shiro had long inscribed his wish onto the Greater Grail through his noble phantasm. As soon as the Greater Grail was activated, it started functioning according to the rules. That's why I said you're unlucky. You already have the power to threaten or even kill me, and the outcome of our fight is still uncertain. However, you seem to have forgotten that our goal isn't just about life and death, it's the Greater Grail. You've lost. Hearing Shiro's victory declaration, the blood in Shinji's eyes deepened, and an eerie red glow emanated from his body. Suddenly, he turned his noble phantasm on himself, stabbing all his weapons into his body. This caused his greatest injury since the battle began, and it brought forth enormous magical energy. In an instant, a magical storm erupted from Shinji, with its output momentarily surpassing that of the Greater Grail. Yes, we lost. But our loss doesn't mean your win. Simultaneously, his body began to swell. The three-headed, six-armed form evolved for battle rapidly expanded and collapsed, turning into a mass of red-purple flesh that continually spread, bubbling ominously. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Shiro sighed, rubbing his chin, then suddenly shook his head vigorously. To hell with déjà vu, this is bad. An upgraded human meat bomb. Are you really this desperate? Unfortunately, Shinji's body had already completely melted, losing any human shape, and he could no longer speak. All his focus was on accelerating the explosion. However, he had already given his answer. For revenge, Shinji would stop at nothing, even sacrificing his own life. By saying "we lost," he meant they failed to stop the Greater Grail's activation. By saying "it doesn't mean you win," he meant that even if the Greater Grail activated, it wouldn't fulfill Shiro's wish. Before facing Shiro alone, Shinji had made various preparations and formulated multiple plans. Magical energy circulation. Rapid noble phantasm deployment. Abandoning his humanity. Human bomb. Purification strike. Each plan complemented the others, with the latter plan serving as backups for the former. If one plan failed, the subsequent one would activate. Even if Artoria hadn't died, Shinji would have used the purification strike if the human bomb failed against Shiro. But now, external changes forced Shinji to initiate this plan early. Due to insufficient accumulated magical energy, he resorted to self-harm to gather the final needed energy, pushing his magic beyond its limits, beyond control, into total berserk mode. As for whether Shiro would escape, Shinji wasn't worried. The magical energy he had accumulated was no less than Spartacus's final strike. At such close range, it was enough to destroy the Greater Grail. Yes, this purification strike isn't aimed at Shiro himself but at the Greater Grail. Shiro is no longer a human in a fleshly state, he is a servant, and his sustenance and magical energy come from the Greater Grail. If he flees and watches Shinji destroy the Greater Grail, he and his companions will lose their source of magical energy. Even if they have command seals for support or some other backup plan, they won't last long, and will eventually be annihilated by their allies. Shiro clearly understood what Shinji was thinking. He silently glanced at the Greater Grail, which was beginning to rise slowly due to the release of magical energy. His lips moved as if to say something, but no sound came out. Then, he quickly tore off the holy shroud draped over his shoulders and wrapped it around his hands. I figured you would use this move when I saw you wield Spartacus's noble phantasm. You didn't think I wouldn't be prepared, did you? I can also extinguish the Holy Maiden's flames, and I can do it better. Are you confident you can surpass the Holy Maiden's end, or do you have a method that can break through my technique? The bubbles on the flesh mass increased, resembling a pot of overcooked meat soup. The fuel for this boiling was the magical energy accumulated, a force whose sheer destructive power was even more terrifying than the Greater Grail's. The power finally erupted, shining with a light of annihilation, transforming instantly into a blade of explosive force. This was a noble phantasm that, at the cost of one's life, granted enough destructive power to obliterate the enemy. It was the most destructive noble phantasm in this Holy Grail war. As soon as the blade revealed its edge, cracks began to appear in the extra-dimensional space where the altar was located. It should be noted that this was a space recognized as the pinnacle of magecraft, created by high thaumaturgy from the Age of Gods. Though not as solid as the real world, it was comparable to a reality marble, and this was just the prelude to the strike. Looking at the blade starting to unleash its power, Shiro sighed. To think you'd go this far. Have you spent too much time with Jean? Why do both sides always resort to self-destruction when faced with unsolvable problems? Why can't we escape the fate of enduring self-destruction, even with new faces? Can't you be a bit more creative? With a sigh, Shiro knew there was only one thing he could do now if he didn't want to die, or see the Greater Grail destroyed. Right hand, safety shutdown, left arm, degenerative drive. As if in response to the boiling human bomb, the colorless magical energy also began to boil. Chapter 585, The Ultimate Strike. 1,250 words. Whether it was due to the special effects of being connected to the Greater Grail or Shiro's abilities, his body slowly floated up and, in an instant, crossed over the human bomb below, suspending in front of the Greater Grail. Heaven's feel activate, bring an end to all things. Shiro's magic circuits had long surpassed the level of ordinary magi. However, even if they were 10 or 100 times greater than those of ordinary magi, they still couldn't fully contain the magical energy accumulated by the Greater Grail over 60 years. Thus, continuous control and precise adjustments were necessary while absorbing this magical energy. If even a tiny fraction of this power went out of control, his body would be pulverized. Even a decimal point deviation in the adjustment of magical energy could cause his brain to explode. By concentrating the Greater Grail's magical energy in his right hand, Shiro replicated the functions of his right arm with his left hand, reducing the overall capability indices while performing functions that originally required both hands. The moment the magical energy was injected, his magic circuits went into overdrive, pain surged through his entire body, and his physical form was on the brink of collapse. However, just before this rampage could destroy his spiritual foundation, Shiro forcibly suppressed it and issued a command. Shinji had staked his life and resolve on his strike. Shiro responded with equal determination. Twin arm, big crunch. The magical energy injected into his right arm was released in one go, not in an explosive manner like Spartacus, but oppositely, consuming its immense magical energy through concentrated clustering and further swallowing the final roar of the human bomb. It was akin to a black hole. It was like the moment of fierce conflict between the creation of heaven and earth and the collapse of the universe. 1 second after the command was issued, Shiro severed his right arm. The terrifying energy that could annihilate everything was blocked and gradually consumed by the black vortex that devoured all. Two powerful forces clashed, and the sound of their struggle echoed through the space. The world roared. The atmosphere howled, gradually being overturned. It seemed as though this space itself might collapse at any moment. A shadow silently appeared behind the flesh mass. The snow-white spiritual garment was replaced by dark attire, deep blue hair returned to curls, and deep blue eyes locked firmly on the center of the explosion, as if the intense white light and deep blackness did not affect him. No, not only light and darkness, but even the physical laws generated by the explosion did not affect him. This was not surprising, as Shinji was in a spiritual state without a physical body. Yes, at the moment of the magical energy's eruption, Shinji had made a decision similar to Shiro's, abandoning his body on the brink of destruction. The difference was that Shiro abandoned his right arm, while he abandoned his entire body, which Justice had crafted using the Lesser Grail, combining the third magic and the power of deceased heroic spirits. This was precisely the appropriate release from embodiment that Shinji had mentioned. From the beginning, this was his plan. The reason was certainly not cowardice, but his deep respect for Shiro. He would never underestimate or let his guard down against such a formidable enemy. The black hole before him had once blocked the purgatory flames Jeanne d'Arc had released at the cost of her life in the original, so it might also block the crying warmonger's final roar. This caution soon paid off. Light and darkness intertwined, eroding and canceling each other out, eventually dissipating into a spirit mist. Witnessing this scene, Shinji's spiritual form closed his eyes and murmured. As expected, it was blocked. Indeed, in terms of power, the crying warmonger overload is stronger, but conceptually, Jeanne's purgatory flames are superior. Moreover, the crying warmonger's roar is omnidirectional, while the black hole only needs to defend one side. Although following Nasu's miraculous endings is frustrating, at least I'm not like Jeanne, unable even to see the ending. I'm still standing here, and I can keep fighting. His spiritual form converted back to a physical form, manifesting the body of a servant, along with the 9 noble phantasms Shinji had acquired after his transmigration. Long-handled scythe, harp. Gorgon shield, shield of Athena. Winged sandals, feathered shoes. Invisibility cloak, Hades cloak. Sack that once held Medusa's head, Kibisis. Ancient rune sword, azure cloud sword. Black and gold spear, Ishtar's war spear. Scepter used by Egyptian pharaohs, scepter of the goddess. Iconic weapon of the Indian thunder god, Indra's thunder. Strangely, these noble phantasms were not worn by Shinji as usual but were lined up in a row, quietly floating in front of their master. I'm sorry, everyone. If I survive, I'll find a way to repair you, but for now, fight for me one more time. The next second, the noble phantasms that had accompanied Shinji for many years, protecting him, and helping him overcome various hurdles, began to tremble in unison. Without any prior agreement, they all flew toward the black vortex that devoured everything. At the same time, Shinji raised his left hand, which bore the final stroke of a miraculous crystallization. Seeing the command spell glowing with a red light, Shiro, at the center of the black vortex, couldn't help but curse. Blowing yourself up once wasn't enough, now you're making your noble phantasms go for multiple self-destruction. Shinji didn't stop his actions despite his opponent's frustration. He silently issued a command. In the name of the command spell, let all noble phantasms activate the broken phantasm, and kill Amakusa Shiro Tokisata. In the world of black and white, a touch of crimson began to spread outward, as if introducing a new color to the monotonous world. 9 different hues appeared, corresponding to Shinji's 9 noble phantasms. It was as if 9 major planets, along with a white sun, launched a fierce attack on the black hole. The black vortex instantly began to waver. You're ruthless, but do you think an upgraded version of a clean hit can defeat me? Watch closely, this is Amakusa Shiro Tokisata's true noble phantasm. Shiro bit down on his katana, and slashed off his remaining left arm. Grail of Heaven's feel, focus on the owner. Left arm, degenerate mobility. Right arm, obliterate space. Twin arm, big crunch. Swallow the flames, star of destruction. From the destroyed left arm, another black vortex was born. It merged with the previous black vortex, forming a larger, more solid dark canopy, jointly resisting the white sun, and the 9 major planets. In an instant, light and darkness both went berserk, eroding each other even more fiercely. The density of the spirit mist in the alternate space increased geometrically, and the already unstable alternate space emitted sounds of strain. Even the 2 servants, who were supposed to be in a safe zone, began to sway unsteadily under the impact of the clashing forces. With a sound like a bursting bubble, the alternate space around the altar finally collapsed. The terrifying magical energy bound within the space began to spread wildly in all directions. For a moment, everyone in and around the courtyard, regardless of friend or foe, halted their actions, looking towards the center of the courtyard in shock and uncertainty. There various colors intertwined, resembling a massive firework, or perhaps the pinnacle of abstract art. Chapter 586, Chapter 586, EX Strike. 1159 words. What's going on? What happened? The sudden shaking almost made Achilles fall while he was riding in the chariot. He looked around, trying to find the source of the tremor. It's coming from over there. Chiron reacted faster than Achilles. While carrying calls on his back, he gazed into the distance. That's the palace area. That's the altar where the Greater Grail is placed. Standing on the giant's shoulder, Avisbron spoke. This explosion should be related to the Black Assassin. That guy is going all out. But it looks like the Greater Grail is still intact. I wonder how that guy is holding up. After carefully sensing, Achilles confirmed the fact. Although he was a top-tier warrior, Achilles also had high magical skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create a variant of the reality marble, a dual space that isolates divine interference. Just as Achilles was about to leap to a high place to further confirm, Astolfo's anxious voice came from above. Hey, don't just stand there in a daze. I can't hold on much longer. Help, I'm going to die. Looking up, he saw that the 10 heads of Hydra and Basma were frantically chasing the Pegasus, trying to bite it. The shaking of the ground had attracted the attention of the servants, but had little effect on the 2 magical beasts. After all, they could cause massive tremors themselves, so they were used to it. They just shook their bodies and continued their attack. The ones bearing the brunt were the weak Astolfo and Bellerophon, who were both scared stiff. As for Sieg, well, he had already fainted, dizzy from all the high-speed maneuvers. Upon receiving their companion's plea for help, Avisbron immediately ordered the giant to rush forward. Chiron followed closely, his rapid-fire arrows once again blinding the Hydra. Achilles found his balance after a few steps, and was about to charge when he noticed Atalanta still standing there in a daze, muttering to herself. Did it happen? What happened, big sister? Atalanta didn't answer. She just drew her bow and shot an arrow towards the direction of the Greater Grail. What are you doing? Achilles asked. Atalanta had a complicated expression. Nothing, just fulfilling a promise to someone. Someone. Yes, someone who would do anything for revenge. Although that guy is very annoying, never mind. Ryder, let's finish this quickly. There might be another monster to hunt over there later. Another one. All right, no problem. I'm going in, you cover me. In a flash, Achilles turned into a streak of light. Atalanta immediately drew her bowstring, and her first shot was the Phoebus catastrophe. After a rain of arrows, she glanced again at the source of the tremor and silently thought to herself. Don't die. Maybe I don't care and you don't care about yourself, but Jack cares, Chan, Master Fiore cares, and many others are waiting for you. No matter how intense an explosion is, it can't last forever. Soon, the storm caused by the two massive energies subsided. Perhaps Atalanta's wish had come true, as the space collapse did not kill Shinji. It only left him with a head wound and some minor injuries. Unfortunately, his opponent, Shiro, also did not die in the explosion and space collapse. Although he lost both arms and was in tatters, looking much worse than Shinji, he managed to survive. More importantly, the Greater Grail he protected behind him was also preserved. Although its outer shell was destroyed by the explosion, and it lost half its volume, the Greater Grail still retained its brilliance and continued to function. At this rate, the Greater Grail would soon regain its functionality. Kneeling on one knee, Shiro exhaled deeply. Very good. Using the crying warmonger to store magical energy in a materialized state to cause a self-detonation, then reverting to a servant at the critical moment to use Broken Phantasm for a follow-up attack. Your use of noble phantasms is quite impressive, but unfortunately, my twin arm is a bit better. Yes, you are better, but the battle isn't over yet. Shinji calmly admitted, his expression very serene, unlike his previous twisted, hate-filled look. The wounds from the explosion were healing at a visible rate, thanks to the noble phantasm by Spartacus. No, you no longer have a chance. Shiro stood up. From his broken robe, 2 rows of bright red marks were visible, a third of which had already dimmed, and 3 more dimmed right after. I command my body to be restored with a command seal. Miraculous magical energy gathered, forcibly recombining the spirit Rons. Shiro's arms regenerated at a speed even faster than the crying warmonger effect. Although the destroyed noble phantasm hasn't recovered, wielding a sword isn't affected. As expected, having more command seals is beneficial. Shiro clenched his newly formed hands, patted the tattered remains of his upper garment with one hand, picked up the katana that had fallen at his feet with the other, and swung it twice. Finally, he pointed it at Shinji, who stood empty-handed. Do you still want to continue fighting without a weapon? Let me be clear, the same trick won't work on me. I won't give you another chance to accumulate magical energy for a self-detonation. The self-detonation required accumulating enough damage to have a chance of destroying the Greater Grail. Therefore, the correct approach was to kill swiftly, giving no time for charging, and Shiro could do so. Yes, I know. Shinji's expression remained calm, as if he were not facing a sword saint who had mastered the ultimate in swordsmanship. He looked up, his gaze passing through the palace roof destroyed by the explosion. So I'll create my opportunity. Before his words fell, a dark shadow smoothly sliced through the air and landed at Shinji's feet, making no sound throughout the process. What is this? It was a black-coated arrow, seemingly inconspicuous, an arrow used by night hunters to ambush their prey. The arrow itself was not particularly remarkable, the key was the spiritron-wrapped object around it. The moment Shinji's hand touched the arrow, the spiritrons transformed into a tangible form, a similarly pitch-black piece of cloth, resembling some kind of animal hide, exuding a spine-chilling malevolence. This is my chance. You should know the name and usage conditions of this hide. The boar hide, Caledonian boar, haven't you had enough? Shiro was too exhausted to curse any more. The Caledonian boar, Atlanta's second noble phantasm, grants the user the power of the fearsome beast that had summoned warriors from all over Greece, resulting in numerous casualties. As a cost, the user's mind would be overtaken by the boar's spirit, losing rationality and becoming a creature driven only by destruction and slaughter. For the user, this was another form of self-destruction. Following the weakened version, the full version, and the ultimate version of the attack, this was the fourth consecutive strike. 3EX Self-Destruction Combo. Chapter 587, Chapter 587, Let Me Lie Down First. 1025 words. The only condition for using the Caledonian boar was to be filled with hatred, as the hide was essentially a manifestation of hatred and desire, the essence of the Caledonian beast. For a pure saint like Jeanne d'Arc, wearing the boar hide would have no effect, but Shinji was different. The sacrifices of Justis and Artoria had already filled his heart with hatred. The calm he had shown earlier was merely him forcibly suppressing his emotions to maximize the power of the Caledonian boar, even stronger than Atlanta herself wearing the hide. Shinji didn't know whether he would become a beast or a demon after wearing the boar hide, but one thing was certain: his attributes like attack, defense, and agility would dramatically increase, and his vitality would become extremely tenacious, allowing him to relentlessly pursue his object of hatred. Combined with Spartacus' noble phantasm stored in his spiritual core, it was no exaggeration to say that Shinji wearing the boar hide would be even more formidable than his previous three-headed, six-armed form. Such a monster would be a severe challenge even for top-tier servants. More terrifyingly, this monster combining two major noble phantasms could self-detonate once more, and this final self-detonation would surpass all previous ones. This time, it would be a true fantasy collapse of both the spiritual core and the noble phantasm, comparable to the last arrow, Stella, of the great hero Arash, capable of blowing up the entire mountain. This was Shinji's true trump card, and the secret agreement he had made with Atlanta. The agreement was simple: if the massive explosion near the Greater Grail didn't destroy either the Greater Grail or Amakusa Shiro Tokisada, then lend me your boar hide. Hence, Atlanta shot the arrow to deliver the boar hide to Shinji. I will kill you at any cost. Holding the boar hide above his head, Shinji finally stopped suppressing himself, letting all his emotions explode. At this moment, all his feelings for Justis and his bond with Artoria transformed into hatred for Shiro. Sensing this almost tangible dark emotion, the black hide came to life, emitting black mist from its surface, twisting and gradually wrapping around Shinji's body. Seeing this, Shiro regained his composure and said to himself, "You scared me. So that's why you couldn't sense your true power. Hatred blinds people, indeed. Not that I, the instigator, have any right to say that. Although I'm curious to see what kind of monster his hatred will create, I'll pass. It's too risky, one wrong move and it might not be reversible. So it's your turn, heroine, to save the world." Before he finished speaking, a crack appeared above the Greater Grail, and a pure, immaculate white light flowed through, directly entering Shinji's body. How much benefit you reap next depends on your fortune. After fighting for so long, I'm a bit tired, time to rest. Shiro yawned lazily, tossed his sword aside, and lay flat on the ground. However, before lying down properly, he suddenly jumped up. This presence. Not good, Semiramis is in danger. Command seal, wait, this feeling is. No way, this is Earth, when did she follow us here? Hey, old jewel, quickly isolate the throne room, or we'll be facing a planetary-level enforcer. It's you who will face her, not us, the old man's calm voice came from the crack. I'm just an observer. Are you sure? Shiro raised an eyebrow. Let me remind you, if either she or I have any problems, the other side will be more insane than this guy. The old man remained calm. What problems could you have? You are merely a consciousness projection through that device, and she should be using a similar method. Even if I have problems, you won't. What you say makes so much sense, I have no retort. Shiro's mouth twitched. So I've decided to stir things up. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Such small matters don't befit your status, or that of the big shots outside. Let me see how to make it more interesting. Got it, that sword was forged to deal with a certain cute girl back then. Now that the sword's true form has appeared, how about inviting that girl to show up as well? Let me see, my permissions are just enough to recreate that mythological battle, which also matches your status and grandeur. This threat finally broke the old man's usual calm. Do you want to destroy Earth's civilization again? Not that extreme. To destroy civilization, that girl would need to reach the 7th stage. She's only at the 1st stage when just released, which is relatively manageable. Plus, with that holy sword around, at most, it would be a localized anomaly, unless I place her where that big spider is sleeping. Wait, if I remember correctly, the 3 counter-force back then caused trouble for the entire solar system. The concept of U.O might have been created later to deal with those 3 counter-force. So letting her find the big spider seems quite fitting. Can I curse? Hearing the old man's loss of composure, Shiro smiled. Go ahead. Fine, you win. The old man was silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from cursing. With a sigh, an unknown, secret ripple expanded outward, instantly shrouding the throne room in a phase sense. Thanks, old jewel. Now I don't have to worry about things getting out of hand, Shiro said as he lay back down. Sorry for the trouble again. It's nothing, you've caused me trouble more than once or twice. Just because I can handle it doesn't mean Matou Shinji can. If he has the guts, he can come beat me up. Honestly, it's been many years since anyone's tried. If he really can, it looks like he actually might. No, I need to hurry up and recover. Getting beaten up shouldn't be too embarrassing. With that, Shiro closed his eyes, and the spatial crack above the greater grail also closed. Not long after, 2 beams of light, one red and one blue, shot straight into the sky. Chapter 588, Chapter 588, Let me tell you a story of a king. 1181 words. If anyone could feel the impact of the collision between Shinji and Shiro's final strike most vividly, it would undoubtedly be Semiramis. Although she knew her master had a mysterious and profound background, she couldn't help but worry in the face of this torrent of magical power beyond the level of a servant. So even you, the venomous woman, can show such an expression? Mordred taunted. Completely incapacitated and on the brink of death, her voice was very weak, yet it couldn't hide the madness and satisfaction of revenge. Looks like that guy did a good job. I wonder if your master died in the explosion. Shut up. Semiramis's face turned grim, her eyes flashing with a bone-chilling murderous intent. So agitated, could it be that he is dead? Mordred wouldn't let her have her way and continued speaking. I told you to shut up. I wonder if you can still, MMPH. Unable to bear it any longer, Semiramis flicked her finger, directly sealing Mordred's mouth with a poisonous chain. With no one buzzing in her ear, Semiramis could finally sort out the situation. The contract still exists, so Shiro should be fine, but the space where the altar is located has been destroyed, and my surveillance spells are. No, I must go check. The creaking sound interrupted Semiramis's thoughts. Looking back, she saw Mordred biting the chain with her teeth, making intermittent sounds. Come not in time, you will die. Your master too will be the same. You. Semiramis was extremely furious. She had planned to spare Mordred's life as a witness to the activation of the Greater Grail, but now. Since you want to join your father so soon, I will grant you that wish. Die along with your equally foolish master. Two fingers pointed out, weaving two highly concentrated beams of magical energy, aiming at Mordred and Kairi Sisegu, who had both resolved to face death. Even in their final moments, they continued their conversation with calm and openness. "Master, why didn't you run away? Where could I run to? Would that venomous woman let me go? Maybe if you run fast enough, you'll escape. Even if I escape, only my body would survive. Here is already dead. Since my heart has completely died, my future life would be worse than an old man's remaining years. Master, you can occasionally say such beautiful words, not bad." "I think so too. Then let's face the end together, Master." "Ah, yes. Too bad I don't have a cigarette. I wanted to smoke one more." "As a final statement, that's lame. You said such beautiful words before, and now you're ruining it." "Ha, that's just me. You should know that well." "True, that's the master I know. Sorry, I couldn't fulfill my promise to you. I should be the one apologizing. As the master, it's my main responsibility. Though saying this now is meaningless." What a good servant, Kairi thought. She was too excellent for him. Her way of living was incredibly dazzling, but he couldn't protect her light. "Yes, so goodbye, Kairi Sisegu, my best partner." "Ah, goodbye, Saber, no, Mordred." The spiritual connection ended in an instant, and both master and servant closed their eyes, welcoming their end. Then, the roaring magical power illuminated the throne room. On the arc 1,000 meters away from the courtyard, the red-clad archer crossed his arms and clicked his tongue in admiration. "Quite a spectacle. Looks like that other guy did a good job. Praising him is the same as praising yourself. That's also your favorite tactic." The black-clad vampire standing on the other side said with a half-smile. No. The red archer waved his hand repeatedly. "I'm not as wasteful as that guy. My broken phantasms are projections and can be recreated anytime. That guy uses the original noble phantasms. Well, it suits his extravagant style." "Are you very familiar with him?" The red assassin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Archer was taken aback, looking at the assassin in surprise before shaking his head after a while. "I know someone somewhat like him, but it's not him." "But you give me a familiar feeling. Have we met before?" The assassin remained silent for a while and then answered in a dull voice, "No, I have no memory of you. Even if I did, it wouldn't matter. We are just tools." "Is that so?" "You're right," Archer sighed, casting one last glance at the assassin before turning his attention back to the garden. "The Watcher has left the stage, the Greater Grail has appeared and is operating. Should we intervene now?" "It's time. It won't be long before the Greater Grail starts affecting the real world," Solomon, known as the King of Magecraft, nodded. With just a wave of his hand, he induced a small tide of magical energy, proving himself worthy of the title of King of Magecraft. "The Greater Grail is to be handled by the King of Magecraft and Princess White. Princess Black, and we will handle any unexpected situations. I'll be the first to break through the garden's barrier," Archer said, gripping a black longbow in his left hand while holding a weapon that looked like both a sword and a drill in his right. "Could it be that you also want to?" A knowing look flashed in Princess Black's eyes. "Yes, since that guy used such a move, I can't be left behind." As Archer's right hand drew the bowstring, the drill sword gradually transformed into a drill arrow knocked on the string. "I am the bone of my sword. Khaled." Just as the drill arrow was about to be released, Archer's eyes narrowed, and he halted his movement. "Hey, look at that. What is it?" "That is..." Princess Black squinted into the distant starlight. "How could the light from the sea of stars appear here? Could it be?" "Exactly, that could it be. The gateway to the Utopia has opened. It looks like Miss Watcher intends to resolve this matter herself. In that case, there's no need for me to stay here," the King of Magecraft said, his body gradually becoming ethereal. At the same time, the body of Princess White, who stood at the edge of the arc and seemed out of place with the others, began to float slowly. The Red Archer quickly intervened. "You're leaving now. Although the Watcher's combat power is strong, she might not be able to. The Watcher cannot leave the Utopia. Since her true form has appeared in the real world, the other one in the Utopia won't stand by idly. That one also has the qualifications of a Grand Caster, no less than myself." Solomon, now just a shadow, raised his head, his deep gaze crossing space to meet another equally profound gaze. At that moment Princess Black, Archer, and the assassin caught a whiff of a fragrance, as if they were in a sea of pink flowers, with a faint male voice echoing in their ears. "Let me tell you a story of a king." Chapter 589, Chapter 589, Flowers and Sword. 1157 words. A brilliant radiance shone, not the deadly judgment woven by the Empress, but a more dazzling and eye-catching light, one that could still be seen even with closed eyes. It was the morning light viewed after a long night, gently wiping away the deep-seated unease and anxiety. It was the crystallization of everything depicted in the hearts of those who had disappeared into the light. Even on a blood-soaked battlefield, exposed to the extreme hell of death and despair, it still sang of the nobility of humanity. It was the light of hope born from the sea of stars. Compared to this radiance, Semiramis' lethal beam was insignificant, easily shattered by the light, along with everything in its path. Walls, floors, ceilings, pillars, the entire throne room was split in two by this light. "Who goes there?" Semiramis' expression was grave. She prepared a teleportation spell, looking as if she was facing a formidable enemy. The light had been emitted from a very close distance, yet she had felt nothing unusual beforehand. Without a doubt, this enemy was stronger than any she had faced before. Her gaze wandered and landed first on a sword, a beautiful sword that was impossible to look away from. The blade shone with golden light as if celebrating a promised victory, illuminating the surrounding darkness. With just one glance, one could feel the immense power and deep mystery contained within the sword. Clearly, the light that split the throne room was emitted from this sword. Her gaze moved upward, and the Empress saw a familiar face. Though her stature had changed from tall to petite, that aura, that magical energy, and that a hogue all reminded her of the sacrificial victim she had killed just minutes ago. You are. Kyrie exclaimed in shock. He had seen this girl and this attire before, in Mordred's dream. "We meet again, Empress of Assyria, Mordred, and Mr. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Artoria Pendragon." The girl knight, still clad in silver armor but in a slightly different style, performed a knight's salute while holding her sword. "King Arthur." "Impossible, aren't you dead?" Semiramis' eyes were filled with disbelief. "Yes, the Black Lancer is dead. The one standing before you is not a servant but the true Artoria." As she said this, everyone recalled the ending of the legend of King Arthur known throughout the world. The Battle of Camlan, where the rebel knight Mordred died, and the severely wounded King Arthur was taken by a ferry of the lake to Avalon, the isolated Utopia, for eternal peace. People believed that King Arthur had not died, and that he would return to save humanity, when an insurmountable crisis arose. Now, this legend had come true. In the face of impending disaster, King Arthur left the Utopia, returned to the world, and wielded the most famous weapon from the Arthurian legend, the Holy Sword, Excalibur. With a light swing of the Holy Sword, powerful magical energy surged from the blade, transforming into a visible sword pressure that cut through all the chains binding Mordred with a single stroke. Mordred, exhausted by the torment of poison, collapsed without the chains supporting her. However, she did not fall onto the cold ground but into the embrace she had longed for. Though the armor made it as hard as the ground, the warmth brought tears to Mordred's eyes. "Father, is it you? Am I not dreaming?" "It's not a dream. Didn't I say we would meet again soon? Rest for a while, it will all be over soon." Mordred closed her eyes, hoping the dream would last as long as possible. Artoria, having reverted to her maiden form, gently laid the child down. Her gentle expression instantly turned stern as she faced the garden's mistress. By this time, Semiramis had regained her composure. Even after dying once, you step in here again. Should I call it fatherly affection or foolishness? Do you not know that my poison is unbearable even for the immortal? I have experienced the deadliest poison. Even now, without the scabbard, it would be hard to resist your poison. However, someone told me they had a way to neutralize your poison. Humph, I'd like to see who has such ability. The atmosphere of the throne room changed. The once dark, decadent hall was suddenly tinged with a strange hue, sometimes colorful, sometimes pitch black. This was the manifestation of the world's concept of poison given to the most ancient poisoner, nearly impossible to resist. Note, nearly impossible, which means there were exceptions. The bizarre colors rapidly radiated from the Empress and surged towards Artoria and Mordred. However, just before the poison concept could touch Artoria, a gentle breeze blew through, alleviating the pressure in the throne room, and bringing with it a few petals from an unknown source. The petals were pink, somewhat resembling cherry blossoms, plum blossoms, and peach blossoms, giving a pleasing and comfortable feeling. Petals drifted with the wind, brushing past Artoria's hair and Mordred's ear before finally settling on the ground tainted by the concept of poison, where they vanished without a trace. Immediately, the scenery around the two girls began to change. Where the petals had disappeared, a touch of green quickly sprouted. At first, there were tiny buds, which swiftly grew and then blossomed into radiant flowers. These flowers were unlike any known to the present world, more beautiful than any flower ever seen, as if they embodied the pinnacle of floral beauty, concentrating the essence of all flowers. The petals that had just fallen were from these very blooms. Starting from this flower, more and more flowers began to sprout and bloom around Artoria and Mordred, transforming the throne room that belonged to Semiramis into a sea of flowers. No, it wasn't just the throne room. The palace outside the throne room, and even the entire hanging gardens were filled with such flowers, turning the whole garden into a world of blossoms. This is. Semiramis was stunned. She could feel her concept of poison being eroded by the sea of flowers. The stronger the poison, the faster the flowers grew, as if her poison had become nourishment for the flowers. Isn't this a bit over the top? Artoria glanced up at the night sky she had blasted open. No, it's rare for the world to loosen its restrictions. It would be a waste not to put on a good show. A melodious male voice came with the wind, raising a swirl of petals that gathered into a stunningly handsome figure with white hair and white robes. Nice to meet you, Empress of Assyria. Your beauty is as legendary as described, so I prepared this scene specially to match you. I hope this sea of flowers from Avalon pleases you. Avalon, you are. At that moment, Semiramis recalled a certain legend, one closely connected to King Arthur. Chapter 590, Magic is too troublesome, direct punches are faster. 1050 words. He is a half-blood of incubus and human, a wanderer of paradise. He is a court magician bearing the dual roles of mentor and seer. He is one of history's foremost sages, who guided, troubled, and sometimes helped King Arthur, who had overcome countless enemies and hardships. It is said his mother was a princess of Wales, and his father was an otherworldly incubus born between the moon and the earth. In his youth, he made many prophecies, the most famous being the slumbering red and white dragons beneath Snowdon, and their subsequent battle upon awakening. The red dragon symbolized Britain, and the white dragon symbolized the Saxons. Under the leadership of a great king, Britain would unite and ultimately rule over Gaul and Rome. He also left many other prophecies, including those concerning wars and the death of kings. He facilitated the marriage of Arthur's father, Uther Pendragon, to his queen, and took a keen interest in Arthur even before his birth. Legend has it that he taught the young Arthur many skills, playing a foster father role, and thus earning the title Kingmaker. He possesses the highest level of clairvoyance, having foreseen the fall of the Round Table and the crises of Britain. Yet, he left Britain without revealing these visions to King Arthur. In the end, he went to Avalon and secluded himself in a tower to avoid a certain woman, according to the legend. He cannot die until the world ends, witnessing the rise and fall of mankind as an observer. He is. Yes, I am Grand Caster Merlin, the Magus among Magus, the chosen caster. Other Magus, especially those in the caster class, can only envy me, and in the end, they have to admit defeat and retire. This inevitable scenario has already unfolded. The man with white hair and white robes spread his arms wide, delivering an extremely narcissistic self-introduction, leaving Semiramis speechless. Artoria, expressionless, swung her holy sword, sending a brilliant sword light through Merlin's body without causing any harm. Ha ha ha, it's useless, Artoria. My true body is still in the tower, this is just an illusion I created. I know. I'm just used to shutting you up this way. Artoria glanced at Merlin, her eyes as if looking at a pile of garbage. Oh dear, what a rough habit. Where has the cute Artoria gone? Merlin shrugged nonchalantly, his handsome features transcending gender. Ah, I know. It must be that bad boy named Shinji Matou, who corrupted you. Listen up, that guy is no good. He even called me an old rogue. How could a handsome and elegant big brother like me be an old rogue? But I think he's right, Artoria said seriously. I trust my master more than an untrustworthy magician like you. Ugh, the blow. Artoria has turned bad. As her mentor, I am heartbroken. Merlin trembled as if struck by lightning, and the grand image of the top Magus painstakingly created by the Sea of Flowers was utterly shattered. If you want to perform comedy, do it outside. Don't waste my time, Semiramis ordered. Oh dear, don't be like that, beautiful Empress. Would you destroy such lovely flowers? Semiramis's face darkened as she summoned crimson flames, burning the flowers to ashes. But soon, new flowers bloomed from the scorched floor, even denser than before. So, this is your magic. Indeed, I am famed as the Magus of Flowers, Merlin said proudly. How about it, beautiful Empress? Would you like to have a cup of tea and chat with me? Sharing magical insights wouldn't be bad either. Though you are a bit behind a grand caster like me, you are still an excellent Magus. I want to see just how strong a grand caster. Provoked multiple times, the once dominant female Magus of an era could no longer hold back. With a series of intricate incantations, countless magical arrays unfolded behind the Empress, each one surpassing A-rank grand magic. Simultaneously, Merlin began weaving his spells. He used the same language as Semiramis, a divine language from the age of gods that modern humans could not produce. His chanting was rhythmic and swift. The increasing magical energy in the atmosphere indicated that he was creating magic as powerful as the Empress's. However, just as the two top Magus were about to unleash their spells, Merlin's chanting abruptly stopped. It wasn't that he had finished, he stopped midway. Even someone with no magical knowledge could tell the incantation was incomplete. Visibly, the rapidly forming magical arrays behind Merlin dissipated into nothingness. Semiramis was momentarily stunned, almost interrupting her incantation. Merlin sheepishly stuck out his tongue, and let out a series of pain sounds. Ouch, 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 I bit my tongue. Chanting incantations is fundamental for the Magus. Biting one's tongue while chanting is something that typically only happens to novices. For it to happen to Merlin's caliber, if she hadn't checked her state multiple times, Semiramis would have thought she had fallen under an illusion. Fortunately, she had already finished her incantation by then, otherwise, she might have ended up in the same situation as Merlin. Regardless of the reason, she had completed her spell, and now it was her turn to attack. The Empress uttered a few more syllables, and the arrays behind her all activated simultaneously. Oh no, there's no time. Seeing the imminent storm of magical power, Merlin shrugged helplessly and hid behind Artoria. There's no choice. Let me show you my ultimate move, Artoria, go ahead, Artoria. Artoria glared at Merlin in annoyance, but said nothing due to the urgent situation. Once again, the radiant magical power of the Holy Sword, originating from the inner sea of the stars, fanned out and obliterated the incoming magic. Is this your ultimate move? Semiramis's expression could be summarized in one phrase, are you kidding me? Merlin earnestly replied that he was not. That's right, this is my ultimate move. Honestly, I'm not very good at chanting because it's easy to bite my tongue, and it's quite troublesome. In comparison, it's faster to just punch through. I forgot to mention, besides being the Magus of Flowers, I also hold the title of Sword Saint of Britain. Artoria's swordsmanship was taught by me. Chapter 591, Chapter 591, The Light in the Heart, Part 1. 1123 words. It was nothing short of a soul of abomination that sent chills down one's spine. This existence, a blend of self-loathing and hatred for others, carried an extremely bitter taste. Grief had vanished. Joy had vanished. Anger had vanished too. All that was left was boundless hatred, hatred, hatred. The deepest, darkest emotions gnawed at Shinji's soul. That was the true form of Caledonian, a madness more terrifying than falling into hell. His head felt as if it would burst, and his body temperature was gradually being stripped away. His senses were being destroyed by the injected substance. Unbearable darkness. Unbearable ugliness. It made one want to die. But he couldn't die yet. Because there was still something more important than death, more important than this darkness, to be done. There was still an obsession supporting him. Revenge to kill Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. Kill Amakusa Shiro. Kill Amakusa. The black mist solidified, and the boundless darkness enveloped Shinji's body, wantonly devouring his spiritual foundation, and altering his form. It didn't matter what he turned into. A monster, a demon, or some other alien creature. His consciousness grew deeper, the colors before his eyes more monotonous, leaving only endless black. Come all, I will accept it all. As long as I can kill that bastard, no matter the cost. Just before the last shred of clarity faded, a voice pierced through the boundless darkness, reaching the deepest part of his soul. That won't do. Ha! This voice, Justice. You can't do that, Shinji. It's your voice, Justice, it's so good to hear your voice again. Wait a bit longer, I'll come to see you soon. I will kill that bastard soon, avenge you. No. I know you're worried about me, wholeheartedly thinking of me. But you're no longer here, I can do whatever I want, right? Shinji, wake up. Look at me. Listen to my voice. Feel with your heart. Look. His eyelids opened slightly, and before him was still the detestable darkness, but at the end of that darkness was a light. A pure light. A white light. A warm light. This light was incredibly familiar to Shinji. Ever since he arrived in this world, it had always been by his side, rarely leaving him for even a moment. Justice. He called out this name once more. Yes, it's me. With this response, the connection that had been silent for many days, and seemed to have been severed suddenly became active. The bonds of magic, spirit, and soul were miraculously restored. Justice, is it you? Yes, it's me, Shinji. The same voice as always, the same gentleness, the same response, made Shinji feel as if he were in a dream. But weren't you? I'm no longer here, right? She calmly stated the cruel reality, a fact that even he, who cared little about life and death, was unwilling to face. He dared not answer, fearing that if he did, this dream would end. It's okay, don't be afraid. This is not a dream. I am still here. The bond between us is the best proof. Then why couldn't I sense you before? Why didn't you come to find me? Because I was locked up by Zelrich, trapped in a closed alternate space, and I was just released. Locked up. The old jewelman. As expected, he and that bastard are in cahoots. Bringing us here was all part of their plan. With the restoration of their bond, new vitality was injected into Shinji's withered and desolate heart, even clearing his thoughts significantly. What exactly are those two bastards plotting? Do they want to destroy the world? Of course not. Through my interactions over the past few days, I can tell that these two are not world-destroying lunatics. They love this world more than 99% of people. Wait, you say love? Then how do you explain that bastard's wish? The information you gave me was not wrong. Amakusa Shiro's wish has always been the immortality of all humanity. From the Einsborn perspective, this is salvation. From another perspective, it's a form of destruction. Without death, can humans still be considered human? This reasoning was so sound it left him speechless. Then what are they after? Why torment you and me like this? Thinking about the past few days, a nameless fire surged in Shinji's heart. Zelrich's goal has always been clear to us, to collect data on the unpolluted Holy Grail, and to make me reconsider if the Einsborn's millennia-old obsession is truly what I want. And that bastard? Erstisha hesitated for a moment before replying, it seems to be related to you. Related to me? What did I do to provoke him? I just wanted to train, gather some data, and go back. Did he have to go to such lengths to break me? Couldn't he have just talked to me? I would have cooperated if necessary. How do you explain that bastard? Neither Amakusa Shiro nor Zelrich told me the specific reason. They only said this is a trial, and they will tell you the reason once the trial is over. A trial, huh? Is this how you conduct a trial? Hearing this explanation, Shinji let out a series of laughs, filled with coldness and misery, sounding broken, which made Justice's heart ache. Do you know, in these few short days, I died and lived and died again. I don't even know how I endured it. I know because I went through the same thing. I was always watching you but couldn't reach your side. Your pain was my pain. Justice. So do what you want to do. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. But I don't want you to be consumed by hatred and turn into a monster. Justice's prayer, transmitted through their bond, warmed Shinji's soul, which had endured countless pains and was riddled with scars. Is it too late? I have already used the Agrius metamorphosis, and I don't know how long this remaining consciousness can hold on. It's not too late. As long as you remain steadfast and believe in yourself, you won't be influenced by hatred. This is your ability and the reason Zelrich chose you. My ability. Close your eyes, relax your mind and feel carefully. You are surrounded by more than just hatred, there are many more thoughts. Pure white light flowed into Shinji's consciousness, guiding it deeper and deeper. Many care about you, not just me. This is the true source of your power, your unique magic. Then, Shinji saw it, the light hidden in the deepest part of his heart, which was his origin. Chapter 592, Chapter 592, Bonds. 1236 words. In another world line, Fuyuki City, in Shinji's room, Sakura is cleaning the desk. Even though her brother is not at home, Sakura comes to clean every few days. Her thought is simple, no matter when her brother returns, he can see a clean and bright room. Sakura cleans very meticulously. First, she uses magecraft to remove the surface dust, then she carefully wipes it with a damp cloth, and finally, she cleans it with a dry cloth to ensure no speck of dirt is left. Because she has cleaned many times, her movements are very skilled, and it doesn't take long for her to finish the cleaning work. After placing the cloth in the water basin, Sakura energetically clenches her fist and speaks to the desk. Brother's room is very clean today too. On one side of the desk is a row of uniformly styled standing photo frames, each containing a photo. These are the annual family photos taken since Sakura entered the family. At first, there were only Shinji, Sakura, Byakuya, and Kariya who had returned home. Then, Justice, Scathack, Fujino, Tuko, and Elsa joined in succession. The group in the photos became larger and larger, and everyone's smiles became brighter and brighter. As she looked at them, Sakura couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the photo in the center. It was this year's newest group photo, with the boy in the middle making his usual peace sign, looking a bit silly. Her fingers brushed over the boy's face, and the girl silently prayed. Brother, please come back soon. Sakura misses you very much. In Misaki City, at Aozaki Toko's office. The owner of the office had also been away for a long time. The one managing this office was Aozaki Toko's apprentice, a girl named Asakami Fujino. Although not yet an adult, the girl was capable and very diligent. During Toko's absence, the office's reputation not only did not decline but slightly improved. Today, Fujino took on a new commission to investigate a mysterious phenomenon nearby. Blue-white flames, will-o'-the-wisps, or some other phenomenon. Fujino carefully reviewed the data collected by the office's sole employee, a recently married ordinary employee, and fell into deep thought. If it's a natural phenomenon, that's fine. If it's magecraft, that's okay too. Although Miss Ryugi hasn't done strenuous exercise recently, I can still ask Mr. Shiki for help. But if it's a supernatural phenomenon, it might be a bit troublesome. I lack experience in dealing with such things. I don't know if my eyes would work on ghosts and the like. It's better to call the teacher for advice. Fujino picked up the phone from the drawer and opened the contact list. Seeing the name at the top, specially marked, her finger on the direction key stopped. Shinji. She uttered that name in an indescribable tone, the name of the person who had entered her life, changed her fate, and whom she had always been thinking about. Her finger moved involuntarily, shifting to the green button and pressing it firmly. After a short silence, a voice came through the receiver. The number you have dialed is not in service. Still not back? Fujino sighed, leaning dispiritedly on the desk. Where on earth did the second magician take him? I finally learned a new skill, and wanted to show it to him. In a secluded villa garden on the outskirts of Tokyo. A woman with orange hair, orange eyes, and an orange coat, who also had orange in her name, was holding an orange cigarette holder and speaking into an orange phone. From the data analysis, it should not be a supernatural phenomenon but something unclean. The lack of a barrier setup indicates that this thing is not very strong. You can use your eyes to observe it from a distance. Unfortunately, Kiri is on vacation in Taiwan. Her double existence is best suited for investigation. Your reasoning is sound. Handle it that way. I think you've done enough. There's no need to overburden yourself. If you have time, rest more. If you fall ill, Shinji will complain to me when he gets back. Me? I've already handled things on my end. It's rare for Shinji's information to be wrong. But I did gain something, not expecting the Tano family to have such a precious treasure. Shinji will be shocked when he sees it. Such disrespect, no matter what, I'm still your teacher. Hanging up on me just like that, really, kids these days have less and less respect for their elders. Toko put away her phone, and lazily leaned back in her chair. At that moment, a voice echoed in the empty garden. Master, your facial temperature is rising, and your heartbeat has increased by 10%. Is there something wrong with your body? No, I'm very healthy. Toko waved her hand. But you just recovered from a cold the day before yesterday. I said there's nothing wrong, so there's nothing wrong. Looks like I should adjust your thought processes to make your emotions richer. I don't think that's necessary. I'm a doll, I just need to execute orders, emotions are not required. Times have changed, Miss Ninja. Toko flicked her ponytail. Perhaps in the Warring States period when you were born, that was the case, but nowadays, it's normal for dolls to have emotions. Once the repair work is complete, I'll take you to meet other dolls. Some have started families, some have found their love, and they're living lives more exciting than humans. Love? Just like Miss Akiha and Mr. Shiki, or you and Mr. Shinji. Toko's body stiffened. You must be joking just now, right? Saying emotions are unnecessary. At the famous Sun Moon Lake on the island of Taiwan, a woman in white clothes and a white hat took several photos of herself with a camera, talking excitedly to herself. Shinji, I found another fun place. Let's come here together next time. In London, at the clock tower headquarters, the increasingly queenly Lorelei suddenly felt a bit uneasy. She walked to the window, silently gazing towards the east. Is it you? In the workshop of the old man of jewels, located in some secret realm. A black-haired, twin-tailed girl and a white-haired, red-eyed girl stared at each other. The white-haired girl pouted, "What should we do, Rin?" Why did he suddenly start glowing? The twin-tailed girl shook her head repeatedly, "I don't know either. I didn't do anything, just regularly collected his data, as the master said. Why do I even have to take care of this guy? He's the jerk who stole Sakura. Should we just act like we didn't see anything, Ilya? Is that okay?" Ilya occasionally glanced at the crystal beside her, inside which lay a boy about Rin's age. A soft white light enveloped the boy's skin, making him look like a large light bulb. "We're supposed to be friends with him, right? Ugh. This is so annoying. Fine, we'll take turns looking after him here. If something unexpected happens, we can respond in time, Before she finished speaking, a deep blue hue suddenly appeared in the white glow surrounding the boy, matching the newly grown hair on his head. "Rin, what should we do?" "How should I know?" 12-year-old Rin Tosaka felt today was truly the worst. Chapter 593, The Light in the Heart, Part 2. 1143 words. Shinji heard voices, from the deepest part of his soul. "Brother, come back quickly. Sakura misses you. Shinji, I learned a new skill, and want to show it to you. Shinji, I have something good to show you. Shinji, I found another fun place. Let's go there together next time. Shinji, is that you? Annoying, so annoying. Why do I have to take care of your body? Hey, are you okay, you big liar? Shinji. Matou. Black assassin." One voice after another. Some clear, some indistinct. Different ways of expressing, different intentions. Every voice was familiar to him. Each voice's owner had a mysterious connection with him. Sakura, Dad, Mom, Uncle, Shursho, Fujino, Tuko, Lorelei, Kiri, Rin, Ilya. Fiori, Artoria, Jean, Letitia, Jack, Rika, Calls, Chiron, Achilles, Atlanta. These connections arise from fate, transforming into bonds. They are an indispensable part of humanity, the source of human strength. They transcend space, time, and worlds, converging into an eternal light in Shinji's heart. As long as this light remains, as long as Shinji believes in these bonds, his soul will not be completely taken by darkness. I see. So you all are thinking of me, worrying about me. I am a lucky person. Not lucky, but blessed. The light representing Justy's soul merged into the brilliance formed by the purest emotions. Yes, blessed. Then you must hold on tight. Never let go. This time, it was not just Justy's voice, but a mixture of voices from this world, another world, all those who cared for him. Of course, I will never let go. Shinji extended his hands, holding the light that gathered all the voices, pressing it tightly against his heart. In an instant, the world before him completely changed. Darkness was completely driven away by light, and the shadow of hatred melted in the warmth of human emotions. Even the divine punishment of the moon goddess, even the embodiment of hatred and desire, could not taint this pure bond. I see, this is my third magic. An epiphany arose in Shinji's heart, and the fog that clouded his mind cleared. He clenched his hands, letting the light of bonds envelop his entire being. The third magic, the materialization of the soul, is an immense concept. The Holy Grail's creation of vessels for servants, Justy's bestowing of physical form to souls, and Tuko's indestructible soul all belong to the realm of the third magic. Now, having continuously come into contact with the third magic and experienced incarnation once, Shinji also comprehended his third magic, emotion, thought, and will. The will can create miracles was no longer an empty phrase, but something truly achievable. The brilliance dispelled the black mist emitted by the boar hide, forcibly halting the transformation of the spiritual foundation. Next, even the source of the divine punishment's power, the noble phantasm, Agrius metamorphosis itself, was eroded by the brilliance and gradually assimilated by the most beautiful human emotions. At this moment, the boar hide could no longer be called divine punishment but a blessing, not one bestowed by a lofty god, but one born from human thoughts themselves. When hatred was completely eradicated by bonds, Shinji's spiritual foundation underwent a new transformation once again. He was no longer a monster, not a demon, not a servant, and not even a reincarnated being, but a pure entity materialized from a soul. Not a vessel bestowed by the Greater Grail, but a completely independent individual. His chaotic eyes regained clarity, and his consciousness returned to lucidity. Shinji moved his new body and spoke to Shiro, who had also returned to his original state. Sorry to keep you waiting. First, let me thank you for giving me enough time. Seeing how different Shinji was from before, the smile on Shiro's lips deepened. No need to thank me, although I don't want to say this, you probably wouldn't agree to stop if I asked you to, right? Of course, what you did to me in Justice before isn't something I'd let go with just this. So, we still have to fight. I won't be satisfied until I give you a good beating. Then let's continue. I also want to see your new power. But let me remind you, it's not going to be easy to beat me. Don't end up embarrassing yourself. Words are useless, the bigger fist wins. As they spoke, Shinji took a step forward, but Shiro quickly raised his hand. Wait. What now? No matter what you say, I won't change my mind. I'm not asking you to change your mind. Then what do you want? I want to change my appearance, it will only take a few seconds. Shiro closed his eyes. With a slight magical shift, his brown skin rapidly turned white, and his white hair swiftly turned black, finally settling into the typical appearance of an East Asian with black hair and yellow skin. This was the true appearance of Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. The white hair and brown skin were a result of his reincarnation, and his need to blend in while hiding in the Middle East. Alright, that's better. What's the point of this? Shinji, despite all the changes, still couldn't keep up with Shiro's thinking. It has a point. This look matches your new appearance, giving it a sense of a final showdown. Me? New appearance. Shinji was taken aback. He quickly drew an ice rune, using its surface to reflect his image. Indeed, he had a new appearance. How to describe it? 1 word, white. 2 words, very white. 3 words, extremely white. In his incarnation state, only his clothes had turned white. Now, even the fur exposed on his body had turned white. Shinji was still draped in the boar hide. Though he hadn't turned into a demon, the fusion of the boar skin and his body hadn't been undone. Half of his body was covered in white fur, making him look like an Eskimo living in the extreme northern ice fields. You in all white, me in all black, this creates a strong sense of opposition, like light and darkness, justice and evil. Come on, master representing light and justice, come defeat me, the evil dark priest. I'm on it. Shinji felt he couldn't let Shiro continue talking. Although Shiro made sense, if he kept talking, Shinji feared his fighting spirit would weaken. So Shinji moved. Without any warning, yes, that's right, without any warning, not even the declaration before striking. His movement was not just fast, but exaggeratedly so, with no initial movement visible. Before the words even finished, Shinji was already in front of Shiro, punching with his fist wrapped in white fur. Even with Shiro's dual mind's eye, even having reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and possessing sage-level reduced earth, Shiro couldn't react in time, and was sent flying by Shinji's punch. Chapter 594, Chapter 594, The Pinnacle of Swordsmanship. 1166 words. The Caledonian boar is a phantasmal species. A phantasmal species refers to any creature not belonging to this world's ecosystem. Their very existence is a mystery, transcending magic itself. Moreover, this was a phantasmal species that had existed since the age of gods, serving as the servant of the moon goddess Artemis. Its spiritual rank, while not matching that of a divine beast, was enough to rival a phantom beast. Of course, if it were only this powerful, it wouldn't have caused such great difficulty for the Greek warriors. The most distinctive feature of the Caledonian boar was its unique mode of existence. Although it appeared to be a living creature, it lacked the skeletal, nervous system, and flesh structures typical of living beings, as its essence was a conglomeration of hatred and desire, merely coincidentally manifesting through the boar. As a result, conventional methods of assessment did not apply to it. This remained true even when it possessed Shinji, even after its hatred and desire were purified. With layers of white halos entwined around his body, Shinji's abilities as a living being experienced a significant leap, simultaneously altering his spiritual foundation. Thus, Shinji was able to perform such abrupt attacks without any starting motions. So, the moment Shiro was struck by the fist and sent flying, Shinji ignored the usual pause and pursued with ghost-like speed. His pursuit speed surpassed even the full sprint of Atlanta, approaching the level of Achilles, who was known as the fastest human. However, while Shinji was fast, Shiro was not slow either. His reduced earth technique could rival the swiftness of Achilles' divine feat. He had only been caught off guard by Shinji's bizarre actions. Now, having regained his composure, his body movements and katana flowed seamlessly as he directly moved behind Shinji. Shinji, whose body structure had been completely altered, twisted around, defying physical laws, grabbing the katana with one hand while continuing to punch at Shiro's head with the other. The palm and the sharp blade collided, but no blood was drawn, only white mist continually dispersed outward. A strange red light flashed in Shiro's eyes. The moment the fist struck his cheek, his figure blurred and then reappeared behind Shinji in the next instant, a dimensional leap. Shiro held his katana horizontally across his shoulder, his demeanor changing instantly. Shouldn't no Kami? An instinctive thought flashed in Shinji's mind as he hastily turned around, only to immediately dismiss it. No, it's not Shouldn't no Kami. Shouldn't no Kami is single-handed, but he's using both hands. Could it be? Realizing the danger, Shinji tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Although his movements required no preliminary motion, the process of moving still adhered to physical laws. The moment Shinji leaped back, Shiro's blade was already upon him. In that instant, the dimension twisted, and 3 blades appeared simultaneously. Space fractured at that moment, and 3 slashes overlapped on the 3 blades. 3 streaks of crimson shot outward, quickly staining the surrounding pure white. An overlay of Tsubaime Geishi and lightless, 3-stage thrust. Shinji pressed his hand against the wound on his neck, his face still showing lingering fear. Tsubaime Geishi is an unavoidable magical sword technique within its range, and 3-stage thrust is an undefendable magical sword technique. Overlaying them meant a true, inescapable kill. If not for the blessed boar significantly weakening the concept of vital points, Shinji might have been severely injured or even killed by that strike. Can it be done? It can. But if I remember correctly, Okita Tsuji and Sasaki Kojuru's swordsmanship are not the same. How did you? The way of the martial arts leads to the same destination by different paths. Whether it's Okita Tsuji's swift thrust, Sasaki Kojuru's infinity, or Miyamoto Musashi's zero, the endpoint is essentially the same. The differences arise because none of them reach the true end. Having executed such a strike, Shiro seemed to have expended considerable energy. Instead of pressing his advantage, he focused on regulating his breathing while explaining. It sounds like you've already reached the end. In a way, yes, Shiro nodded. Although this endpoint is also a new beginning. So you've never been fighting at full strength? Shinji frowned. Although he had considered this possibility, the stark disparity was still very frustrating. No, I have always been giving my all, the best I can at this stage, don't understand. It's a simple concept, the strength of a warrior is never one-sided, mind, technique, and body are all indispensable. Amakusa Shiro Tokusada's attributes are too poor, even using dimensional leap is so strenuous, let alone reaching the true pinnacle of swordsmanship. I see, so that's why you use the command spells. Of course, Shinji understood the logic, it's a fundamental lesson for any warrior. The impossible sword technique just now, and at previous critical moments, Shiro would use the command spells, presumably to strengthen his body and support a higher state of being. That's right. Now, I'm going to use up the remaining command spells all at once. Are you ready? Without waiting for Shinji's response, an immensely powerful magic erupted from within Shiro. Complete command spell release, Unity of God and Men. The 4 command spells just used, along with the 5 still unused, a total of 9 high-class magical crystal miracles, intermingled and fused. The quantitative change produced a qualitative change, finally converging into a crimson pillar of light shooting into the sky. Rising with the light pillar was Shiro's body and aura. The intense magic fluctuations were palpable even outside the garden. If Shiro were a sword, then previously it was sheathed, occasionally revealing a hint of its sharpness. Now this treasured blade was fully unsheathed, its edge apparent. Using the formless as form, making the infinite finite, this is my complete form. Propelled into the air by the vast magic, Shiro held his sword with one hand and swung it lightly downward. Crimson spread from the sword tip, transforming into a crescent-shaped slash that roared outward. Where the slash passed, everything twisted. Shinji's heart surged with a warning, and he retreated swiftly. The moment he moved, the crimson slash struck the ground, causing the area where Shinji had been, along with a large surrounding section, to collapse instantly, leaving a massive crater. Is this an upgraded version of lightless, 3-stage thrust? A space collapse? Good eye. You can call it void slash. Shiro slowly sheathed his sword, standing with a confident smile, exuding a formidable aura. However, this aura might intimidate the world, but it didn't intimidate Shinji. Void slash, huh? You must be addicted to cosplaying Sephiroth. Why don't you call it Octaslash? Shiro, holding his sword with both hands, explained with a smile, because Octaslash is an upgraded version of Swallow Reversal, striking 8 times simultaneously. Want to give it a try? Let's give it a try. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful Shiro, Shinji showed not a trace of fear, because he wasn't fighting alone. Thoughts are power. Everyone, please lend me your strength. Origin, Transformation. Chapter 595, Chapter 595, Shinji's Origin. 1,334 words. In the consciousness space filled with light, a hint of blue quietly appeared. That was the color most abundant on the surface of this planet, the color of the sea, and it was also the color of Shinji's soul. The moment the blue appeared, the brilliance condensed from connection and thought seemed to be summoned, directly flowing into the blue. With the help of this brilliance, the blue became increasingly pure, rapidly expanding outward and soon rendering the entire consciousness space blue. Not only his soul, but Shinji's body in reality also underwent similar changes. The white halo surrounding his body vanished, replaced by a blue mist. This phenomenon, formed by high concentrations of magical power, swirled around Shinji like a gigantic vortex. Seeing this, Shiro laughed heartily and pointed his sword forward. Not bad at all. Come on, let me see how much you've changed. As you wish. Shinji raised his head, the battle spirit in his eyes burning fiercely. In the next second, both figures vanished simultaneously, only to clash violently in midair. As promised, Shiro unleashed his 8-strike technique, Octaslash. Shinji, not to be outdone, used his newly acquired power to block all 8 strikes simultaneously. Then, both figures disappeared again, reappearing in another location to continue their fierce battle. With the reinforcement of 9 command spells, Shiro was now unrestricted. Whether it was Dimensional Leap, Reduced Earth, Void Slash, or other noble phantasm-level techniques, he wielded them effortlessly. For a moment, anomalies emerged one after another. In his hands, the katana was no longer an ordinary cold weapon, but a terrifying device capable of unleashing unimaginable attacks. At this point, Shiro had completely transcended the realm of servants. Yes, completely. Whether in skill, spiritual foundation, stats, or magical power, he was far beyond what could be achieved by merely stacking attributes through noble phantasms. Those monsters with raw power but lacking the necessary realms to control it would only be crushed before the current Shiro. However, Shinji was no longer the monster with mere raw power either. As Shiro compensated for his weaknesses, Shinji gained entirely new strength. This was the power rooted in the deepest part of every person's soul, sealed by the subconscious, the core meaning that existed since the creation of chaos, the cause decided at the soul's birth, accumulating through countless cycles of reincarnation. This power was called origin. When origin awakens, tracing back to the cause of its birth, one gains the immense power accumulated over endless time. Since this power inherently belongs to oneself, there would be no discomfort in wielding it, nor any worry about having too much strength, and not enough realm to control it. Of course, awakening one's origin is not without its drawbacks. As the price for gaining the accumulated power of reincarnation, the previous lives will also revive. A personality formed in less than 100 years cannot withstand the core meaning accumulated over such a long time, and will ultimately be devoured. At that point, the person ceases to be themselves, becoming a collective of countless existences, forever unable to escape the control of the origin. But what if one is not devoured by the accumulated previous lives? The answer lies in the present Shinji. Indeed, a personality formed in a few decades is insufficient to resist the long history of countless lives, but as Shinji said, he is not fighting alone. Behind him stand many people who care for him. Their thoughts gather around him, accompanying him. A single soul's accumulated previous lives are powerful, but the gathered thoughts are even more formidable. With their support, Shinji successfully suppressed his own previous lives and fully controlled his origin rather than being controlled by it. Faith is magic and willpower can create miracles. In his confrontation with the origin, Shinji truly created a miracle. Next, he will create more miracles, together with those who care for him, and with the origin they jointly control. Thoughts gathered infusing Shinji's soul, and with the assistance of the awakened origin, transformation, further sublimating the newly born third magic. And this is precisely Shinji's capital in his confrontation with Shiro. Thoughts transformed into magical power, allowing Shinji to not worry about depletion. Bonds solidified into substance, capable of being the hardest shield, the sharpest spear, and transforming into any shape according to Shinji's will. With everyone's support, I can do this. Even if you have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, you cannot defeat me. After blocking Shiro's octaslash once again with the all-encompassing power of thoughts, Shinji's power surged once more. The blue mist that filled the battlefield recoiled and condensed around Shinji, forming a humanoid figure over 10 meters tall with countless arms. This was not a physical mutation caused by the crying warmonger, but Shinji's newfound understanding of his origin. Transformation, divine manifestation, thousand-armed god. Shinji used Susanoo. Meanwhile, Jean and Shakespeare had also reached the deepest part of the garden, the shattered altar. The moment they stepped out of the passageway, they saw the massive Holy Grail placed in the central area. Besides that, there was nothing else. To be precise, there should have been other things, but they had been destroyed by continuous explosions. What a tragic scene, Shakespeare commented nonchalantly, arms crossed. By the way, I don't see my master, nor do I see the black assassin. Could they have been blown up? Jean closed her eyes, then quickly reopened them, and let out a long sigh of relief. My privilege indicates that the black assassin is still alive. Since you haven't sensed anything unusual, it means Amakusa Shiro Tokisada is also still alive. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada is not part of this Holy Grail war, so Jean can't ascertain his status. I see. So where are they now? I'm quite interested, as their actions are closely related to the direction and conclusion of this story. They should be above us. I can sense two intense magical fluctuations in the sky. In the sky? This is getting more and more interesting. Jean pointed to the sky, and Shakespeare pulled out a telescope with a handheld stand from his coat, and placed it on his nose. Oh, I see them. Both the master and the black assassin are even more outstanding than I imagined. Ah, inspiration is coming, my brain is trembling. With a gesture from his free hand, a large book and a matching quill pen materialized, and began writing automatically under Shakespeare's direction. Read Castor. Please don't interrupt my creative process, Holy Maiden of France. I assure you, this will be a good story. I'm not interrupting you on purpose, I just hope you stay away so you won't be affected. Ha! Hearing Jean's words, Shakespeare quickly removed his glasses, and looked at her in surprise. Jean, however, was not looking at him. She was calmly gazing at the Holy Grail. The damage to the Holy Grail is less severe than I expected. We don't have much time left. Castor, if you don't intend to stop me, please leave now so we can have a bit more time. Ruler, you intend to. I will complete the task he couldn't. This is my duty. Jean drew her sword. The silver sword bestowed upon her at the Church of St. Catherine was a fine weapon, yet Jean had never used it until now. Now she finally wielded the sword, not against the Holy Grail, but against herself. The blade sliced across her palm, but Jean's face showed no pain, nor did she care about the blood that oozed out. She knelt, hands clasped together, and closed her eyes. The graceful posture made Shakespeare think of a martyr. The heavens declare the victory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands. Please wait, Miss Jean. Just as Jean began her prayer, a voice echoed from within the altar. Next, pure white spirit particles materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a figure so exquisite it seemed almost inhuman. Chapter 596, Chapter 596, The Continuation of a Dream. 2003 words. Mordred had returned to this place of endings. The setting sun was blood-red, corpses littered the ground, and nearly the entire military force of Britain was obliterated. It wasn't due to battles with enemies but destroyed by internal strife. She squatted there, a lance piercing through her chest, leaving a gaping hole. In this rebellion that split the nation in two, in the battle with the king, she was defeated and lost her life. Her eyes gradually lost their luster, and her consciousness was slipping away. At the moment her soul left the mortal realm, some miracle allowed her to see the king, her father, once more. The wound she inflicted on the king was fatal. She assumed the king must be holding on to regret and curses, hating the enemy, and lamenting his fate. This is what she had thought. But in reality, the king displayed no emotion, instead giving off an impression of calmness. Even though she had driven him to this point, cursed him, schemed against him, and hated him, the king seemed completely unfazed. It was truly pathetic, she thought. Because not holding hatred towards those who hate you is far more painful than simply hating them back. The king, supported by a knight, left the battlefield. Her gaze followed closely, like a bird spreading its wings across the battlefield, always chasing after her father's figure. Ha 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 ha. The knight was running. The war was over, and the blood-red sunset had sunk. Now the darkness of night ruled the battlefield. Curses filled the hills buried with corpses, lamenting to take the living away. The knight's hand gripped the reins, desperately clinging to the wounded white horse. King Arthur, over here. Though wounded himself, the knight still ran across the battlefield. The king whom the knight served had been seized by death. Though he had single-handedly defeated the rebels, the king himself had also suffered a mortal wound. Please hold on. Once we reach that forest, surely. Breathing heavily, and leaping over mountains of bodies, the knight's goal was the forest untouched by blood. King, please wait here now, I will immediately call for the soldiers. The knight leaned the king's body against a large tree. Not a second could be wasted. Please hold on until then. I will bring the soldiers over. Bowing to the unconscious king, the knight ran to the white horse. Bedivere. Before he could mount, the king, who should have been unconscious, called out the knight's name. Are you awake? Yes. I had a dream. A hazy voice. But that voice felt extremely warm to her ears. A dream? A questioning tone. The king's consciousness was still unclear. Without asking back, he might fall into darkness again. A rare experience I had never seen before. Is that so? Please rest carefully. During this time, I will bring the soldiers. A deep breath. The knight's words seemed strange for some reason. Did I say something inappropriate? No. I was just surprised by what you said. Can dreams be seen even after waking up? Isn't it true that as long as you close your eyes, you will see the same thing? This time it was the knight's turn to be surprised. After organizing his thoughts, he responded. If the feelings are strong enough, you'll see the same dream. I've had a similar experience. There was no such thing. Dreams are originally meant to be unique. Both the knight and she knew this well, yet the knight lied. This was likely the first and last time the knight would be dishonest and apologize to the king. Is that so? You are quite knowledgeable, Bedivere. The king spoke with emotion. Lowering his head, not looking at the knight. The king was already uncertain of his actions, breathing quietly. Bedivere. Take my sword. With a voice that seemed to be slipping away, he issued his final command. Listen carefully. Pass through this forest, cross the blood-soaked hill. Beyond it, there's a deep lake. Throw my sword into it. My king, that. The knight knew what this meant. The sword in the lake. To abandon the sword that had protected the king until now, the symbol of the king he served, signified the end of the king he served. After you complete this, return to me. I want to hear what you see. The king's words did not change. The knight took up the holy sword, hesitated, and crossed the hill. Then, the knight hesitated 3 times to return the sword. There was indeed a lake. But he couldn't bring himself to throw the sword into it. The king was eternal. As long as the holy sword guided him, the king would not perish. But throwing the sword into the lake meant the king would no longer be the king. The knight couldn't throw the sword because of the king, so he returned to the king's side. The king repeatedly commanded the knight. The knight, who falsely claimed to have discarded the sword, answered that he would follow the command. Disobeying the king's command was a grave sin for the knight. But he risked his life twice more. Each time he stood before the lake, he remembered the king's life. But this would eventually end. The knight, realizing the king's will would not change, threw the sword into the lake on the 3rd attempt. The holy sword returned to the lake. A pale white arm appeared on the water's surface, caught the sword, spun it 3 times in midair, and then the holy sword vanished from the world. And then the knight accepted it. The end of the king. That long-held responsibility has come to an end. On the 3rd crossing of the hill, the forest was bathed in the morning light. The battlefield bore no traces. There was no sign of the bloodthirsty war, just clear, thin mist. The sword has been thrown into the lake. The hand of the lake's spirit indeed received the sword. The king opened his eyes at the knight's words. Then, lift your head. You have obeyed your king's command. With a voice welcoming death, the knight quietly nodded. It was all over. Afterwards, their country would continue in turmoil. The war would not end, and the day of destruction would come soon. But the king's war ended here. She, in the end, completed that task. The light gradually faded. Because the task was completed, the last strength protecting her disappeared. I apologize, Bedivere. This time, my sleep will be longer. As if quietly falling asleep. The king closed her eyes. Only the morning sunlight fell. Silence stood in the forest, accompanying the king's eternal sleep. Seeing that face without a trace of regret, tears involuntarily fell. At this moment, she could no longer distinguish between dream and illusion. She only knew that the side profile was exactly what she had hoped for. A peaceful sleep. Father at last could find rest. The sky was vast, the clear blue sky. The war had truly ended here. Are you watching, King Arthur? The whispered voice carried on the wind. The king, fallen into sleep, seemed to sink into the endless blue. The continuation of a dream. Looking at a distant dream. A bird spread its wings and flew in the air, taking her to another place. A scene she had dreamed of countless times. She stood before a solid rock, next to her stood a magician, whose age was indeterminate. A sword was embedded in the rock, and the magician loudly declared to the knights of the country. Whoever pulls out this sword will become the king. Brave men, those who had absolute confidence in their strength, and famous knights all came to challenge pulling the sword, but all gave up after failing to move it at all. These foolish people. She said silently. This sword is a weapon to select the king. Only the chosen one who can save this country can pull it out. Do you think you can just use brute force to pull it out? Even naivety should have its limits. So when no one else cared about the sword anymore, she stood before it. The magician spoke in a calm tone. Before you grasp the sword, you'd better think it through carefully. She began to think. She was always thinking. The significance of pulling out this sword. It meant becoming an independent king. So she reached out her hand, as if she thought there was no need to respond. Then, the magician sighed and waved his hand. The dream always ended there. Even if she reached out to the sword, she couldn't touch it. Despite swearing to become an independent king, the dream always declared to her, you don't have that right. She felt impatient and indignant, and in the end she even pleaded. Let me pull out the sword, let me become the king, I surely can pull it out. Then, what vow would you make to this sword, what would you entrust to it? She correctly answered the magician's question. I will become a good king. With correct governance, correct strategy, and correct power to support this country. Absolute justice, absolute power, what's wrong with that? She reached out her hand, but couldn't even touch the hilt of the sword. It was just a little bit further. If she could just grasp the hilt, she could pull out the sword. Because I am Mordred, the legitimate heir of King Arthur. I will not lose to anyone, and I will become a king surpassing my father. However, no matter how many times she repeated it, she couldn't touch the golden sword embedded in the stone. Until this time, she stood before the rock but did not reach out her hand. Do you understand? The magician asked. I understand. She nodded. He was lonely, he was exalted, like a new moon quietly shining in a cloudy sky. He was always alone, desolate and clear. Because everyone was looking up at him, he couldn't even cry or scream. If someone else became the king, you wouldn't need to do this. You could relax and show a peaceful smile. I wanted to tell him this. Of course, the king would never allow such extraneous elements to exist. But even if he didn't allow it, it didn't matter. Just thinking this way, and then acting to become the king was enough. Throwing away all feelings of regret, I discarded this dream. It wasn't needed from the start. But I won't regret it. Even though I made mistake after mistake, I now realize that in my mistake-filled life, there was still this noble and humane wish. What will you do? It's simple. She grinned and extended both hands. Instead of trying to pull the sword as before, she directly embraced the rock below the sword, and lifted the rock and the sword together, throwing them far away. Screw that, I don't need such a thing. Yes, that's right, that's like you. Stupid, but adorably stupid. The magician laughed heartily, throwing back his hood to reveal a frivolous yet handsome face. Seeing this face, she instantly understood everything. It was you all along, Merlin. Don't say it like that, I just wanted you to understand your own heart. I've understood long ago, I don't need your unnecessary intervention. Is that so? Then go pull out the sword that truly belongs to you. The magician pointed, and another rock appeared before them, with a sword more beautiful than any silver embedded in it. I told you, I don't need it. She didn't even look and turned to leave. She always hated this trickster. The moment she turned, the silver sword emitted a dazzling light, directly leaving its base and falling into Mordred's hand. You. Turning to look, the magician's figure had vanished, and the surroundings were becoming increasingly blurry. Only the sword in her hand still shone. Chapter 597, Chapter 597, The Mysterious Semiramis. 1189 words. The dream shattered. Mordred opened her eyes, her hand still tightly gripping the sword. The claret taken from King Arthur's treasury was forcibly imbued with her color. However, now the forced red hue on the sword had faded, returning to its original state, pure and beautiful. Noticing the change in the king's sword, Mordred turned to look at Merlin behind her. What is this? What trick are you playing now? I am merely the guide. The one who triggered all this is you. The great magus who silently wove the dream smiled slightly. Only when playing the role of a guide did he shed his frivolous demeanor, and reveal the wisdom of a sage. Me? Yes, you must have felt it by now. It has finally acknowledged you. Using the sword to support herself, Mordred stood up. She was in excellent condition. The poison in her body had been completely purified, and her injuries healed by Merlin. No, more than that, a brand new power emanated from the king's sword, making her even stronger. This was the true ability of the king's sword, manifesting the dignity of the king, amplifying the king's presence, specifically enhancing physical attributes. Claret is a symbol of royal authority, meant to be wielded only by a true king. Mordred, being a rebel, could use it because she forcibly subdued the sword with her strength. But forced usage was still forced usage. While Mordred could use it as a catalyst to amplify her magic and release it, she could not fully utilize the true powers of the king's sword. But now, she was doing just that. How strange, why now, when I have already given up? Who knows? Merlin's smile grew brighter. Perhaps because there are many forms of a king's qualifications. The previous you didn't qualify, but after understanding, you do. Is that so? The clear blade reflected Mordred's emerald eyes, illuminating her confusion. Of course not. Do you believe that? You are a fool. Merlin muttered in a voice only he could hear, then cleared his throat and said, This is not the time for such talk. Take up your sword and prepare for battle. Artoria needs your help. Ha! Mordred quickly lifted her head, a look of clear astonishment on her face. This can't be possible. On the high platform where the throne was, two figures, one gold and one black, intertwined, creating vortexes of magical energy. The golden figure was Artoria, wielding the holy sword. The black figure was Semiramis, the mistress of the garden. The magical vortexes were the result of the clash between Semiramis' spikes and the holy sword. Yes, spikes against the holy sword. Semiramis wasn't using her favored magic, but was engaged in close combat with Artoria. What was more surprising was that the two were evenly matched, locked in a fierce battle. It must be noted that the current Artoria was not a servant, but her true self in battle. The stronger a hero was in life, the more restrictions they faced as a servant. The best examples were Diarmuid and Karna. The former lost his dual swords, and the latter his most skilled bow and chariot. Artoria was the same. Regardless of the merits of the holy sword and the holy lance, the difference in magical power was like night and day. A servant's magical energy originates from their master, and no matter how abundant it is still limited by the magical link. The true Artoria, however, is unbounded, possessing the dragon factor, known as the Red Dragon of Britain. Her magical energy and its operational speed far surpass that of humans. Calling her a humanoid phantom beast wouldn't be an exaggeration. As a servant, even with sufficient magical energy, using a noble phantasm once would be a significant burden. But for her true self, not only can she release the holy sword once, but she can also sustain continuous, gapless releases. Of course, due to the confined environment among the kings, and the presence of Mordred and Kyrie, Artoria wouldn't casually release the holy sword, causing a wide-area attack. Nonetheless, the attribute enhancement brought by massive magical energy is terrifying. Constantly releasing substantial, almost tangible magical energy, each of Artoria's strikes carries extraordinary power, and each movement is extraordinarily fast. Against such an opponent, even the Red Lancer Karna would only face defeat, let alone Semiramis, who has lost her strongest asset, poison. How is she managing this? Mordred forced herself to calm down, keeping a close eye on Semiramis's every move. Soon, she noticed something. Semiramis's movements were very elegant. Yes, elegant. Mordred knew this word seemed out of place in the context of a fierce close-quarters battle, but that was her real feeling. Light, beautiful, as if not fighting but dancing. Yes, dancing. Every movement perfectly matched her attire. The black evening gown that trailed on the ground, and the nearly 10 centimeters high heels not only didn't hinder her movements, but severely disrupted Artoria's rhythm. The heavy skirt spread out like a giant flower of blood lilies. For a moment, all Artoria could see were waves of black, completely obscuring the enemy's figure. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the waves and a glint of cold light, driven by a slender arm, emerged from the layers of black, stabbing towards Artoria's throat like a venomous snake. Though startled, Artoria remained composed, leaning back to narrowly dodge the spike's strike, while simultaneously rotating the holy sword, sweeping out a fan-shaped blade of light. It seemed Semiramis had anticipated this. With a gentle tap of another spike on the side of the holy sword, she flipped herself behind Artoria, her wide skirt once again disrupting Artoria's vision. In such a situation, even with Artoria's swordsmanship at a divine level, and her instinct ability to briefly foresee the future, it was difficult to inflict substantial harm on Semiramis. No, it wasn't just about vision interference, that was only part of the tactic. Every step Semiramis took was to restrict Artoria's abilities. Since Mordred woke up now, Artoria had swung her sword at least 10 times, but none of those strikes had truly hit Semiramis. She had deflected them all in various ways. Terrifying adaptability, terrifying combat wisdom, and terrifying combat skills, this was why Merlin said that her father needed help. What about her previous performance? If she had such formidable strength, why did she get her shoulder injured by Mordred? Was she hiding her true abilities on purpose? No, that's not right. If she had shown this strength earlier, they would have been killed long ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on until now. So how do we explain the current scene? The more Mordred thought, the more confused she became. Just then, she suddenly met Semiramis's eyes. Although it was just an instant, it gave Mordred an epiphany. Those eyes were calm and gentle, like the bright moon in the sky. Such a gaze could not belong to someone like Semiramis, a venomous woman. She could swear by her mother Morgan's name. This woman is not Semiramis, at least not the one from before. Chapter 598, Chapter 598, Clarence son of Arthur. 1133 words. Of course, this is ultimately just Mordred's guess, and it still needs verification. Hey, Merlin, did you see anything? Mordred's way of verifying was to ask Merlin. Although she didn't like this old trickster who enjoyed playing mysterious, she couldn't deny that his insight was top-notch and almost nothing could escape his eyes. Ah, I see it. It's a very beautiful dance. Merlin, resting his chin on his hand and tilting his head, looked utterly enchanted as he watched Semiramis, who danced like a black butterfly. Indeed, only a beauty can perform such a beautiful dance. What? Mordred's eye twitched, and she slashed her sword directly at him, causing Merlin to quickly dodge in fright. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you doing? Nothing, I just find you annoying. But there's no need to cut me. This is just an illusion projection. Then why did you dodge? Yeah, why did I dodge? Merlin realized, sorry, it's a habit. Mordred was speechless. It made sense, back in the day, at least half of the knights of the Round Table wanted to cut him, and quite a few tried. If he wasn't quick enough to dodge, he would have been chopped into pieces long ago. You bastard, never mind. Let me ask you, who is fighting my father? Semiramis, of course. Do you even need to ask? Do you think a venomous woman like her, similar to my mother, would confront my father head-on? Moreover, she's a magus. What about magus? Can't magus engage in close combat? Hearing Mordred's words, Merlin immediately became unhappy. He stretched out his hand, grabbed a sword that appeared out of nowhere, and swung it, creating a flash of blade light. If I weren't stuck in the Tower of Avalon, I would have joined the fight myself. Mordred was speechless again. She almost forgot that, aside from his magic, this guy's combat prowess was top tier among the Knights of the Round Table. After showing off his sword skills for a while and demonstrating his combat ability, Merlin put away his playful expression and spoke seriously. But you are right about one thing. Someone similar to Morgan wouldn't confront directly like this. You mean? It's undoubtedly Semiramis. Her spiritual foundation, class, and noble phantasm all indicate that. But the other aspects, well, that's another story. What do you mean? With your intelligence, it's hard to explain. Don't point your sword at me. Your sword should be aimed over there. Whether you understand or not, what you need to do remains unchanged, right? Mordred snorted. This bastard was right. No matter who it was, she had only one task, to defeat the enemy. Reforming her armor, the girl raised her royal sword. With the infusion of magical energy, the royal sword's appearance changed once again. However, it was no longer tainted by the red and black blood, filled with hatred and negative emotions. Instead, it was vibrant and beautiful, symbolizing passion and straightforwardness, red. It was no longer the twisted and ugly sword of evil, but a righteous knight's sword. At this moment, Mordred was no longer the rebellious knight she once was. She was the genuine, recognized heir of the Night King, the son of Artoria. I am Knight Mordred, the son of King Arthur. With the sword in my hand, I shall slay my father's enemy, Clarent, son of Arthur. The passion red that had never bloomed before, the unprecedented crimson lightning, was released from the new royal sword, adding a new color to the battlefield. When she called out Clarent, son of Arthur, Kyrie was astonished to find that her servant's status panel had changed. The noble phantasm entry in the basic attributes changed from A+ to A++. The noble phantasm panel below also changed accordingly. The old Clarent blood Arthur disappeared, replaced by a new noble phantasm. Clarent, son of Arthur. Rank, A++. Type, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Range, 199. Maximum target, 999 people. Mordred, having let go of her obsession and fully recognized herself, obtained a new noble phantasm after breaking the legend. This was another elevation of her short life. The knight, acknowledged by Clarent, could finally unleash her full strength, injecting all her emotions and thoughts into the king's sword. The passionate red and straightforward crimson lightning released in one go would sweep away all enemies. At the moment the crimson lightning bloomed, Artoria showed a heartfelt smile. The enormous inherent magical power, accelerated by the dragon factor, stirred up a terrifying storm, and the resulting immense suction force firmly bound Semiramis, preventing her from escaping the range of the crimson lightning. Seeing her child working so hard, how could a father let that effort go to waste? Even if she was also within the range of the crimson lightning. What a beautiful light! Artoria sighed softly. Kyrie Shishigu also sighed similarly. From start to finish, his gaze never left his servant, his best partner. Whether it was King Arthur's arrival, Merlin's descent, or Semiramis displaying her astonishing martial skills uncharacteristically, his gaze never wavered. He just watched, quietly and silently. Watching her change bit by bit, witnessing her struggle and effort, then being completely captivated by her determined figure. He knew her best, even more than Artoria and Morgan, her parents, who didn't know what each dream had brought her. That is the Night King, Arthur. An encounter in childhood sparked a flame of admiration in her heart. For this, she defied her mother's orders and willingly became the sword of the king. Am I King Arthur's child? The unparalleled joy upon learning the truth, and the worry hidden behind that joy. Do you not acknowledge me as your child? O Night King! I used to be content being your shadow, yet you never wanted to look back at me. Your everything, all of it. I will destroy it all, Arthur. Falling from hope into despair when she was not acknowledged. Do you see it, Arthur? Your kingdom is finished. No matter who wins between us, as you can see, it's all destroyed. You should have understood this long ago. If you had passed the throne to me, this wouldn't have happened. Do you hate me so much because I'm Morgan's clone? The hatred that burned and destroyed the kingdom did not bring her true happiness. It was only at her life's last moment that she called out the title she had always wanted to call. Father. After that, she was called the rebellious knight, always playing the role of the antagonist. But who understood her true motives and intentions? Who knew the beauty hidden behind her rebellion and hatred? Now, this beauty finally broke through the clouds of hatred and darkness. Kyrie was immersed in overwhelming joy, unconsciously shouting with all his strength. It felt incredibly exhilarating. Go, Saber. Chapter 599, Chapter 599, The God. 1,258 words. Evenly matched. The surging twilight-colored extreme light and the equally formidable crimson flames could not invade each other's realms, dissipating into the night. This scene had occurred not just once, but many times. It wasn't just a clash of noble phantasms, the collisions between sword and spear, sword and golden armor, spear and dragon blood armor had long been countless. However, no matter how fierce the clashes or how savage the cuts were, they could not bring an end to the battle between the two. Karna was certain he was using his full strength, his true full strength, unlike in his previous life. Though he had treated every battle seriously in his previous life, never underestimating any opponent or holding back, he had always been bound by layer upon layer of restrictions before the battle even began. The curse of the gods, the blessings of the gods, the way of the warrior, or the interpersonal relations. Just as in the past, when he promised his mother not to fight anyone other than Arjuna among the 5 Pandava brothers. It was unavoidable because that was his fate as a warrior. Sometimes it transformed into strength, other times it became a burden, but for purely fighting, it was undoubtedly superfluous. Now, however, as a summoned servant, the only expectation placed upon him was strength. The only thing weighing on his mind, his master, was already taken care of. Thus, the remaining vow was just one, and this vow was also his deepest wish. Competing against each other, seeking victory through pure strength. It was an incredibly simple yet beautiful way of fighting. Of course, he did not deny that battles arise from fate. Everyone's life contains stories of various necessary battles. However, the pure and unsullied mutual slaughter, completely unrelated to such matters, unexpectedly made him feel exhilarated and comfortable. Perhaps his warrior instincts were stimulated, and the divine spear in his hand now wielded precision capable of piercing a needle's eye, while the radiant flames he scattered continuously scorched the surroundings with intense heat. If this wasn't full strength, then what was? Facing his full strength, his opponent, the great hero Siegfried, bore it like a rock. That was skill surpassing human capabilities. That was the immortality of the armor of Fafnir, similar to the golden armor. That was the great fantasy sword forged by the Nibelungen, embodying all their essence, comparable to the divine spear. Everything spoke of the opponent's strength. But these alone were not enough to equate him with Karna, the strongest hero. The key to maintaining the balance of victory and defeat was the support from his master, which Karna lacked. Healing mystic code, enhancement mystic code, and more importantly, mutual mental support. Whether by his side or not, it didn't affect the bond between them. It might seem insignificant, but at crucial moments, it could unleash remarkable power. However, Brahmastra Kundala. Bamung. Once again, the ancient magic radiated brilliantly. If Karna's spear was a presence pointing towards the sun, then Siegfried's sword was the twilight that destroyed all life. With a slight advantage, the sun finally overwhelmed the twilight, leaving scorch marks on Siegfried's body. Though protected by the armor of Fafnir, the injuries were not severe, but the healing mystic code on the spiritual armor could not withstand the intense burning, and turned to ashes. So has the balance tilted? No, not yet. The mystic code was destroyed, but the healing magic still shone. The shallow wounds healed visibly. Ha ha ha. A sweaty, short, and stout man came running, gasping for breath. Made it. Did I make it in time? Are you okay, Saber? I'm fine. Siegfried gave his master a faint smile. Perfect timing, master. Ha ha, I thought so too. The protagonist always appears at a critical moment. Red Lancer, I've taken care of what you asked. Your master and the others have been moved outside. They should be under our protection by now. Thank you, Saber's master. Upon hearing Gord's words, Karna bowed deeply. This was Karna's prior arrangement. During a break in the battle, Karna had asked Siegfried to convey a message to his master, to find a way to remove the 5 former masters, who had been poisoned and trapped in an illusion. For this, he had even provided a specific spell that would transfer them outside the courtyard, and ensured that the process would be unhindered. Siegfried agreed, and Gords did not object. They were underground magus working secretly for the Mages Association, with one of them being a highly promising young talent at the clock tower. By saving these individuals, future negotiations between the Ig Millennia clan and the clock tower would become significantly more favorable. Of course, Siegfried was unaware of Gord's ulterior motives. He agreed to Karna's request partly out of mutual respect as warriors and partly due to his considerations. Red Lancer, no, Karna, I have a request for you as well. Please, go ahead. You must feel it too. This war will soon come to an end, and if we continue fighting like this, we won't be able to determine a winner before it does. Siegfried looked up at the sky, where red and blue lights continued to flash. Karna instantly understood his meaning. That's right. Your sword and my spear are evenly matched. Even if we managed to break through, the attacks would almost cancel each other out, lacking the power to defeat either of us. If we don't want this to end in a draw, we need an attack with absolute destructive power that neither can counter. I know you have a spear, the god-slaying spear you gained in exchange for your armor. Use that to decide the outcome. Even the great hero Karna did not always wield a spear from the beginning. Originally, he rode a chariot and shot arrows, praised as a warrior possessing traits of both archer and rider. Of course, this did not mean he was unfamiliar with using a spear or sword. So why was Karna summoned as a lancer? Before his final battle with the Pandava brothers, specifically Arjuna, a Brahmin visited Karna, who had become the commander of the opposing army. The Brahmin asked Karna for his golden armor while he was bathing. The Brahmin did not need for the armor. However, Karna had already vowed to grant whatever the Brahmin requested while bathing. Knowing this vow, the great god Indra, disguised as a Brahmin, asked for the golden armor, as Karna's nemesis Arjuna was Indra's son. Knowing Karna's immense strength, Indra did not want to see Arjuna die at his hands. Thus, despite being fully aware of the situation, Karna immediately stripped off the golden armor fused with his body, and presented it to Indra. Witnessing this noble act, Indra felt deep shame for his actions and gave Karna a spear. In exchange for the golden armor, Karna received the legendary spear said to kill even gods, the strongest spear. It was because of this spear that Karna was recognized as the strongest lancer. Siegfried. Karna's piercing gaze met Siegfried's unwavering eyes, filled with resolve to defeat him. I understand. Let's decide this with one final strike. Saber's master, do you have any objections? Gords gritted his teeth. No objections. Saber's decision is my decision. I see. I envy you. Karna closed his eyes and sighed softly. If he could, he too would want a master like that, to entrust his back to fight alongside, to grow together. Maybe one day he would meet such a master. Chapter 600, Vasvi Shakti. 1157 words. With a slight sound, countless cracks appeared on the indestructible golden armor, and it quickly peeled off from Karna's body. Blood seeped through the gaps in the armor, and from Karna's expression, one could vaguely see the pain he was enduring. However, what drew the two people's attention even more was the spear he held. Its divine and luxurious appearance made it seem like the spear he had been using earlier was just a toy. One would think that only by forging it with the roaring thunder could such a divine weapon be created. Its majestic presence naturally elicited such a response. The spear that slays gods, acquired at the cost of the golden armor. Around Karna, flames twisted incessantly like countless serpents. This was a power that sacrificed oneself, a true one-hit kill that disregarded one's own life. Do you have any last wishes? Yes, I owe Black Assassin a favor. If I am defeated, please take my sword and armor to him. Although Shinji and Siegfried didn't usually communicate much, and Shinji often mocked Gord's, Siegfried knew that his master's humility, and the starting point of abandoning his arrogance was due to Shinji. Without his series of blows, Gord's might still be the arrogant, self-important fat man, not the current Mazer who, despite his harsh words, was trustworthy enough to entrust one's back to. Siegfried had always remembered this kindness, and wanted to repay it. After witnessing the red and blue battle in the sky, he found his answer. I want to promise you, but I don't think your sword and armor can withstand this strike, Karna calmly stated. The battle isn't over until the last moment, no one knows the result. All right, I promise you, Karna said, slowly raising the blood-stained spear with both hands. Are you ready? Siegfried took one last look at his master and nodded calmly, I'm ready. Saber. Gord's trembled all over, recognizing the meaning in Siegfried's eyes. Even an outsider like him could see that the spear was against the rules, not even the sword that slays dragons and the dragon armor could withstand it. Could it kill him? No, it would definitely kill him. That spear was a weapon capable of slaying gods. But despite this, he did not hesitate, nor did Gord's think of stopping him. Overwhelming dignity and high spirits far surpassed his instincts, supporting his body. At this moment, death suddenly seemed not so terrifying. It wasn't self-destructive or blindly arrogant, but quietly facing the facts, silently supporting this top-tier hero, an existence far beyond his reach. This was admiration, and also a form of atonement, an atonement for his foolish past self. But, more than fearing death, he didn't want to lose, didn't want him to lose, didn't want this hero's flawless record to be tarnished. Wasn't this why he didn't leave with the 5 previous masters, why he endured the trembling to return here, why he had kept the command seals until now? Even when his internal magical energy was nearly depleted, and he began burning his life force, he hadn't used them. Then, what he needed to do was clear. No hesitation, no more reservations, he loudly shouted his inner thoughts. I command you with a command seal, Siegfried, you must win. I command you with the command seal, Siegfried, you must win. As the second black with the command seal, no, I, Gord's Music Ig Millennia, as your master, command you, Black Saber, my servant Siegfried, you must achieve victory. His hoarse shout, pouring all remaining magical energy into a desperate gamble, and the wholehearted support that disregarded life and death. Gord's bet everything on Siegfried, entrusting him without hesitation. The flow of magic and the extraction of life force made the middle-aged man, whose physical condition was already poor, feel dizzy and weak. Nevertheless, he remained standing, eyes wide open to witness this battle. Following your command, Master. Feeling the explosive power within, sensing Gord's resolve to bet everything, and the unprecedentedly firm bond between master and servant, the usually stern-faced swordsman became utterly invigorated and let out a roar. This bond between master and servant made Karna again sigh, you truly have a great master. Yes, my master is the best, let's go. With a roar, Siegfried gathered all his strength and shouted. With this as the signal, both began to move. Siegfried, the Knight of the Netherlands. Strengthened by the 3 command seals, Siegfried swung his phantasmal greatsword. The immense magical power was as vast as the ocean and highly condensed like a diamond. Karna, the son of the sun god Surya. Karna, his entire body dyed crimson, also swung his divine spear. The spear's power could no longer be measured by its sheer force, it directly acted upon the concept. Anything that existed in this world, no matter how immense or even spiritual entities that rejected physical contact, would meet the same end. That spear could burn the very concept of existence to ashes with no mercy. Two heroic figures from their respective myths, standing at the apex, took a step towards each other, beginning their charge. The evil dragon shall fall, and the world will reach its sunset. Their movements were like a tempest. Feel the mercy of the King of Gods. You will be destroyed with this one strike. Watch, Indra. The supreme noble phantasms, surpassing all limits, were about to bloom in radiant splendor. I will bring you down, Bamung. I will burn it all. Vasvi Shakti. Boom. The collision of these immense energies caused the space to erupt into a storm. The violent shockwaves, which even disrupted spatial expansion spells, made it impossible for Gords to stand. He could only lie flat on the ground, even prepared for death. Even from such a distance, one could feel that in the fierce clash of the two servants, Karna had the upper hand. Although Siegfried was enhanced by 3 command seals, his most powerful phantasmal greatsword was no match for the spear of annihilation that could slay gods. The thunder around the divine spear pierced the dust-colored laser like sharp needles. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5 seconds. Although the speed wasn't fast, the air was being torn apart. Soon, Siegfried's body would be pierced by the divine spear. Is it still not enough? Lying on the ground, Gords unconsciously shed tears. He wanted to help Siegfried, but he had exhausted all his strength. He couldn't even move, he could only pray. You must win. You must win. You must win. You are the strongest. However, the spear that Karna had exchanged his life for did not waver due to this small prayer. The dusk light, riddled with holes, was finally torn apart, crushed, and completely devoured by the rampaging thunder. Siegfried. Don't worry, Master. I won't lose. Please believe in me. Amidst the thunder of annihilation, Siegfried's voice remained firm. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.